Good afternoon to all of our faithful viewers today. The big day has arrived at Thebarton Oval. We've got not one, not two, three separate games for the Sports Association of Adelaide Schools. It's going to be really exciting. Three cracking contests to come at Thebarton Oval, and we'll be bringing you the coverage. I'm Indiana Rogers, and next to me is my good friend Tony Neal. How are you doing, Tony?
Oh, fantastic, Indy, and a little bit overcast at the moment. We may get rain, we may not, and I'm interested to see how the boys go with the yellow ball, because I don't reckon too many of them would have played too many night games. So it's going to be a fantastic day, afternoon and evening of football.
Yes, and to start the afternoon at 3:15 today, Sacred Heart's second college team will be taking on Immanuel College. What's the second game, Tony?
Well, the second game is St Peter's College versus Rostrevor. That's at 5:30 till 7:35, and I'll just remind the folks out there, they are all 25-minute quarters. They have a 5-minute break at quarter time and three-quarter time, a 15-minute break at half time, 10-minute break in between games. What's the third game, Indy?
The third game will start at 7:45, and it will be between Prince Alfred's College and Sacred Heart's first college team. They just had too much talent to really crack it into one team over there. But it's a really exciting day of football coming up. Whenever you decide to tune in, there'll always be action.
Thank you very much, Indy. And folks, we also have the awards, the magnificent Dartfish Beanie, and also the magnificent Archie's Thongs. Of course, Dusty Martin, the ambassador for Archie's Thongs. They've got an arch in them, great support, and a cult following with the Dartfish Beanie, of course, across our league, the Adelaide Football League, and interstate as well. So a worthy winner, the best on ground, getting those couple of prizes. One thing also, we'd like to thank the ASTN, which is the Australian Sports Technologies Network. They're holding their conference in Melbourne for 2 days, and Sportal, who are our magnificent sponsors of the interactive scoreboards, are also presenting. These games are actually being beamed live into Melbourne for that conference. So anyone connected to the internet can watch the games and the score, and as well hear commentary by using the Sportal app. Feel free to share this information with your contacts. Tell them to download the Sportal app and watch the games today on their own smartphone, tablet, laptop, desktop, or smart TV under the Spectate view. Of course, you can also watch it on YouTube. Folks, fair income, Indy, we are looking forward to an absolutely ripping day. 12 quarters of football, doesn't get any better. Sit back, get the thermos out, the coffee, the tea, the soup, get something nice and warm ready for dinner. Sit back and enjoy a magnificent spectacle of schools football. Welcome back to beautiful Thebarton Oval. Looking very bare at the moment out there, Indy, and the the players are just in the rooms. I've been down to the rooms and you can smell the liniment. They're all warmed up and ready to go. And the opportunity as well to play on a league ground for a lot of these players is fantastic. And I just see me just a couple of last minutes prep there. Of course, we'd like to thank our broadcast sponsors, Filming Footy, Sports Interactive, Dartfish, and of course Sportal for the magnificent scoreboard as well. As mentioned, this is being beamed into the ASTN Australian Sports Technologies Network at the conference in Melbourne for the next 2 days. First game coming up, round 3, Indy.
Yeah, of course, the first game will be Immanuel College versus Sacred Heart's second college team. Like we said in the intro, there were just too many players to fit into that one team there down at Sacred Heart, and that's a good showcase of the amount of talent they have. St. Peter's College and Rostrevor College will be the second game, of course. That'll be starting at 5:30. And the last game will be at 7:45. Sacred Heart College coming up against Prince Alfred College. So 2 Sacred Heart teams today, and well, we had a little bit of an interview with not only the coaches but the captains from each of the teams earlier, so we're going to take a look at those interviews because we enjoyed them quite a bit. Joining me today from the Immanuel College Football Club that'll be playing at Thebarton, of course, against that Sacred Heart Seconds College team, the coach Mark Bickley beside me, as well as today's skipper Josh Altus. Welcome to you both.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you.
So just a question for you quickly, Mark Bickley. I'm sure you've been exposed to this ground multiple times throughout your career at this point. Do you consider today's match important to get that experience into these blokes to really prepare them for the grand final, which will inevitably be at this venue too?
Look, the venue, I think the most important thing is it looks fantastic. You know, the surface is great, and we've probably played on a few venues where it's been a bit muddy. So, you know, this time of year to get a surface that's great, we're just looking forward to that challenge. We think, you know, the ball movement is going to be good, and we're hoping for a high-scoring, attacking game, you know, that people can come along and be entertained.
Yeah, just a question for you, Josh. What position do you play as the skipper?
So I've been playing through the midfield this season, just helping out where Mark needs me as well. If he needs me to be thrown down back, that's where I'll head. So just playing my role.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you kind of build a bit of a leadership core, or do you consider yourself more of a one-man captain?
No, well, I believe that most teams would definitely be better at having a core group. So every individual is obviously a leader in themselves. So it's up to the backs to lead the backs and mids to lead the mids. So that's the kind of thing I like to go for.
Yeah, we hope to see some of that on the field today. Well, Immanuel are currently 4th on the ladder after 2 rounds, 1 win, 1 loss. Do you think it was night and day difference, or was it just difference in opposition or conditions that got you?
Yeah, mainly the difference in conditions. You know, we've over the last couple of years had some really good clashes with St. Peter's, and I think we won by a couple of points in our last clash, and the 2 times before that we lost by a couple of points and we had a draw. So the game before that was, I think it was Rostrevor, which was a really tough matchup, and they're a really good side, and we battled against them. So, you know, today is another opportunity. We're coming off a bit of an extended break through the school holiday, so it'd be good to see how we measure up against, you know, one of the powerhouse clubs in South Australia. Or when I say clubs, I should mean schools, and the fact that they've got the quality to have, you know, 2 teams at this level says that, you know, they're very organised, and yeah, we're looking forward to the opportunity.
Yeah, and on that note as well, because you kind of talk about how there is a bit of a difference sometimes with those conditions and the way that it can kind of really force you to optimise yourself as an opposition team as well. Do you think today in particular the conditions will play into anything, and do you do any prep throughout the week for conditions? Also as well, of course, coming off of the school holidays and how you kept in touch over the off-season?
Yeah, look, the conditions, I think the main thing with the conditions is how quickly you adjust. So there's a chance that it might rain at some stage. So really it's about, you know, the way we use the ball. You know, we're not sort of overusing it or over handballing it if the conditions get wet and slippery, and it becomes more of a territory game. So that's probably, you know, in terms of preparation, the way we approach that. The break, look, we generally left the guys to themselves a fair bit. Most of the players are playing with sample clubs or their local footy clubs, so they're still getting plenty of training and plenty of games. So yeah, it was good to get back this week. We had, you know, a pretty solid training session on Tuesday night a couple of days ago, and yeah, like I said, it's about getting out there now, and for us, hopefully picking up where we left off. Our last game was a win, and we're hoping to replicate that today.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time, Mark and Josh, and we wish you the best of luck ahead of this afternoon's clash, as well as the rest of the season ahead. Thank you for your time.
Well, folks, I'm joined by the coach and also the captain of Sacred Heart College, and team number 2. And the first one is Anton Vassallo is the coach, and Finn Renitz is the captain. But just having a look at them, I can't tell them apart. Fair dinkum, like so young for a coach. But first of all, Anton, welcome, and tell us how the preparation's been for today.
Thanks for having me, mate. The preparation's been as good as can be. Obviously, the boys have just come off school holiday, so there has been a bit of a 4-week gap since our last game. But we regrouped Tuesday night, sort of spoke about how we want today to go. So it's as good as can be, and the boys are nice and fresh on Tuesday, and hopefully nice and fresh today going into the game.
And of course, the focus. What's the focus been on? Is it all? It's not all about winning at this age, is it? Development. What's the balance between, I guess, focus and development when you bring a team on?
Yeah, look, there is a bit of a balance, as you mentioned. You want to focus on development, but at the same time, the boys are getting a bit older. They are competitive. They still want to win. We've had some really good development in the past 2 games. We've versed our own first 18 team at Sacred Heart. We've also versed PAC's first 18 team. We've had 2 really, really close games. So we've been putting a lot of little wins together and putting a lot of development together, but it'll be good to get that big win today and put it all together, and hopefully the boys can get a bit of reward for the effort they've been putting in.
All right, we'll keep an eye on proceedings. We'll come across to Finn. First of all, mate, growing up together with all these schoolmates, you year 12, are you?
Yeah, year 12 at the moment.
So growing up and going to school with a lot of these kids since you're maybe 5 or 6, how important is that mateship in the team culture?
Yeah, it's really good, I guess, having that connection with all the boys. Sort of creates that flow with each other on the field as well.
And tell us about being a captain, because you have to also have leadership on field, but you also need help from others around. What position do you play, and is there other leaders on field as well?
Yeah, definitely. So I play full back at the moment, so I guess just helping that back six out a little bit. And the leadership, I guess, not just myself, but all the other boys really just sort of help each other out and come together as one.
You tell a few of the boys to stay back and watch my man. I'm going for a run up the field because I've got to pass a couple of messages on, and I might see those big sticks in front as well.
Yeah, every now and then might chuck a little cheeky message.
Well, that comes back to the coach and how much flexibility. Tell us about, how does an Anton Vassallo coached team look? Is it ball movement, player movement? Are your toes up on the white line going crazy, or are you quite calm?
I consider myself a very calm coach, and in terms of how I want my team to look, first things first, I want them to look like they're having fun. The footy's all about having fun, so as long as they're playing with a smile on their face, I'm happy. And then I'm pretty focused on ball movement. I'm not too worried about where they're moving. They don't have to move in a certain position. As long as they're all buying into the ball movement, playing that team first footy that I asked for, then I'm very happy with the way they go.
Righto, now 2 stages to this next question. I'm going to involve you both. So you're the coach, you're in the rooms, and you've got them all pumped up. They're in there, they've had their warm-up out here, and you've got their attention. Good luck with getting that. And what's the last message in the rooms from the coach?
Well, I'll be trying to pump them up as much as I can, but at the same time, staying cool, calm, composed. But it would be the same mesh in terms of trying to have fun. I'm big on pressure. I'd want them to really get into them from the start, and about playing all 4 quarters as well. We don't want to come out and start hot and then fade away. It's about starting hot and staying hot throughout the whole game with our pressure and ball movement.
I hope you took all that in, Finn, because you, of course, get them when you're out on the oval, mate. So they're all in that little huddle just before the siren, all frothed up and bubbling and bumping into each other. And we're on today. But you've got to go 100 minutes to get through. What's the final message from Finn if we're in that huddle right now? Come on.
I'm just all about getting the boys pumped up, so we're probably just sitting there and the same boys. We don't lose on the Thebarton Oval. We don't lose on the Thebarton Oval, boys. Let's fucking give it a crack.
Oh, I like it. We can beep out anything that we need to there. All right, folks. Well, I'll tell you what, if you're not pumped up, we are. So thank you very much, Anton and Finn, for joining us, and we wish you all the best out there on the field today. Good luck.
Cheers. Thanks for having us.
Yes, of course, it's always enjoyable to interview the coaches as well as the players, so why not do both of them at once? That's what we did today, Tony, and it was a very enjoyable experience. As you can see on screen, the teams have moved out onto the oval. They're getting ready. The training drills are ensuing as well. Not too many extra spectators have packed into the stands yet because it's actually a school day, Tony, and right now it's 3:15. School, on average, ends about the 3:25 mark, so it'd still be a couple of students yet to come through. We expect that audience to increase a little bit in the second half, so make your way down to Thebarton, of course, if you can. And remember, if you're a school student, you will need to wear a school uniform in order to qualify to get into the venue. But, Tony, well, both of these teams coming off some very interesting results. What's the forecast looking like, by the way?
Yeah, 17.8 currently, going for a max of 19. I think we've already reached that, and lowering down to 10 degrees overnight minimum. Showers increasing, so currently 49% humidity. rain since 9 a.m. And let's have a look now at the ladder, Indian. How have Immanuel been travelling?
Well, they started with a 60-point loss and responded with a 6-point win, a very close one against St. Peter's College. Sacred Heart, in contrast, they're coming off of a 5-point loss against the current top-standing Prince Alfred College team. So it's very interesting to see both of these teams coming off of clutch results, but with very contrasting feelings, of course. Does the loss fire you up a little more? As you could see on screen there, it's 57 points to 51. That's what Immanuel's winning margin last time around was. And 63 to 58, that was Sacred Heart's second college losing score. But it was a very close one, of course. Only a kick within it. And then, of course, the 10-goal loss against Rostrevor in round one. And there was the 44-point loss to the other Sacred Heart team. So maybe a bit of banter in that rivalry, but a testament and maybe a necessary learning lesson. It'll be really fun to see how future matchups could potentially go with both of those Sacred Heart teams.
Yes, and of course Sacred Heart, we've touched on this, they are so strong. They do have two teams out there, and I'm suggesting that these early games you'll see some players change between the two games, between the two teams. Sorry, not between the two games. So week to week, so it may take some settling, and outstanding coaching, of course, Mark Bickley on one side and Anton on the other. So it'll be interesting, and it's all about their development, isn't it, Indy? At this stage, you can see Sacred Heart there, all the names up there. So I'm sure there's some proud family members out there, and all around. If not South Australia, it's Australia and the world can follow all of this. And Finn Renitz is the captain there. Finn Renitz, I believe, is the way we say it. So good luck, Finn and the team, and interested to see whether he follows through with some of the things that he spoke about. So they'll be pumped up. I can tell you this, it is a massive oval, this one. Really big oval. So, and it's going to be interesting seeing the two teams in blue and picking up some of the player numbers for Immanuel already down that far side. So we may be getting some close-ups of some players there.
Of course, you could see on there the Immanuel College playing list. We did interview Josh Altus alongside Mark Bickley earlier, and we also had Vice-Captains Riley Davey and Oscar Talbot were mentioned, that more extensive leadership group which Immanuel are looking to utilise as well. A couple of notable surnames popping up on that list as well. Macklin McKay, of course, David McKay. Not sure if the two are related, of course, from that Adelaide Crows player, but having familiarity with your surname, regardless of actual genetic relation, is always a fun thing to have on your playing list. And, well, again, we're talking about one team coming off of a very close win and another a close loss. It can make a huge difference to your mindset as well, Tony, because on one hand, a clutch win can make you feel like you can do anything. On the other hand, it can leave you a bit exhausted. And say with a close loss, of course, you lose a close game and you think, we were so close there, we're only going to get better from here. And sometimes you might feel a little bit shattered coming off of it. But it is early days and it is only round 3, so we're really hoping that both of these teams will be putting up a good contest. Of course, in yesteryears, this ground, Thebarton Oval, was once a sandful venue. Nowadays, potentially in the future, becoming the Adelaide Crows headquarters, but at the moment it is the venue both of these school teams will be playing at, and we can see both teams warming up. You discussed both of them having similar Guernseys, but Tony and I will be giving you the best coverage throughout the afternoon to make sure that you could tell the difference between the two, as well as the player names.
And we're about 10 minutes off starting time, and I'll tell you what, I have been fortunate enough to see Reggie Rapana play over at Whyalla last year, and just keep an eye out for him. Reggie's number 6 for Sacred Heart, and he is an outstanding young player, a real ball magnet, and really gets around the ground. And it's good to see the Sacred Heart lads just going in again now and going in for their last words, as we spoke to the coach to find out what he might be saying, and then also Immanuel going in as well. A lot of players for the senior team are already here as well. You can see them down there around the race, a couple of injured players. We're going to be joined by Connor Glyas, who is actually injured at the moment, who is the school captain and A-grade football senior 18 captain as well. So he's going to come in and have a chat with us.
It's interesting when we talk about injured players having to really almost fight their way. They're dealing with a fight on their own, really, watching from the sidelines, because they'd be anxious to get out there, and suddenly they have to optimise to a more leadership-oriented role. And we've seen that in the AFL this year as well, of course. You know, Took Miller would be featured a lot on the bench during his injury recovery, and Sam Draper for the Bombers doing the same thing. Now, there are the umpires on screen as well, so taking a look at the umpires as they're coming out, of course, we always appreciate the effort that the umpires put into really making these games possible and officiating them to the best of their own ability. It's always good to have important standard setters, particularly for school leagues. Umpires have to be able to really reinforce the rules accurately when it's school leagues to leave a positive impression on these players going into the future, so they'll understand what to expect when climbing up and promoting themselves in the future, whether that be to the SANFL, the Adelaide Footy League, the AFL, whatever it might be. It's very important to leave a good impression of the rule set on younger generations of players, and we really appreciate the umpires today coming out and doing that. So it'll be very important to see that come out. Also, the goal umpires, you can see just in their grey jackets there, not the normal goal umpire attire as we'd come to expect, but it'll suffice, and they might even want that, because we're just taking a look at the conditions above us. It is definitely overcast. Some clouds a little darker than others in the sky could be signalling a little bit more downpour to be coming in the next few hours. Let's hope for the best, of course, and regardless of where you're watching from, we hope that you're comfortable and warm, whether that be from the grandstands or in the comfort of your own home, Tony.
Righto, Indy, we'll talk a little bit about the game itself, and I love going through this. The coaches under pressure in tight games. Of course, Mark Bickley, we know of his coaching record, and of course, Sacred Heart coach, a young guy just coming on, learning his wares in coaching. So what will we see? I guess first of all is tactics. So I talk about the macros, and we talk about the kick-ins, first of all, because are you allowed to run out of the square? Now we are. But do you then just bomb down to the wing to the 50-50s, which we'll talk about in the call, and then try and get numbers around it? Do you go short in the back line, which most teams will give you the first one, but then what happens next? So I'm interested in the tactics in the back line. I'm interested in the spare man. Is there going to be a spare man come down and float across? We see that a lot now in the AFL, and of course that dribbles down through our local games as well, where we see almost that quarterback coming in. So I know in the main game there's a player that I'll mention, but with Anton, does he follow the senior or the Sacred Heart #1 team's game plan? Does he have his own game plan? So we talk about tactics, we talk about clearances, and I'm interested how many players will come into a throw-in or ball up. You've got your 4 midfielders. Why does a 5th player come in? And if they do, what is their role? Have you trained for that 5th player? Because you've got 4 players already busting their chops to get that first ball, and you've got an extra player coming in going, oh, I'm going to touch this ball. And does it upset the apple cart? So there's things in around clearances. You'll see that in the centre ball ups, not so much after a goal, but in general play. We may get congestion. We may get, this is what I love, we may get open. So if you get a player 50 metres down the ground on the wing, and his opponent's 3 metres off him, that's really still standing him, because he can close up that space while the ball's in the air on a 50-metre kick. If you give your player 3 metres on a throw-up or a clearance, then you are giving him time and space. So there's a difference between time and space and pressure. As we see Immanuel running out now, look at them now, I like their jumpers too.
Yeah, so there is a bit of contrast with the colour scheme, and the white shorts will help a lot with that. That's how it was traditionally done in old days of football. They wouldn't even design clash jumpers. It would just be the difference in shorts colours. So that's how they did it back in the days, but also they used the lighter blues. So it should at least be easier to tell out for those watching as well. And once again, Tony and I will be doing everything we can to give you the best coverage possible here. Obviously, we thank the SANFL, the Sports Association of Adelaide Schools, for allowing us to do this, and Filming Footy and Dartfish for making the coverage possible, as well as Sportal, our scoreboard sponsor, allowing you to track scores for any games, any time. And in terms of talking points for this game, I think what coaches focus on, particularly with schools, is positioning. It's about the discipline to be able to play out your position and role. As you can see on screen, Sacred Heart's second college team also now coming out of the gates and ready to take the ground by storm, hopefully. But it's very interesting when you consider that coaches in school leagues have to focus a lot more on positioning and probably less about the classy type of finishes and skillful plays, which is why clutch scenarios in school games are a lot more interesting, because suddenly players are thrown into these scenarios which they don't even really know how to prepare for, because you've got to spend more time preparing the basics for younger players. But Tony, we've got someone in the box with us to help us see out the game, don't we?
We do. Young Connor Glias, is that correct, Connor?
Glewis. Yeah,
Glewis? Glewis. Well, we said that wrong on Saturday. Is that a relative of yours playing in the senior team, the old collegians as well?
Yeah, Darcy, so he's playing at the shops there.
Yeah, so it's a brother, really? Father?
Yeah,
what is
brother.
he? So you're the, just tell us if we've got this correct, you're the senior 18 captain, and you're also the captain of the school.
Yeah, the first 18 captain, and then also the college captain, which is it's good. It's challenging, but I'm accepting the role, and I'm loving it. I've got a lot of support, and it's a good school to be involved with. Fantastic,
mate. And we're going to find out a little bit more about yourself as we go through. There you are on screen. That's fantastic. Tell us about your injury. It's never good to be out injured. What is your injury, and what's the prognosis? How long before you get back?
Yeah, I've had a few shoulder issues over the last couple of years, and then just last weekend playing for Glenelg in the under-18s there, I just tweaked it in the last quarter. So I don't think it's anything too major, but I just had an MRI tomorrow, so just awaiting results. But I don't think it'll be any more than maybe this week and the next, but fingers crossed to see what it says. Okay, so just take us through that. We see the background on a lot of these players down here that we've got. First of all to the coin toss. Big Finn Rennett's there, along with Josh Altus.
Yes, Josh Altus, not Atlas, don't mispronounce it. And it does look like Immanuel have won the toss. They will be kicking towards the right of screen for the opening term, as he makes his way back to his respective huddle to talk with his respective players, of course. And just a question for you, Glewis, actually, before I suddenly interrupt.
Glewis? We're going to have fun with this. Glewis, isn't it?
Lewis with a G. Glewis.
Glewis.
Yeah,
so it's me. Yep.
Well, a bit of a question for you. Has spending a bit of time off-field almost given you a little bit of experience with some sort of off-field leadership role? You know, did you still have plenty of involvement in some of the training sessions that you did with the team? Do you have verbal support for certain teammates, and do you keep in touch with the coaches and get a bit more of a feel for what things look like behind the box, behind the scenes on the interchange bench? Yeah, definitely. Last year I had an extended stint out, maybe 4 weeks, with Glenelg in the middle of the year last year when the school holidays were on. And the guys at Glenelg were great. They had me up in the coaching box and teaching me a few different things that you don't exactly see when you're out there on the field. And then, although it's only happened the last however many days here, Johnny Simons, who's the coach of the first 18, with Sacred Heart, he was great. Like Tuesday night, spoke to the boys before training and just stood with him for a training, and it was really good just to see the sort of stuff that you don't exactly see when you're in the moment and playing, and it's something that we're developing a lot, especially at Glenelg with the vision and everything like that, which is really good to see. So there's a lot of prep, isn't there, that goes on that players don't see. You know, the coach comes out and he says, righto, you blokes, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, but there's so much that goes on as we see the teams in the huddle. This was the question I asked Big Finn there, what's your last message in there? And he got a bit fired up already before the game, and look at them all in close. And one thing I notice with Sacred Heart, either team, when they come out, there's a big thing at the start of the tunnel, and then there's a big yahoo, and they all jump in the air, and then off they go. What's that? Is that part of the culture of the school that's come through over the years? Yeah, so there's a bit of tradition that was formed when John started coaching in 2017 or 18. There was a real culture shift, and we focused on doing a lot of culture stuff prior to the year, and one of those things was building trademarks. Ah, yes. And one of them that stuck through the whole way is brotherhood, and a tradition that they set in 2017 was as soon as the coach stopped speaking downstairs in the room, there's not a word said until you hit the ground and walk over the white line. Really? So it's something that's just stuck through, and it's great to see both grades do it. I mean, it's a special thing when we're playing for Sacred Heart, and we all love to do it. All right, well, we'll come to the game. You're with Indy Rogers for the first bounce, and tell you what, a couple of big units out there, Indy, we can see already lining up. He's a very tall man, the Immanuel ruckman. Yeah, obviously the players who have slightly earlier growth spurts in height will have an advantage when it comes to playing in key position. Right now the ball is in front of us, and game 1 of a 3-game day being brought to you live at the moment as Immanuel looking for the first clearance. They'll get it. They kick to Tom Dermondes. No, sorry, the Harrison Goods. And he finds an extra man. Riley Davey, one of the vice captains, so part of that leadership group that Mark Bickley was talking about a little bit. Into the forward 50 it goes. No mark take him. The Crummers will have to make some gold out of this one if possible. Being jabbed back to turf, Jonty Clem. Can't quite get it out. Desperate stuff from the Sacred Heart defense though, and actually really good stuff there. They've got the corridor now. It's 2-on-2 down deep forward. And an early whistle coming. Which way's it going to go? No whistle by the looks. But the play resumes. And it looks as though taking a shot at it, Kai Reid. It doesn't go through for a major score, just a minor one. But we do have our first major scoring play of the day. It's a minor score to Sacred Heart's second college team.
Yep, so ball movement. As I said, this first one out of the back line they normally give you, but that long left foot kick, and finding a lot of space out there as the Immanuel player as he wheels around and comes inboard, doesn't quite hit the target, and that can be costly. And look at them line up, 1, 2, 3, out the back they go, and that looked like Ashton Hartwig, was it? And little chip kick sideways. So Connor, they're not afraid to go away from the centre of the ground to maintain possession.
Yeah, definitely. When we're attacking and wanting to move forward, it's best to come through the corridor, but at the same time, while we're just trying to set our feet in the game, one of the strategies is just to keep it wide and make sure we get space and a bit of a kick mark sort of situation.
So a few nerves out there. Riley Davies had a few possessions, but now Sacred Heart, exactly what you're saying, come through the middle. Oh, that was smothered, that kick. So they go forward again here, Immanuel, right down into the forward line, but big push up the ground. We'll come to that in a moment too, a ploy. Well, not quite able to take that. There was Finn Brennetts, the captain. He gets it around there to Harry Giles under a little bit of pressure, but well manufactured out. But they've given it back to the opposition. Inside 50, player on the left boot. Goes long and high. Oh, player at the back. He's taken it. And that is Nash Clem from Goodwood Saints. And he's a good size. And it's going to be a fan of going around the corner, probably from that angle will allow that. Round he goes, holds it well, straight over the goal umpire's head for a goal. And Immanuel, nice work. They did kick it high into the forward line, and yeah, nice goal over the top there.
A couple more spectators coming into the ground as we speak as well. Some of them also enjoying the open sky just before the rain comes in, might force them back into the Thebarton Oval grandstands beside us, but very nice finish there, and a good classy one actually from Nash Clem. It's that type of snapping action that you don't quite get with every player. We do underrate sometimes how difficult snaps and check sides and bananas can be to execute. That was done really well.
So just coming back to Connor's situation like that, one goal, okay, that happens. You just go back to your own game plan, but if it gets 2 or 3 from the opposition, what's the instruction? Do you then go, okay, we go man on man? Does the call come from on field yourself as the captain, or does it come from the sideline? Or do you say, let's stay strong to our game plan, we're playing them, and they're playing us?
We just rely on our leaders on the field to handle those sort of situations. Obviously, it's not ideal if you give up a couple of goals early in the game, but once you're settled in, if you keep things the same and try and stick to your own plan, I think that's how you can find your feet a little bit quicker instead of changing things around.
Good.
So we're good at relying on our leaders to stand up and make it all work.
So ball up, 45 metres out in front of the Sacred Heart's goal. Trying to work on ball here. Having a lot of the ball early, Samuel Pridham. He's gotten a bit of possession. An early whistle here is going to go the other way for an infringement. So it will come back to Immanuel. Jack Thomas taking that kick. It was a long one. Darting drop punt worked really effectively. They continue to traverse the far side wing. We're spectating this one closely as Tyson Clements struggled to keep that one alive, although it does remain alive temporarily here. In fact, it tumbles forward, so they managed to hit the boundary line really well. Macklin McKay gets taken to turf. It'll be a ball up in the deep pocket now, in dangerous territory for the Sacred Heart defence.
Yeah, quick transition, wasn't it? Players pointing there. You can see that setting up, getting a bit of space there, and the big fella Noah Hyde. Schools football is it last possession rule, first of all?
Yes. Yeah.
It is?
Possession, if foot or hands. Otherwise, if it's kind of off hands or just muddled over the line, they throw it in.
Okay. Is it the 6-6-6 rule as well?
Yep.
And the stand rule, is that in vogue in the schools yet or
Yeah,
not?
just over the last 2 seasons they've put in the stand rule.
All right. So we see a kick come out. So there you are for the folks at home. Those 3 rules that we recently have seen interstate and here. And this looks like, is it Tom Dermody? There, no, that's, who have we got there? Harry Giles, is it?
That's Hyde. Noah Hyde. Who's kicked it there.
Noah Hyde. Number 67. May have had a jumper change there. We'll just have a look. So this is Nash Clem. Good to get some intel, some homegrown intel in as well.
It's
So we have ball in hand with Nash Clem. Already has one on the board. Let's see what he's like. A little bit further out, not much more. Nice looking kick, but only offline for a point. So it'll be interesting now, Indy. Let's have a look at what the back line do with the ball here. So they haven't got a short. So the fullback here allowed to run out, of course, Connor.
Yep. So the guy on the mark has to be 15 metres away, and once they run out of the goal square, it's just play on.
So comes that long kick down towards the grandstand wing here at Thebarton Oval. Big pack forms. Player in front. He's actually pulled the ground by the opponent, and umpire says, I'll come in and ball it up. So players spread off. That's good to see. We're not seeing Indy the 20 players around the ball at one time. Ball on half-back flank now for Sacred Heart, and there's a, well, 25 metre or 50, Connor?
25.
25 it is. All right, so into the midfield they go.
Into the corridor, they try to use it. Tom Dermody, he looks forward. Goes on his right foot. Doesn't hit a target directly. It's been turned over. Kick out coming from Jack Cook. He spots out Tyson Clements, but he can't beat the boundary line in that one-on-one contest with Harry Giles on the far end of the ground. So we'll have another throw in. Currently the scoreboard as it stands, 1 goals 1-7 to 0 goals 1 behind. So 6-point game here at Thebarton Oval to start our day of school football. Being cleared out, going Immanuel's way. No one really getting goal side here. Is it a bit of mobility coming through though? In fact, a bit of agility as well. Nice finish there. I believe that's Macklin McKay. We're going to take a closer look. Reckon I recognised a bit of number 17 on that jumper, so...
Yeah, that's Macklin McKay.
Yeah. Got a good piece of that. I almost said, didn't really look like anyone was rushing out goal side, but he kind of snuck through there and actually weaved through a bit of traffic to get that. So clever tactics there from Mark Bickley, and it keeps the opposition guessing. So he'd be happy with that, players. We're 8 minutes into the first quarter, and you can see the scoreboard on screen there. 2 goals 1-13 to 0 goals 1 point. Sacred Heart Second College yet to get a major score, but we go back to the middle.
So ball up in the middle. He's got a good leap on him, Sacred Heart ruckman. Just couldn't get boot to ball there, but it comes back now to Daniel Hildyard. Just out on that wing. Oh, nice take there with the big fella, Max Disbury. Seen a bit of him over the last couple of years. Ball comes in, and this is Reggie Rapino. He's an excitement machine. Around on the left boot he goes, kicks it right to that hot spot, rising high. Oh, they've stolen it away here, Immanuel. And look at that kick. It was a pinpoint kick to a one-on-one. Player in the long sleeves gives it across to a runner who's under a bit of pressure. Disbury trying to keep up. That's good run by a ruckman, and very well done. Bought the ground. That's a great turnover. And this is Henry McKinnon. That was really good play by young Disbury out there as McKinnon comes into the pocket. Nice kick. Looks like Joel Parker as it gets it on very quickly around to Kai Reid. He's taken the ground this time. Umpire has called free kick. He puts his hands up as if to say, come on. And we have a number 23 for Immanuel that isn't on our page. And we'll leave it to you to call on, Indy.
Taking that kick was Jack Cook. He goes long. Getting a finger to it there was Finn Crouch, but couldn't quite bring it to ground the way he intended. Sacred Heart with a bit of a defence to weave around now. That was Freckleton. Did a good job to keep it alive. Like will be. Hoping to get out of trouble as well. Little 1-2 here. Henry McKinnon. He darted out to a teammate short. And now they a little longer this time. Finding Kai Reid all on his own. Maybe he tried to pull the trigger a little too quickly there because he kicked it into the man on the mark. Immanuel's defensive setup will be tested here, and it will prevail in this instance. Henry McKinnon again. Now going the other way. Oh, chopped out. Great defensive effort there from Immanuel. The ball will remain alive temporarily, and a ball up will be had just shy of the interchange bench.
Big Henry McKinnon there, and yeah, a few players. Big Jack Hutton, he's a fair size as well. Sets himself up. It's going to be just a ball up, so Hutton pushes out there. Good with Marcus D. Pizzole there. Immanuel trying to get through traffic. Gee, very clever there was Macklin McKay. Comes back to McKay. He's getting a few possessions already early in the game. Just hooks that around, and that's that player in front. We spoke about that. Our player's going to actually leave their players and float across in front for that chop off. So Sacred Heart now out the other side. And gee, I'll tell you what, this player's got a fair dash on him. That's a nice kick forward as well. Right out in front there of Kai Reid. Gives a handball back to the player running past. That's Daniel Hildyard. Look at him trying to work this out now. Having to come around on the left is Reid. And not the best of kicks. So Immanuel able to cut it off. And they're looking for the switch. They've got players all the way out. They've got a player right out this side. Jonty Clem. It's not going to get to him. They have to go down the line there. Look at the pack pushing and shoving. Two ruckmen, and look at the little fellas mop up there. Round on the left foot into that hot spot again by Sacred Heart. All players under trouble. Oh, under pressure. He ran into Reggie Regina there. And congestion. Umpire says I'll ball it up. Good contest right in front of goals. Up it goes. Big Disbury puts the arms out. Pushes. Regina can't. So this is Oscar Talbot getting a few possessions out there. Just outside the 50. And Daniel Hildyard, he's been quite active out there. Keeps their hands free. Like to see that. Ball dribbles out. Bit of talking to the umpires. Up and down. Look, it's anyone's ball. It's hot in the kitchen. They try to tap it on here, Sacred Heart, and can't. Bulldozing there. That player, and he'll get up. Takes off out the back of the pack, and the umpire says we'll have another ball up. A lot of light blue jumpers to the left of screen here.
You can see the defensive reinforcements really starting to come into play. Now Sacred Heart, they just seem to get it done right there. It was a nice short kick to Samuel Pridham. He has a chance to convert their first goal for the match. They're pretty much deserve it at this point, I'd say, and that was one of their few easy stoppage plays. So we talked about the defensive reinforcements, but maybe over-dedicated there with Mark Bickley's men. But in the meantime, Pridham taking the shot from 40 out, converts. Gets Sacred Heart's second college on the board.
So Samuel Pridham, his first goal, and nice kick there, country lad from Border Districts, also having a bit of a kick around at Glenelg, is he, I believe, Connor?
Yeah, Sam, he's a great lad. He's a border from down in the southeast, and he's out with Glenelg with the 18s. But just going back to the Immanuel defence, we've got Oscar Talbot, number 29. I reckon he's the one to watch today. He's been playing a bit of state footy and a bit of reserves footy for Westies as well. And he's definitely a highlight reel, so it's someone to keep an eye on, I'd say. Yeah,
fantastic. So, certainly some talent out there, isn't there? If you go through, you can see a few players there playing at West Adelaide, Norwood, Eagles, Glenelg. So there's a real smattering of Sandful through there. We've got some number changes here, which is good to see, as well as the ball just comes around. Gee, that was an interesting turn there. Very low centre of gravity. Gets it towards Skip Barrow. He's out now in the orange boots, and this is a player of like Jack Thomas, although it was over his head. Barrow comes in to help, gives Thomas that space. Good noise through the middle there. Good work there by Macklin McKay. Just grasped the ball this way, that way. That's a great piece of work there by Skip Barrow. Done 3 or 4 things there. And this is the player, Jack Cook, we were told to watch out for pre-game. I was privy to a discussion. He's got the jumper tucked in. Normally has the socks up as well. And very fast feet, we're told. So, bit of circle work here. It comes out. But Immanuel have pushed that ball back into a dangerous position. Big fella gets around. They come to assist. Kick comes in. It's right across the face of goal. And it will be a free kick here to Sacred Heart to relieve the pressure. And geez, he gives it to Hildyard, but along the ground. So 1-2, they've got to work this out. Quick feet there. Comes across to the player. That's a dangerous kick that has to work if you're going to come inside on a 45. The amount of times that comes undone. Gee, the big fella gets hold of it, and that was Charlie West. playing with the Eagles as well, and out of bounds. So you can see they're using the yellow ball because we will end up going into some night games throughout the day. So I see all the crowd coming back, so I reckon the rain must just about be starting to fall as well, unless they're going back to get a feed and or up into the grandstand. As ball just bobbling around here, it's anyone's ball, so a big handball comes out, and charging through was Gus Downs, the only one that really wanted it out of all that crowd. Just at the back of this pack now, and Immanuel come around the corner with a hack kick. It's up, it's down, the umbrellas are going up. Charging through there, got his own ball there, was Tom Dermody. Puts it out the grass again. Player's going to go over the top. Well done, good running on, great support from Ethan McInerney. Have I said that right?
Yep, McInerney.
Oh well, 1 out of 2 ain't bad. And ball just bobbles out of bounds, but they did well there, Sacred Heart, Connor, under pressure from this pocket, cross the other side and get it out of bounds.
Yeah, they've done well early in the game, just being able to switch the ball, but as soon as the umbrellas are out now and there's a bit of rain falling down, it might be a little bit harder as the game goes on.
Geez, look at them run here. That is fantastic play. 1, 2, 3 handballs, kick to the hot spot, trying to work to the front, but the big body there pushing through of Immanuel. Geez, here's a little go right in front of goals now. Comes around. This way, that way. Immanuel under pressure, just a hack kick out. This will give the Sacred Heart player an opportunity, probably 35 to 40 out. Number 35 is Daniel Stewart. Well, Connor, I'm going to put you under pressure. Welcome to commentating. What do you reckon, mate?
Daniel Stewart, he's been good. He started off in the 3s this year and he's worked his way into the 2s. And kicked a few goals against us when the 2s versus the 1s, so I'll back him in from here.
Oh, I like it. You back him in anyway, but no, good on you. Gee, interesting kicking style. He sort of ran around on the angle and then sort of really tried to penetrate that ball through, and a little bit offline because we are going 25-minute quarters straight with a 5-minute break in between.
Now a toss from half back. Immanuel choosing to play it safe, a bit of possession football. Josh Alters, the skipper.
Nice
a bit
kick.
of time before his next decision. That was a very nice kick, beautifully timed. Finn Crouch. His junior club was Glenelg / Camden. He goes far. Pack forms. No one comes out with the mark. Clever ground play from Clem though. Tried to get it out to a handy man. He couldn't quite weave the ball through there, unfortunately. But now McInerney, going out further, has turned it over by the looks, so just that rush kick coming out of the defense, and that'll be a learning lesson for him and his team. In the meantime, taking the set shot, it looks like this will be Jack Cook, trying to get a look on that far side. I don't see too much rain coming in, so I don't think it's too heavy at the moment, and it shouldn't affect the turf too much because the ground conditions are really superb, and the groundskeepers can have a pat on the back for the job they've done today, but we'll see what difference it makes to the slippery ball throughout the afternoon. So now stepping up, Jack Cook misses everything.
Good build-up though, Indy.
There'll be plenty more where that came from, hopefully. So play continues. Coming out wide. Kick in wasn't as effective as they would have liked. Tackling numbers really scrambling in now. And the umpire's called a ball up. So it's still at half forward for Immanuel. They can do some damage here. Bam! Thumping hit out from Immanuel. Try to weave together some play through here now. Harrison Goods had to get down to turf. Played for Goodwood in the juniors. Big smother. Huge falcon as well to go with that, if you don't mind. That was the efforts of, I believe, Joel Parker. That was fantastic stuff. Really great intensity that led to the eventual smother. He had to put his paw
ball. I would like to thank Thompson and SA Veterans Cricket for the 40s, 60s, and 70s of the veterans for the hand today. A shot was on and punched through their sacred heart. And of course, Tim Kerr down there with the coffee around providing great food, drink for all involved. Ball with sacred heart. Just looking at there for the tickets too on hand front the crowd a lot position around now. Gee, really charging through on there that, of which there's about any out, so that makes it hard for viewers at home, but can't see the nuts from that side. It'll just push over. Big match is, and it's the free kick we talk about, and this Charles turn ball in hand, probably 55 out, just kicks to that hot front of goal. Yeah, very nicely taken up player. That was by Holly just in. Sorry, that Harry Giles is in. Really stood there and himself and took a grab. They come away on half bank and a turn over here to Josh, the captain.
Opportunity for this person. He wants to go the full cruise. Preferred set up. Came down the mark. A couple of sacred players crash down. The snap around is just under a for a make score it has. Fine cleanse. Fantastic finish.
Good. He looked at the goals, knew what he wanted to, but actually when you factor that down on the, as we see here, he's got just here and he's sort of just stopped. So I've got to hold the ball that way and kick it. Perhaps we'll say with all respect to the non-left footer and take a bit of skill and yeah, player just sitting off Ginger there. And here's Josh Alt, the captain. He's just a touch there. He's all right now. Just looking on as the ball up in the middle of the round.
So technically it's clear because it's clear that the square though it just tumbled like a tumble out of back there. It's now all up, leaning the right screen just by the full fifth Immanuel. Be up by the square itself. Taps down and you're right. David Dice catches forward. No Mark Clem. He's going to win back his own ball. His teammates help him try and dump it forward. But good hard defense. Also seems to be superior since although they're not a try yet. Trying to weed their way around the line. In fact, pressure there. Harrison good made sure the ball did go anywhere. Be a win on the broadcast side. Towards forward in that side. Going a little short there. It's the done though. Being out. Sacred Heart. You get forward. Go through the corridor. Like the look was down there. Having superior positioning though. Really good marker from Jed Lake. Okay, no, he didn't actually take it. Managed to get it down. Allowed his new position to arise. Macklin McKay. Close up. Just yet. Just becoming a little more sim as I reckon they could change the defense plays a little bit. Got Simmers around here to use. Miles as well. Working with a couple of other teammates. They got Corey again. They got the action. So Daniel Spitz. He goes far. On the wing. This is Joel Parker. Keeps running. It's not 1-1 there, but the options were limited. In fact, free kick, I reckon, cut wasn't able to get proper positioning. Jed Locker's mark.
So, Albert once again getting a lot of the ball. They come inside that 45 degree angle, not a fan, but they out again on the 45 degree angle, goes out the wing. And then the kick will off where they come from the pocket back flank into that centre back area. But it's risk reward on it because if it comes on the opposite and gets of it, can really get it down. It could be a shot on goal.
Definitely the danger kick. It's great to pull it up, but when you don't, it's even worse.
So the ball on that far side is only 10 seconds to go down the quarter. Can load up again here, so hard to kick into the man on the mark. Track to his turtle. Come through his hand, they say, and the Immanuel leading 3 goals, 21 to 1 to 8. We'll take a short break and be back to the big quarter very shortly.
Welcome back to Thebarton Oval. The current score sitting at quarter time, 3 goals 3, Immanuel 21, 1 goals 2, Sacred Heart Second College 8 points. So an interesting game we've got on our hands at the moment, a 13-point margin, although I reckon Sacred Hearts did have a decent period in that quarter, just didn't quite convert the way they would have wanted. I've noticed the teams used the corridor a little bit, Lewis.
Yeah, definitely. I think Anton Vasolo, the coach of the Sacred Heart team, will be a little bit disappointed in the way that our boys reacted to the pressure from Immanuel. I think the Immanuel pressure was at a high standard for the first 25 minutes, and a few times they sort of just coughed it up in bad areas, but I'm sure they'll be able to regroup, and maybe the corridor might not be the way to go given it's getting a little bit wet.
Yeah, so interesting, and we've got great footage. We've got a fair few cameras out here today, so we're able to give you an insight into the huddles, because we were right at the Sacred Heart one up close, and we can see the Immanuel one. Look at Mark Bickley, not over animated, and there we are. We're actually in the huddle with the boys there. So it's it Noah Hyde, big number 60. No, that's Harry Giles.
Yeah.
So what number's Noah Hyde?
He's number 6.
He is number 6. So there's 2 number 6s.
Yes, there is.
Reggie Rapana. So we're right in close down. The captain's speaking there, Finn Renitz. And players come away, and they've got a little bit of work to do, Indy.
Yeah, I reckon Reggie Rapana might be 46 actually, Tony.
Ah, very good spot, sir.
They would give numbers to the same players. You said a 4 to the end of his bracket, and I reckon from there we've got a pretty accurate representation of the list as far as I'm concerned. At least what I'd be hoping. So as the players come out, it'll be interesting to see what the adjustments were for each team. I think Mark Bickley would be happy, but probably not happy enough to feel like he's comfortably got control of the game. I don't think this is a very controlling game from either team. It's really going to be the difference in stoppages, I reckon. You can see the fans in the background, though, getting a bit of sausage sizzle and grabbing a bite from the local stall there, obviously. There's also a coffee shop nearby as well. I'm sure it's also contributing quite a bit. Again, it's a relatively cold day. It won't be getting any warmer, we can tell you that much, but we hope you're warm and comfortable wherever you're watching from, whether it be up in the stands or on the other side of the world. You can watch these live streams anytime, any place you'd like. But
just been given a couple of jumper number changes. Number 67 is Harry Giles. Number 46 is Archer Van Dorn, and number 16 is Noah Hyde. So thank you, Connor, for that, because a little bit of local intel goes a long way when we're calling out names and numbers, and grandparents and parents and friends and partners and everything are watching. So all good at the moment. Just having a look at what's happening here as Immanuel burst out of the middle there. Big kick forward up front there. Can't quite get his hands to it, was Nash Clem, but he's a good target. Still working well as a team. 1, 2, 3. They're under pressure here, Sacred Heart. Player dives on it. You could be in trouble with that. Driven into the turf, and the umpire says we will take a ball up.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one. So will the advantage to one side of the screen over the other work in Sacred Heart's favour? Right now, does it look to be the case? Here's Clements again. Tyson Clements didn't really connect with boot properly there. Daniel Hilliard clearing it out now. The Sacred Heart defence is on the move. They stick the ball to the near side of the wing. That's not a very effective kick, but it bounces favourably. Oh no, the teammates had to ride each other on their own bump. That wasn't according to plan, and Hilliard has been caught holding the ball here. So Jack Thomas now with the ball in hand. He contemplates the options. Steps off on the left. Didn't really hit a favourable position. It looked to be 2-on-1 with the extra spoiler favouring Sacred Heart, but they might still be able to get out of trouble. Not quite. Back to the corridor it goes. Risky kick. Crummers can't quite get it out goal side. They're desperately trying here though. Joel Parker looming over the pack, getting involved there. Looked to be Riupana. And I think, Tony, we've got a new guest in the box for this second quarter.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We'd like to thank Connor Lewis, who is coming back in the third quarter, of course, but we're joined by Ezra Foster here from Immanuel, and we'll just wait for break in play, Ezra, and we'll introduce you formally as Immanuel are flying at the moment, and they're around the corner here. 1-2, good support, good backup. Look at the handballs going there. They get it across. They're going to go inside 50 now with a long kick-off. Player on his own. He's in the pocket though. So this is Macklin McKay again with the green boots. Easy to spot, and he's quite lively. So he chips it off. Well, the big fella there puts the jukes up, and that is Charlie West and a little bit closer. So first of all, welcome, Ezra. So mate, I'm going to put you under pressure just on this kick about to come in. What do you think? Is he going to kick it? The big fella? Yeah, Charlie West, all right. The last bloke that said that, his teammate missed. So we'll see how we go here, mate. We might get you on board with this. Oh, gee, he kicked it high, hasn't he? Oh, there we are. Welcome to Commentator's Curse, Ezra. Yeah. So tell us a little bit about yourself. You're out injured, unfortunately, at the moment.
Yeah, I'm in year 11 at Immanuel, and yeah, I'm out with a bit of a small tear, MCL.
Oh, okay. Yeah, medial.
Yeah.
So medial, the inside, which leg? Right leg, left leg? Kicking leg?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute as we see them loading up again. Gee, quick on the hands, are they? And around the corner, this time on the right boot, and that is Macklin McKay with his second. So, gee, he's lively up forward, isn't he, Macklin, and around the ball?
Yeah, he's very good around the ball. Yeah, he's quick, got good foot skills as well.
So, you're a right footer, and the tear's in the medial, so the inside of the right leg?
Yeah.
And how long are you expected to be out, mate?
Yeah, something, I think 6 to 8 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah,
so pretty big one. Well, we wish you all the best in your recovery. I'm sure you're out there either riding a bike or swimming the pool laps. I've done that with a crook knee, mate. So not real flashes. Our scoreboard's gone down. So, well, we'll keep score ourselves here. Don't you worry about that. We'll have all the scores for everyone. And that's a nice goal, Immanuel surging ahead. So how are you finding it with Mark Bickley coaching and teaching you boys? Looks like very well drilled in some of the patterns and sharing of the ball.
Yeah, it's good. He's very knowledgeable, so as always, we're always learning. And yeah, he's got good methods around the ball and teaching us a lot of stuff with transition and ball movement.
All right, as the ball, just keep an eye on this at the moment. That's Max Disbury. Gee, long, low, penetrating kick, but direct to target, and they're playing really good football here. Kai Reid, and he kicks that forward again. Oh, big reach up by Sacred Heart. Couldn't quite take it, so will they clear here through Jack Gray? He goes out the other side. It's almost like circle work again. Nice little grab there on that far side, and they're going to come down the wing. There's nothing behind him, and I'll tell you what, there's not a lot in front of him, so he's taken 2 bounces, the lad. Well done. But undoes it just with that kick out of bounds on the full. One might say champagne football, but of course with schools football we'd say no, it's not champagne, it's probably maybe kombucha or something like that, but certainly a non-alcoholic type of football it was, as the well, there are Powerade out there on the sign. So comes along that wing now, or reaching around. Good defensive work by the Sacred Heart player, and yeah, just coming back to Ezra. Immanuel, mate, working quite well as we said, and they'd be quite happy with 4-1 as we speak.
Yeah, it's a great start actually. Yeah, what we were looking for really at the start. It was good to just get it straight out the blocks, get a couple goals on and put the pressure back on Sacred Heart.
We see the lights come on. Do you train much at night down there, or your training's mainly through the day, or have you played any night games yet?
No, we haven't trained or played at night. We don't have any lights at the school grounds, but it does get a bit dark during the middle of winter, so it can get pretty dark sometimes. Yeah,
so it's going to be new to some of the boys out there if it gets dark early down here at Thebarton. You probably finish the game before it gets real dark, but the other couple of teams, so it might be an advantage to you guys to play in daylight. To be honest, but wet weather, they're any good in wet weather? You've got to be wet and dry weather, don't you?
Yeah. We I think we adapted pretty well when we played Rostrevor in the wet.
Very good. All right, we'll come back to the call.
Max Disbury got the free kick clearance. Oh, waiting at the back of the pack there to get a dribble goal. Doing a fantastic finish. I reckon getting another look at him, that looks like it might be Kai Reid. Might be wrong. Just take a look at the replay though, because it was a really good goal and probably one of the quickest transitions to goal in the game, as you can see. I reckon that was Kai Reid. Yeah, that'd be his first goal for the game, and that was an important one as well. It was a game-high 19-point margin earlier. You can see the rain contrasting with the lights which are just turned on at the ground, and that signals how dark the clouds in the sky have been. We're not expecting any thunderstorms, but it will be a pretty gloomy remainder of the afternoon going into the night time. So be prepared for that, and be prepared for anything in the context of this game. It could go either way still. It's a 13-point margin. Can Sacred Heart turn back the momentum the other way? Good overhead hand pass from Jack Hutton. It works effectively now with the centre clearance to back it up.
Great
and
kick.
A mark inside 50. It's Kai Reid again. This time he had front position. Last time he waited at goal side. This time he wanted to get a piece of it. Clever kick to the pocket. Mark juggled and successfully on the third bite or so, Max Disbury completes it.
Yeah, he's a good size, young Disbury. Good strong lead as well. Not much you can do about that when the pinpoint kick comes in.
This will be for consecutive goals for the first time for Sacred Heart's second college today. Momentum can change very quickly, but not with that kick. It's just gone a little shy of the required hook that it needed to get back for the journey. Minor score only. So coming out of defense, the new task at hand. Jack Gray, effective kick. Going along the far side. Eli Barnes finds a teammate. Contemplating the options. Little indecisive, but wrong decision sometimes better than indecision. Scenarios like this, the time paid off for what looked like the right call, but the kick into the corridor there wasn't so sweet. So now Sacred Heart looking to get a run on goal side through the corridor. It was vacant temporarily, but defensive numbers got back. This should be an intercept, but it isn't. The mark incomplete from the Immanuel defense, and now looking to punish on the turnover, finishing it off. Samuel Pridham with goal number 2, and they do get the consecutive goals required. Really nice finish there, and it shows what turnovers in the corridor can cost you.
Yeah, so there it is. Look at him lining up there, and well done by Samuel Pridham. He's got his second on the board, and a little mini fight back. And one of the questions I did ask earlier to our other guests, so Ezra, I'll ask you, the opposition get a couple of goals like this. Do you then go back to going, okay, we've got to go man on man, or we stick to our game plan and still let them play us?
Yeah, usually I reckon we stick to our game plan and just leaders will go to work, get everyone back up, lift the spirits.
Because it's where you need an igniter like this, isn't it?
Yeah. I think in the rain though, I think they'll probably start going man to man just because easy to defend and a bit easier in the rain.
Yeah, and it becomes, obviously the skills become a little bit harder. As we see Sacred Heart loading up again, just as I say, the skills become harder. There's a nice overhead mark, but high kick, so that makes courage have to come into play. And gee, I tell you what, he's having a real purple patch at the moment, young Kai Reid. Pops it out there on that far side, Samuel Pridham, this way, that way. They get it back. Reggie, who like his left foot, can't get onto his left, so it has to go back towards Reggie's. Given the ball when he's on hands and knees, and that's made it very hard for young Reggie there to get a foot to ball as the umpire comes in. You can see the rain coming down. As we said, we talk about the structures around that ball up, but around, very well done there, but it's a high kick by Sacred Heart, and it's just going to bounce out in front of the Immanuel player. He elects to come in on that little bit of an angle and gives it to Skip Barrow, who's also having a good game. Geez, races out towards this wing, just drops that short, very clever. And 23 is Isaac Evans. Comes back to, Skip Barrow's doing a lot of hard work. Good runner, is he, Ezra?
Yeah, he works hard. Yeah, he's good.
Really good player. Look at him. Nice penetrating kick, but I'll tell you what, as soon as you say that, he gives it straight back. And I'll tell you what, the big fella there, Jack Hutton's having a pretty good quarter as well for Sacred Heart as it comes along the wing. A little bit of kick to kick. Coming back to you, Indy.
Yeah, we
Jack
still
Bray.
haven't gotten the scoreboard at the ground fix, but I can tell you it's about a 6-point game at the moment. 2 goals and a minor score. Gone the way of Sacred Heart the last 5 minutes or so. Immanuel now a chance to respond. Macklin McKay has already got 2 goals. He's far up the ground in this instance. Finds a teammate, Isaac Evans. He looks towards the middle. He had a front-on lead, but decided to go deeper. Not to the advantage of numbers, but to the strongest pair of hands down forward. It was a good choice in the end. Josh Altus, the skipper, wasted no time with that kick, and how damaging it was. Managed to keep the defenders guessing. And they've got another set shot from about 35 metres out. Not on a particularly acute angle, but it'll be testing for Finn Crouch.
Just want to ask Ezra, the kicking like that, that's elite level kicking that. Do you do a lot of work under pressure or in traffic at training with kicks like that?
Yeah, I'd say we work on our skills a lot. And
Pinpoint.
we pride ourselves on our kicking, especially in tough conditions.
What do you reckon?
He's usually pretty good.
Oh, that's happened again, mate. We've got to stop asking that question. Fair dinkum. I thought that'll be a lay down was there.
To be fair, he made the call while the kick had already been in duress, so
can't
blame him entirely.
All right, let's have a look once again, Sacred Heart. As I said, they don't have the short. Have a couple of players lead a little bit here. He's going to go over the top because it's opened out space, and why not with big Jack Hutton in there, but it comes in a bit shorter, so they all fly right in front of our commentary position, trying to extract it there, the Immanuel team, and they get it around through Josh Aldous. Oh, player charging in, can't quite take it. It's anyone's ball right now. Dangerous position. Sacred Heart win out, but that's a high kick. Gee, getting under it there and being held onto. Jack Hutton, he had a lot of work go into him. Ball not out of bounds yet. Players test themselves out and bought the ground. That's a safe tackle though, and that is really being held in there, and a little bit of feeling out there, but quite good sportsmanship. And Daniel Hildyard getting up with ball in hand, gives it back to the umpire. He's a good size, Marcus. How do we say that? D Pizzle? De Pizzle. Yep. He's a good size too. He's a good competitor, is he, the big ruckman?
Yeah, he's good. He loves a good scrap.
There he is, just as we speak. And gee, what, 3 or 4 handballs here, Sacred Heart. And that's a great tackle. That is what you call work rate right there from Harrison Goods. And it was better than good. It was great. Very good work by the young man. And geez, it's bounced through, but put the players under pressure down here. I've liked the look of this player on the halfback flank charging through. They go out very wide now. William Freckleton turns, gives it back to the runner who can't get through, and that was Pridham. So Immanuel laid up again through Harrison Goods.
So awkward bounce, almost went up vertically, and Didn't really give a chance for any of the players to read it correctly, but now step-off kick from on the run has gone through for a magnificent goal.
Is it Jack Cook? Yeah, I got told about watch for his dancing feet. He's really got quick feet, young Jack Cook, and that was a great kick. Just the art, what you spoke about there before, Ezra, the art of having skill, isn't it, and knowing your capabilities. Look at this kick.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful left foot kick. He didn't kick it high, just penetrating and pretty much kicked it to the goal umpire over the top of his head. What position do you normally play? You up forward or down back?
Down back.
Oh, well, it must be good. I was going to say you probably spectate then and watch him take the ball down the ground. But how handy is it for a backman to see the ball come out of the backline area, come down the ground, and then finish off for the goal, not come straight back at you?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's good. It's probably the best feeling as a backman, knowing that you're not under the pump again.
So Sacred Heart talking about under the pump here. A couple of little fumbles there, and Tom Dermody gives it off. 1, 2, 3 handballs. They're in the middle. Very clever player is young Samuel Pridham. I've liked him. Gives it to the runner coming through, and that's a nice kick out of the pocket. Come on, umpire, sense of theatre, give that a mark. He doesn't, so the player says, well, don't worry, I can wheel around, give it everything I've got, and it's going to bounce just out of bounds, which of course these days is a free kick on that far side.
Yeah, I think one of his teammates wanted to get a last touch on that to make sure it didn't go against them, but couldn't get there in time, and there's a little bit of shepherding going on to make sure that he didn't get there, so clever defence there from Immanuel, and I reckon that type of defence is what forces the wayward forward entries anyway. I reckon the rain's also coming down about as hard as it has been for the game so far. Hopefully it doesn't get too much worse than this. Clearance from Sacred Heart, 1-on-1 down to the forward line. Trying to juggle it here, Daniel Stewart can't keep it alive. Eddie Pedler tried to come in with some backup support, that didn't work too well either. So it's a throw-in on the far side, left pocket for Sacred Heart Second College. Thrown back in. Ruck work. No decisive winner there. Now trying to come out, Elijah Luke. Hand passed it to a teammate. Big smother. Great defense, but they'll have to go back and still earn it because remains with Sacred Heart for the moment. Tom Dermody's kick is spoiled well. Good defensive effort from Jed Laycock. And they might get out of trouble here, although this kick was a little hasty, so it'll actually go back the way of Sacred Heart. Once again, Dermody's had a lot of the ball. He turns it over, though, this time in the middle. Now they got some run. McKay, his kick is a little undercooked, but it still makes it to the target. Charlie West, and the mark taken by who else but Nash Clem, who's got such a big presence. He's a very immovable object down there in the forward line.
And Ezra, he's a good target once again down there. The big fella, he moves well and gets out in front, and he's hard to beat, isn't he, with that ball in front of his big hands there?
Yeah, he's great. Chief's great. His nickname's Chief.
Chief?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
He's got probably the best set of hands going around, I reckon.
I won't even ask you this time.
The finish.
Oh, see? Don't put the moz on him. So the score at the moment, 5 goals, 434 to 3 goals, 422, that will be, and they're moving along. Got a couple of difficulties with the scoreboard here at the ground, but certainly not for those online. And a big hello to our friends out at Sportal at the AST and Australian Sports Technologies Network, because they've got a huge scoreboard set up there. That is the Sportal scoreboard, and they've got all the scores and the games going over there in Melbourne at the conference. So a huge hello to all the people at the Australian Sports Technologies Network.
Meantime, coming from full back, the turnover once again. This looks like Harrison Goods for Immanuel. So they go back in. It was 2-on-1. Ball didn't land in anyone's lap. It'll be taken to turf. It'll likely be called a ball up, although the umpire's whistle is being very patient with this contest. So just getting an extra look at things. It tumbles out eventually. Then on the check side attempt coming from Jack Cook. How about that? After missing a couple of convertibles, the most unthinkable happens. Jack Cook with the check side style goal.
And just winding around to 19 and a half minutes in, and we see that replay coming up. But I'll tell you what, just have a look when he kicks this. That's a very powerful kick for what we call a check side, or the opposite side. So Ezra, as good as that was, has he got a right foot?
Yeah, he does.
All right.
Don't know how much he uses it.
Nah, very good. I just thought I'd check with you, mate, see what your answer was. But, because don't forget, folks, a big game, Game 2 today as well, 5:30, St. Peter's versus Rostrevor. And then, of course, at 7:45, Sacred Heart College again versus Prince Alfred in a huge day of football here for the Sports Association for Adelaide Schools Football Day. Down here at Thebarton Oval. Come on down if you're looking for something to do and you love your football. Certainly some talent on display out here. A player took that up high as its highest point, took it to ground, let it go, and the umpire, he's being mauled by two players. Look at him go at him. Immanuel here try and extract it, and that's another one, Ezra, the work below your knees.
Yeah.
When there's contests like that on, difficult to do, and you know that's one of the hardest things at training. The coach rolls it out and there's two of you, and you've got to work hard for 3 or 4 minutes. It's a very hard thing to do, very tiring. But to Immanuel's credit, they're working quite well in those contests.
Yeah, it's another thing we work on as well. Making sure we've only got one going at the ball and getting it out cleanly.
So ball up, far forward pocket, as looks as though there's an opportunity for some forward play here. Smother on the line was really good. That was Jack Farquhar, in fact. So he let Max Disbury off the hook just a little, but then came in for the last second smother. You can see the hills in the background are also starting to fog up. The lights are on. And something's happening out there now as there's a clearance and hand pass out. Trying to get onto it. Rupana goes deeper down. It's going to have to be rushed over for a behind here at will. Oscar Talbot didn't want to risk anything, and he didn't, so he'll be coming out wider. Not much time left in this quarter. In fact, only 3 minutes left in this quarter. It's 25 minutes with no time on. Big mark in the dead set middle of the ground from Nash Clem. He's such a big force. Really difficult to beat. And he's got a man on goal side. It's Clements with the finish. The dribbling finish, in fact, goes out in style. And they've really started to pile on some momentum late in this second quarter now. Immanuel, a superb effort. Yeah, so what were your thoughts on that particular play? Not a most common instance, but that mark in the centre of the ground frees up the options so much, doesn't it?
Yeah, having that really big target of Nash, it allows the smalls to get to work, and it creates a lot of opportunities for the smalls with him having such a good kick.
So not much time left in this quarter. Tony New will be back with us in the second half. He's just doing a bit of homework for the next game, which we'll be providing you, because we're providing you with 3 different games. And as of right now, the ball up remains in the centre square. Sacred Heart really starting to fall behind now. It's 46-23. That is the game high margin. Oh, big mark in the forward though. This could change things late. Max Disbury played for the Brighton Bombers in his junior days. Finds himself with Sacred Heart's second college team now in his closing school years. A couple of Rostrevor spectators have also piled into the ground in preparation for the next game as well. So many thinking about what's on the horizon, but in front of us is the goal for Max Disbury. The scoreboard, as we can tell you now, is 4 goals 5, 29 to 7 goals 4, 46. It is a 17-point game. And opportunities sometimes got a little bit wayward for both teams, but I wouldn't label either of them particularly inaccurate. It's wet weather football, you keep that in mind. What was the toughest game you ever played through?
Do you mean for Immanuel?
Conditions-wise, I should say.
I've played in a lot of hail.
You played in some hail?
Yeah.
Coldest game?
Yeah, that's probably the coldest, I reckon.
Whereabouts, you reckon?
Back on the Eyre Peninsula. That's where I'm from.
Yeah, sometimes it does really snow up in the Houghton districts or even in Mount Lofty, so there are a couple of places in Adelaide you can play, and particularly in some of the country leagues that produce a bit of snow. But in the meantime, in the last 20 seconds, there could be time for a sneaky goal if Immanuel are effective enough from this last stoppage, although time will continue to tick, and you reckon time will beat them in this instance, but nevertheless, it's been a very impressive first half, and more importantly, thank you for your time as well. We really appreciate you joining us in the box. Tony and I will be back with all of your spectators after half time. As of right now, the scoreboard sits 7 goals 446 to 4 goals 529. But we're going to take an ad break, and we'll be back for the second half of our first School Leagues game for a long day ahead.
Still on the team. Well, folks, we're fortunate to be joined by Scott Upington, the coach of Rostrevor Senior 18. First of all, welcome, Scott.
Thanks, Tony.
And we've got you doing a job already, mate. You're doing a great job holding the umbrella. There's a bit of noise out here behind us. How's the prep going, and is your team any good in the wet?
Yes, no, we've played a pretty good game in the wet against Immanuel a few weeks ago. It's probably our best performance of the year, actually. So we certainly won the territory battle that day, and that'll probably be a key focus again tonight.
And how do you go working with the young players? Because they're young guys coming through, development's a big part of it, but do you talk to them about doing extra work? Because most clubs train the same, but you've got players at SAMFL clubs and local clubs, so do they do any extra work? And that might also be the mental side rather than physical.
Yeah, so we certainly try and obviously manage our players with their SAMFL commitments as well. But pretty much every training, Tony, we definitely have a little area focused on craft, where they can go and work on their things they need to work on, areas of their game they need to work on. So that's pretty much at the end of every session we do that, which is good, because it's obviously, we'd like to win some games of footy, of course, but we're also trying to develop them as young men on and off the field.
Tell us about involving the family and or carers, because some guys are boarders, they travel from interstate as well as local, getting the parents and carers involved, because I do know up there at Rostrevor, I've been up there, the half-time food up there is absolutely sensational. So how's the involvement with all of the family members?
It's certainly been a feature of the season, the afternoon teas at all the different venues. So yeah, we put on a pretty good spread. No, the families are great. They've been certainly really supportive of me, and we certainly try and involve them. And there's a lot of communication that goes out through our team manager Simo about sort of what's happening week to week, and if we've got after game functions and that sort of thing. So the school's really good at that. It's a real sense of community at Rostrevor, and the families are really involved all the time, which is great.
All right, on field, let's talk about a Scott Upington coach team. What are we going to see? Is it a long kick to a pack and lots of numbers? Is it spread and use of ball? Is it skill? What are we looking at?
Yeah, tonight it's going to be about three things: contest, pressure, and set up behind the footy. So it's obviously going to be it's a wet night. It's going to be a territory battle tonight. So probably strip it back a bit and just keep it simple. But that's what we did against Immanuel in one of our best wins for the year. So yeah, we're confident that stacks up, and if we can play the game in our front half, I think we'll be in for a good night.
Yeah, that's a big one, isn't it? I talk with a lot of coaches about that. Put the ball in the front half. It's one thing getting it in the front half. You might have 16 entries, though, but it's actually converting as well, which helps the backline when they see that ball go through. Tell us about playing under lights and night football with the yellow ball. Have the players done much practice around this?
No, we tried to find a couple of yellow footies at training Tuesday night, and we only found a couple of old ones, so this will be the first look at the yellow footy tonight, but I suppose it's got the same amount of air in it as a red one, so it shouldn't pose too many issues. Yeah, we haven't played at night. We train sort of twice a week straight after school, so but you know, we're looking forward to it, and sort of obviously tonight's a bit of a showcase for the competition, so it's good. It's good exposure for the lads.
No, fantastic. And look, a lot of them do grow up together, and then you get the guys that come in late. So teamwork is obviously a huge focus as well. Mate, we wish you all the best for this evening's game. Hopefully it just stays a little bit drizzly like this and not pouring down, and we'll keep an eye on proceedings. Thank you so much for joining us.
No worries. Thanks for having us, Tony. Cheers.
Thank you. And we'll go to an ad break.
Welcome back to Thebarton Oval. I'm back with Tony Neal as well as Connor Glewis, who returns with us for the third term after he took a little bit of leave in the second while we had another feature from Immanuel, and we really appreciate the players coming into the box and featuring as part of our commentating teams. It always adds a bit more life, the more the merrier, as they say, and it's nice here as the third quarter is about to get underway, and we'll see if the momentum can change the other way this time. It's currently a 19-point margin, and it's favouring the way of Immanuel, although it'll be interesting to see how things play out here. Things have gotten a little darker on the oval, as you can see on screen. Immanuel kicking back towards the right of screen, caught with their hands in the cookie jar there. Oscar Talbot just didn't get rid of it in time. Sacred Heart are wasting no time trying to traverse the far side wing. They're unsuccessful. Oh, but a bit of tackling pressure. Is that going to be last touch? It will be. Oh, that's a bit stiff on Eli Barnes, but that's reward for the tackle in my opinion. So great stuff from Sacred Heart as they go forward. Ooh, bit of crash and bash in that pack. No mark to come out of it. Lingering on the outside was Dermody. He got it out to a teammate, and they find an option in the forward line. Now, is this Pridham? I'm not quite sure. He's not going to go the journey. He's going to go deeper down. They didn't have goal side, so Immanuel might get out of trouble for the moment. But that kick is going to stretch their teammates wide. Going to force people to stay on the run. It didn't bounce favourably. A little bit of tackling infringement off the ball. Umpire said nothing of it. Jack Cook kept it alive. It moves back in the Immanuel direction. 2-on-2 on the broadcasting side wing. Taking it back, McEnany. Goes back to a teammate. His teammate was caught. Not penalised though. Immanuel somehow managed to lose possession in the chaos of it. And so do Sacred Heart. Out of bounds on the fall.
Yeah, so just on that wing here, and I was down there at half-time conducting an interview, and there is a little bit of drizzle there, but it's certainly not getting heavy. It's just around about an annoying sort of pace at the moment. It's Jack Cook playing a great game, but he kicks it to a big pack, and kind of the wetter that ball gets, the harder it's going to be with kicks like this, the 50-50s, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. They try and change the balls at each quarter break, but once you get into the late end of the quarter, it gets pretty heavy and pretty hard to execute your fundamental skills.
So what happens? Do you put it out onto grass rather than kicking a 50-50 high ball? What are the instructions, I guess, from your team? Yeah.
Well, a lot of the time we just try and claim territory when it gets wet, so like tapping it, soccering, anything just to surge it forward. and then just back yourself at ground level because that's where it's going to spend most of the time. And then try and avoid those danger kicks into the corridors, especially switching across goal.
All right, so the big fella here winds around on the right foot, and as you said, it's a fairly new ball at the moment. He kicks to the hot spot, as we can see, straight through the fingers there. Players, there's a lot of congestion around that ball. Who can get boot the ball? Oh, it's in the goal square. Still, this way, that way, out it comes. This is Tom Dermody getting that clearing kick. But look at the numbers here. Old Iggy's go up. Sorry, not Old Iggy's. Immanuel goal hits. There's an eye in there somewhere. And bring that ball to ground. But good contest. Just up with one hand. Big Bailey Fraser. Great to see a lot of lads here. We've got Reggie Rapina. I was just talking to his mother at half time as well from Rapina. We've got players from border districts. We go down Lincoln South, Archer Van Dorn, Port Magpies, Kybe Bolite, William Freckleton. So a lot of players from country areas. Then we go across to Immanuel, and of course we've got Lincoln South, Isaac Evans. We've got Keith, Josh Altus, Central York, Riley Davey, Cummins Ramblers, Charlie Turnbull, Barossa District, Jed Laycock, Pascaville, Tyson Clements, and way back Bailey Fraser as we come back to the game. And it is way back there in the centre of the ground. But, gee, just turning around in a 180, a nice handball out. Exactly what you said, Connor, that clearance to get it out. And nice possession. And I tell you what, Pridham, he gets around the ground and makes great positioning, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's been playing a bit of country footy over the last few weeks as well. Got best on ground for the A grade down in the southeast.
Oh, very good.
And it's good. He's not far away from playing in the ones, and he's been playing some good footy, so he deserves everything he gets.
Yeah, Border Districts, they're quite a strong team as well, I understand, down there.
Yeah,
so,
they've gone well this year, top of the ladder.
Yeah, to be playing A grade down there and then coming back and you guys get him here and, of course, at Glenelg. So, yeah, you got a lot to balance, haven't you guys? Like whether you're country or whether, you've got a local club, your Samford club as well as your school club, or your school team. And then, year 11 or 12 studies.
Yeah, it is a lot to balance, but the school and the clubs, they're very good at handling it. When we're at school, we're training Tuesdays and Thursdays, and when we're at club, we get released from school. Then the thing that obviously jeopardises that is the state guys who go and do their stuff. So.
Yeah, so Tom Dermody there again getting a lot of... He likes to centre that ball, and that's exactly what you might mention before. Just a hack kick along the ground will do, cover territory, this way, that way. That's a great pick-up. Nice snap around the corner and just unfortunately offline there. And that was Joel Parker as that ball came in. So, Indy, how are you seeing that ball out there? They're forcing it forward, Sacred Heart, aren't they?
Yeah, they've done well to not concede a score in this quarter. It's just getting a score in their own terms now is the main challenge. As you can see, Immanuel player using the jersey to wipe off a bit of the wet off the ball there. Shows what the conditions have been like throughout the game. Here's Riley Davey, co-vice captain. From fullback, looks dead in front of him, Macklin McKay.
It's having a great game too. Macklin McKay could be in line for a beanie and thongs. Yeah,
he'd be one of the early contenders. He looks to the corridor and hits out a target. Now under a little bit more pressure, Isaac Evans trying to get it forward. They managed to find it down towards centre half forward in who else's hands, but once again, Nash Clem. We haven't talked too much about the other Clem brother today, but Nash has been dominating. His kick doesn't quite hit the target there, though. Can they weed their way through traffic to get a crumb goal here? Perhaps not. Sacred Heart trying to rush it out. Oh, a bit of a smother on that one. Keeps the ball alive temporarily. Now Clem goes again with a large snap. It's going to go all the way out wide, just out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, 2 or 3 goes at that, Clem, didn't he? Kept that ball in as there's the, what'll that be, the 432 out of Adelaide. Going somewhere, who knows? Nicely painted aeroplane, but who cares? Back to the footy now, so we get hold of that cameraman for that. So we're back to the football on the far side, and they are got the Jets on here. Look at that nice work here, and Daniel Stewart. They link up very well here, Connor, and the players taking that risk to run off their opponents down back gives you an extra number, and I've liked him, Daniel Hillard. He's been good at it as well, and that's an unselfish kick, but it's 3-on-2. We need the cavalry. Yeah, go on.
Definitely. Daniel Hillard is Kai Reid on his left boot, puts it out in the full. But yeah, Daniel Hillard, they call him the Lizard. He's quick and he's a real runner, yeah. So he runs in the athletics across the summer. So he's the sort of bloke that we keep on the outside and try and move it on quick and kick it to space and use his legs. And it's definitely something we train. He's just trying to go fast and move the ball forward.
Is it after Blakey from the Swans, is it?
Yeah, I believe so, with the pace.
the lizard. I like it. So Jack Thomas just goes out on that left. He started very well, Jack Thomas, but we haven't seen a lot of him lately. But, geez, look at him run. Just as I say that, he's run on. Probably won't get to this pack as it's up there. Hilliard's there again, but that's a great set of hands. Who's that young player there, Connor?
Noah Hyde.
Noah Hyde, that's a great grab. And he gives it across to Archer Van Dorn. Van Dorn now from Lincoln South. Goes deep into the pocket. Oh, great crumbing work around on the left now. Sacred Heart are in attack. Up it goes. 1, 2, 3 on the ground. Trying to work his way through. Unselfishly gives it across. And just offline for a point, but very well manufactured and unselfish play there, Connor, by the whole Sacred Heart team. It doesn't matter who gets them as long as someone does.
Nah, definitely. The forward line are working very well together. Kai Reid especially. He hasn't been outmarked. He's bringing it to ground and kicked a goal in the first half. So hats off to him.
So they come out now, Immanuel. Just a quick one, mate. You've got two teams, or probably got more than two, but two teams. But you actually play against each other in this division. Do you train a lot together, and are there any secrets between the coaches that they might hold on to?
It's funny you say that because a lot of the boys playing in the ones this year had played in the seconds last year.
Yes.
And we all trained together on a Tuesday night, and as Immanuel go forward, hit down to the ground.
Just keep an eye on this for the minute. Little flick out.
There it is.
Round the corner by the man in long sleeves, and that was Charlie Turnbull. So a nice goal from one end to the other quite quickly by Immanuel. But and just for the people out there, we have got these outstanding young men into the commentary box, so we're going to be talking throughout the game as well. So yes, just coming back to that.
Yeah.
So you do train together. I know young Zane Scripps is playing Division 1 in the first team today. Young Bodie Ryan, of course, cousin to Jacob, who got drafted last year to Collingwood. So it's good to see. And I saw the state coach wander in. There's a few people around the place here watching these games. But, yeah, so how's that go Tuesday night? Is it competitive or is it muck around fun? And then what happens Thursday night? You separate?
Yeah, so Thursday night, we've as the ones boys warm up in the yellow Guernseys, so they normally wear the yellows on the Thursday night, and one team takes one half of the oval and one takes the other. But it's good. Like the Tuesday nights, we do a bit of competitive stuff, and you know when blokes are trying to earn their spot because they're really putting in, and it's just good for the culture to keep everyone together.
Nah, fantastic.
Jack Hutton doing well in the ruck mix today. Hasn't won every contest, but he's always had the presence to go with it. McKay, kick off the side of the boot, remains alive. They'll have a second effort at it. Jack Thomas, desperate to try and get on the end of that one. He just stumps it forward. Continues to tumble forward like a tumbleweed, does the Sharon. It stops at centre half forward. It won't stay there. Getting out of a bit of trouble now. That was well done by Cook. Now it goes forward to a vacant goal square, but the kick was offline anyway. It'll just be a minor score. The margin back up to what looks to be 25 points at this stage. That would be a game-high margin now for Immanuel. 25 points. Is that enough to get the job done, or can Sacred Heart fight back through it? Daniel Stewart with a big mark. Can he kickstart something?
Great kick.
Archer Van Dorn through the middle. Goes long. Kick was a little wayward, but the mark wasn't complete, so no turnover it will be. Instead, a scramble forces a stoppage just shy of half forward for Sacred Heart's second college.
So ball up right there at centre half forward, and the big ruckman number 4 there, Marcus de Pizol, gets it out. Comes backwards to Sacred Heart. Oh, player left it behind there. Unfortunately, Blake Wilby. And I'll tell you what, Immanuel won't let you get away with that. But that's a wayward kick and a good turnover there. The man with the mullet, Anthony McAvaney. So you're allowed to grow mullets at school now, Connor?
We are.
Things have changed, and that lad's just setting the trend apart. And good to see him setting up down back there once he got rid of that ball. You keep an eye on him. Oh, rising high. Wow, that was Max Disbury. What a spectacular mark that was. Hope we can get a replay a bit later of that one. So young Disbury, I tell you what, he's fired up too. He's kicked that right to the teeth of goals. Oh, the big Dukes go up. There's 2 outstanding marks to the Sacred Heart team. And who have we got here before he turns around? Tell us who it is.
Dan Stewart here. He's missed one today, but I'm sure he's ready to capitalise here.
Daniel Stewart, I'll tell you what, 2 fantastic marks as he wanders in. Oh, very lackadaisical. But tell you what, he knows what he's doing. That's a nice goal there to Daniel Stewart. And Indy, they creep a little bit closer here, Sacred Heart.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back huge marks, and that's all you need to make a complete play. That Daniel Stewart, no relation to the Daniel Stewart that once played for Port Adelaide.
I don't believe so.
Nah, but they're both tall blokes and they've both got some presence, so some similarities in the way they play. The set shot there, just the easy part of what he did.
Marion Rams is his home team, as we see the scoreboard there. But of course, we would like to thank Sportal for sponsoring our scoreboard today. And of course, we've mentioned it, they're at the Sports Technology Network, the Australian Sports Technologies Network, which is huge over there in Melbourne. And these games are being beamed live into that conference as we speak. So hello to everyone at the conference over there, and especially thank you to Sportal for putting those games up and all the outstanding work they do with their interactive scoreboards. There's a nice mark here, Immanuel going forward, and he really does straighten them up, Big Clem. So Big Nash, and he hasn't turned around to have a look at the goals. My father used to mention that. Turn around and look at where you're going to kick it. Didn't help me because I was a full-back. So young Nash Clem knows what he's doing. Look at him, nice, big couple of breaths. Runs in very straight. Really good action about him. Ball over the foot. Look at that. That is perfection. Show that to the AFL guys. That's how you kick a goal. No messing around, running around in circles and side on or anything. So Nash Clem now has his third, and that's the quick answer, Indy, for Immanuel, that can sometimes take the wind out of your sails if you're Sacred Heart. They were 19 points down at the start of the quarter. They're now 25, so outscored in this quarter by Immanuel. 2 goals, 1 to 1 goal, 1 for the quarter so far, 14 minutes in. And a bit of the coaching staff just looking on there.
You wouldn't say it's too suggestive of the way that the quarter's actually played out, though. I reckon extra inside 50s going the way of Sacred Heart, Second College. Could have gone very, very differently had some of those entries just been a little bit more effective. So they've ticked a few boxes in this quarter. Unfortunately, the game-high margin going the other way is what ultimately matters, as players now scrambling for the ball. It tumbles just outside of the centre square. Manuel go forward again. No intercept mark taken. Sacred Heart allowed to earn the sharing back the hard way. They do for the moment. Clearing it out. Hit the pack on the far side wing. No mark taken. Tackling pressure enforced by Elijah Luke, making sure the ball doesn't go anywhere. And speaking of mullets, the umpire's got a fine one out there.
Oh, well noticed, Indy. You are on fire, mate.
Ruckman going at it. Cleared out by Rupana. Huge fisting spoil there from the Immanuel defence. It'll lead to another forward entry. Mark complete. Nash Clem once again. He's another contender for the beanie, I reckon. Hasn't kicked a huge bag, but his presence is unbeatable. The type of one-on-one contests he can win. This will be for a game-high 3rd goal.
It was a long kick in too, wasn't it? Just a quick bang on the foot by the player, and yeah, lining up now.
Opportunity to be the leading goal kicker for the game. He misses. Hopefully that doesn't cost him the beanie and Archie thongs.
I think he's already kicked 3 as we speak. McKay has got 2, Turnbull 1, Clements 1, and Jack Cook's got 2 as well. And I may have missed one from the last quarter when I was out.
I've got...
Anyway, we'll come back to it as Sacred Heart over and back. Just that hack kick forward, but playing in front, that's the advantage. You never make that metre up, Connor. When you play in front, your opponent's never going to make it up on you. And look, you've got the advantage here. Come on. What's he going to do? Is he going to kick it? Oh, he's pushed.
Off to the right.
Did a bit of a dive afterwards, made sure the umpire saw it, but that is on the full. So, yeah, rushed there. As just that short kick. So we haven't seen much of this today. The ringer Rosie. Gee, you had a player short there in Jack Thomas and elected to go to a dangerous position. That had to hit. And talking about hit, that was Jack Farquhar who got hit, but gets up with the ball in hand. He's got the outriders running to the boundary. He elects to kick it down towards the halfback flank there. Big fly, nice punch. Look at him get onto it. The man with the mullet, he's our cult following for the day. Ethan McEnany just taps along the boundary from Brighton Bombers, and good to see a lot of these lads. This is something you'll remember the rest of your life, Connor. Your final couple of years at football, but playing with your schoolmates, unless you go up to Immanuel old scholars, but some of you may go on to league footy and who knows. But you remember these great times. You got your club footy, but your school footy, very important and a great standard.
Definitely, and although you do have the old scholars, a lot of the time they play at the middle school, so it's not quite the same training at the main and playing there as well. But we've done well this year. We've had players like Hamish Hartlett come through and talk to the lads about the importance of... Oh, that's going to be a kick-in from Blake Wilby, I believe. But no, the school's done very well at making us realise how special it is, and I think the boys definitely take it on board, or so the Year 12 boys do.
I've come to plenty of games down there. We've been watching certain players and so on over the years. The atmosphere down there, when that ground gets full, it's as good as any game you'll go to anywhere. The noise and the atmosphere that reverberates around that Sacred Heart School is unbelievable.
It's great.
Huge crowds.
Quite a small oval in itself, and the fencing around the oval is quite small as well, so there's not really much distance between the boundary line and the fences, and people are in on the action. I think that's what makes it all the better.
Because your Intercol this year will be away, will it, I reckon, against Rostrevor?
Yeah, so the 100th Intercol this year, so it should be a very big occasion, and I know the Rossi boys are very keen, and so too are we, so we look forward to it. August 26th, I believe.
All right, well, we'll come back to the game at hand.
Yeah, awkward spinning ball goes up high. Definitely not the required distance to register a mark. It won't anyway as players tumble forward. Immanuel find a route to escape potentially here. Off at the left, it's a turnover in the middle. Mark taken now by what looks to be, I reckon...
Sacred Heart, I reckon.
Yeah, no, well, I'm thinking of Boo from Sacred Heart. This is Rupana. He doesn't take the mark. It'll be turned over again. Immanuel this time.
Great running. Yeah, great vision too.
Yeah, right through the corridor, that one. Skip Barrow. Skip Barrow, I probably pronounced it incorrectly one way or the other. It comes down to a one-on-one at the half-forward flank. But it's gone over the boundary line. It'll just be a simple throw-in in the right forward pocket for Immanuel.
Skip Barrow, what a fantastic name. Just so I'll get these thoughts. He should be sailing a boat over there in the Bay of San Francisco or something. Fantastic names out here. The lads these days, absolutely sensational. I almost thought it'd
be Skipperoo, as in play on words.
Whoop.
Oh.
Just as a point goes through. So, but I'll tell you what, he's certainly a great player. He rang wide on that wing, and Connor, that's an art not to get sucked towards the ball. You know, see ball, get ball, bees to honey, or seagulls to the chip. He stayed out wide and then allowed the, look what happened. Immanuel then get the shot on goal down there. Is sort of almost clearing skies. I think it's an optical illusion. Now, it looks like the sun's coming out, but it's actually the lights, but it's quite bright out there. Look at him working the ball through the forward line here. Oh, another player on his own. And that was very well executed. Geez, he had to reach up and he's hurt his shoulder there, I reckon. Young fella, I hope he's all right. Just a stinger.
He's already got strapping on it, so maybe it's re-aggravating an existing injury.
Oh, he's holding the ball in that right hand. I'll tell you what happens when you have an injury, Indy. This is Tyson Clements, and you're going to have a shot at goal. You very rarely give that ball away. This was down the wing or half-back flank. He'd probably put the hand up, so I'll just wander off. But in front of goals, mate, this is young Clements' time to shine as he wanders in. Nice kick off the boot. Don't give him a high five on the right arm. And he's going to stay out there. Well done, young man. And I'd be interested to follow up. He's out at Nord. Young Troy Clements was a great player, of course, at Nord. And I'll be interested to see if he's the son of or maybe a relative young Tyson, and very good player there, and kicking a team goal. So they've got 3 goals 3 for the quarter to 1 goal 1. Sacred Heart got a little bit of work ahead of them. Nice accurate scoring. I like that. More goals and points, and 10 goals 8. So they're working their way along through not real trying conditions. There's hardly any breeze out there, but just that little bit of dew on the ground. Big punch forward there, Marcus De Pizzol, and around it comes Sacred Heart.
Oh,
just
almost out wide. So back on the wing, and then back forward. Really starting to get on top now. It could be the red time, I suppose, in the third quarter that really settles the game for Immanuel and cements it. We'll see how things go in this next passage of play, though. There was a turnover temporarily. Elijah Luke, trying to get out of trouble, uses a teammate to do so. McKinnon goes far. One-on-one.
Good grab, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jack Gray prevailed in that contest. He's had some good body work and taken a couple big marks today. Defensively been exactly what Immanuel have needed. Long ball, Pat going up, and the leap eventually completed. It wasn't the biggest spec you'll ever see, but on the second bite, it was a completed mark. So now, key towards the centre of the ground. No mark taken by Disbury. He'll have to rush the kick in. He still gets a drop punt onto the favourable numbers, but the Crummers won't be able to get onto that ball. It looks like a couple of them have peeled off. One came in from the side, though, going with the short kick, and that just goes the required journey to register to Giles. But no, it didn't. So they had to play on instead, rush it through, only for a behind.
Now, Connor, who was that took that? He's been a good player out there, that blonde-haired lad.
Yeah, Gus Downs, his name is. He's the youngest bloke in the squad. He's the only Year 10 playing in the squad tonight within the 2s and the 1s, and he's out at West Adelaide, played a bit of 16 state this year, and he's a good footballer, very talented and agile.
Why? Yeah, he's a really good player. I see him just trotting. Keep an eye on him as he's trotting across the cricket pitch now. Or a player just pushed near the boundary. They do have a very wide boundary here, so quite safe, and that's clever play. The big fella tried to paddle it and tried to outdo the umpire there, Charlie West, and the umpire said, no, I think with your body, mate, and your right hand, that must be out of bounds. So we'll take a throw in as the migrating wildebeests come in. That means a lot of players are now coming in around the ball. A couple of players behind the ball, which is good. Just a straight, solid punch out of bounds again, and we'll say the umpire, throw it in again. Maybe give it a bit more oomph, mate, if you can. Get these ruckmen back a bit, see if they can go over the top. There it goes. That's a better throw. Goes sideways now onto it. Oh, player just handballed that back into a lot of traffic there. They'll get a ball up. What's the setup, Connor, off a ball up here, mate?
In this league, just anything. We try and even up the numbers, but since Immanuel have created this lead, they've sagged one back, so they're playing 7 defenders just to give them that easy out when we go forward.
Oh, you might be a coach in waiting, mate, or a commentator in waiting. I'll tell you what, that's very well spotted there, and Immanuel now forward again, 2-on-1. Player picks it up, very well done there. That's young Downs again, as we mentioned earlier. Player went the body first, and then the ball, he did pick the ball up, gets it across to a player in front now. Oh, he couldn't quite get it through that time, Jack Cook. Player wrestled off the ball there, hit hard. Cook, umpires let that go, and they're under pressure here, Sacred Heart, and a bit of physicality. One thing I'd like to ask you, Daniel Hildyard, I don't reckon I've seen him lose a 50-50 contest out there today.
No,
Tell us about his competing.
He's a competitor. It's a bit of a shame that he didn't come out to try out for Glenelg this year. He was focusing on his running, so his footy sort of took second step, but he's definitely a talented footballer. His older brother Charlie played a great level, and also his old man was a really good runner.
Yep.
But he's a real competitor, and he just loves playing the game, and he's got great skills. So hopefully next year we see him progress, seeing as he's year 11, into some good first 18 footy.
Wow, so he's got another year left yet, and it's great. I really appreciate it, Connor, that you can give us some of that insight and background into some of your teammates. As we say, we do have a bit of fun here at times, but there's a serious time, and just to get that background on players. So we're going to take a short break. 10-8-68, 5-6-36, Thebarton Oval, bathed in false light as we speak.
Welcome back to Thebarton Oval, three-quarter time of the first of three games you're going to witness today. It's Immanuel, 10 goals, 868, leading Sacred Heart, second college, 5 goals, 636, a game-high 32-point margin. You'd think it'd be over at this point. Is 25 minutes enough to get 32 points on the board? We'll have to wait and see, but this has been a pretty interesting contest. And talking about early contenders for the Dartfish Beanie and Archie Thongs, I personally think Tyson Clements with a game-high 3 goals has been really good. I've liked the look of Nash Clement, his sheer presence, and I've also liked Macklin McKay. So there's a couple to choose from there. Any others that have stood out to you, Tony?
Yeah, well, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Macklin McKay for me, Nash Clem, yeah, they're my two. Jack Cook had a good game as well. We go across, of course, to Sacred Heart, and I've really liked Daniel Hilliard's game out there. Really good runner, and geez, I tell you what, he's exciting when he gets hold of that ball. Samuel Pridham, number 10, who's had plenty of the ball and playing a great game with a couple of goals as well. We go down there, Kai Reid at times, Gus Downs, that was interesting to watch the lad take the spectacular grab, and Daniel Stewart's been the other one. As we look down the list there, and Max Disbury at times, that beautiful big long kick on him out of the middle, really likes to get hold of it and puts it into a great team advantage, pardon me, down the ground when he does. And he's a big, strong lad. He's going to be a very strong competitor for them as well. So, yeah, several players on both teams. As we see the huddles there, and there's Alejandro up the back with his GoPro, one of our great friends here at Filming Footy and Dartfish.
Yeah, it's always nice to get that closer perspective on things, and obviously we're very thankful for all of the help that Alejandro and James Mamundi are giving us on the boundary line today. And we'll have many more to thank once it's all over. But we haven't even scratched the surface of today. We're not even finished with our first game. We've still got another quarter to play out of it. Well, I'll tell you what, Lewis, how do you think Sacred Heart could potentially get back into this one? Is 32 points too much, or do you maybe try flood tactics at this stage of the game?
Yeah, look, it's obviously it's decent target to kick in the last quarter, but if Immanuel are going to, take one back, we should be able to have a lot more of the ball along this half-back, sort of through the middle area, and it's just going to come down to composure going forward, because I think we've had the ball enough when heading forward, but there's been a few too many dump kicks and not as many guys at the feet. So you got Jack Hutton, he's up forward, Daniel Stewart, if those blokes take a few marks, I think hopefully we'll be able to get back into it.
Rain has eased off just a little bit for the moment, although a lot of the fans still sit in the Thebarton stands, so it'd be quite contempt and cosy where they are at the moment. And Immanuel will want to stay that way for the rest of the game. This early clearance, pivotal! Oh, just got boot to ball there. Could have been a huge holding the ball. One of the tackles of the game if he landed that one. Riley Davies, vice-captain, goes forward. It'll be crumbed by Dermody. Can he get it out of trouble? He's got some teammates to use. Back through the corridor it goes. This time for Sacred Heart. One-on-one, no mark. Tipping towards the centre circle. Sacred Heart had the backup they needed. But the accuracy of the kick not so great. It'll come out a little wider here though. That was accurate. Now Kai Reid has only kicked the one goal for the game. He just missed Disbury. Now he's got to try and mop up the mess, and he socketed off the deck. Not a whole lot of effort into that one. He was really unhappy with the result. I reckon he actually kicked the turf before the ball, and that can hurt you sometimes.
Well, it can, Indy, and yeah, just a little bit of fatigue probably creeping in as well, and opportunity gone knocking there, and that's that dangerous kick again here by Immanuel. They get out of it because they come wide, so they've come diagonal, and that's a high kick in front of arguably one of the better players on the ground, Macklin McKay. Gives a handball back, 1, 2, 3. The player on his own now. He's going to drive that in. That's lowering the eyes and kicking at the big Clem, Nash Clem. He wheels around now, tries on the left. It's gone higher than it has gone distance-wise, but I reckon it travelled the required distance. So Jonty Clem, brothers are waxing, and he kicks what looks like a beautiful lead. It actually wasn't, but it looked like it. And good grab by Sacred Heart, and they're out here through Blake Wilby. Out that far side, ball bounces, having to wait there, and they get it across now. Is that Pridham again?
Gus Downs there on the outside.
It was, yeah, so he's done a mountain of running there. This way, that way by Kai Reid, gets it back inside. Here's an opportunity, great tackle down there by Immanuel in the last line of defence. It's anyone's ball right now. Player goes in, tries to get it out to the outriders. 1, 2, 3 are diving in there. The Immanuel player picks himself up, and that was because Skip Barrow. Here's a go around the corner, and I'll tell you what, that's a sausage roll. Connor, did you see who it was? Was it Tom Dermody there, was it?
It was one of them in there. I'm not completely sure who it was. It looks like as if it might have been Kyrie by the looks of it. Double
Let's
check.
have a look here. Comes around. Yeah.
Harry Hosking.
Harry Hosking it was. Number 65. I knew there was a 5 in there somewhere. So Harry has his first on the ball, and a little bit of a push now by Sacred Heart. They're 4 goals down. Can they have a little bit of a go at it here? Get a push on and see what happens. Only early days, almost 3 minutes into the quarter.
Creates a spark, doesn't quite start a fire, not just yet, but keeps them alive at the very least. Lifeline's there temporarily at least, but Harrison Goods might have something to say about that. He looks into the corridor, big pack formed and crashed with thumping hands going to it. Huge spoils going both ways, and a tackle taken to turf as Samuel Pridham has pushed up the ground.
Just keep an eye on Disbury, 68 and 14 is Riley Davey for Immanuel there. They're having a little bit of a teeter-deet, and Davey wins out this time off the tap from Disbury. There's a little bit of byplay just earlier. 2 big physical men going at it as they're trying to run off the back line here. Sacred Heart let the player with the ball have a go at it, and he gives a fresh airy. Immanuel now this way, that way. They've picked the pocket on the left boot. Give it back to Sacred Heart. And this is Ethan McEnany, and he's had a great game as well. Kicks it down the wing. It's the kick that's got a hit. A little bit of volleyball there, and great work to Joel Parker. Geez, I'll tell you what, it's quick work here. Joel gets wriggles out of it. Very well done. Lifts the eyes. Can't quite hit a target. Immanuel, can they now mop up? Oh, that was a hard physical clash there, and great movement from one end to the other, but how critical is that kick that has to hit the target? Connor, that's
definitely
the big bit, isn't it?
The money kick, it's something that we train. We send half the blokes to the top of the 50 and half to the golf square and just practicing hitting that kick, leading out of full forward. It's the make or break.
Yeah, well, you want to get it in and keep it in, and unfortunately here we see, well, unfortunately for Sacred Heart, but good work by Immanuel here as they're going to clear through Oscar Talbot. Just having a look around gives everyone a chance to get back, so he elects to go sideways. They've got another one out here, which is Jack Thomas, who, as we said, is having a really good game as well. So, lines up on the left boot, looks down the wing, long kick down the wing, a nice grab there. He's had a fair bit of the ball, Ethan McEnany. I tend to feel he's gotten better as the game has gone on.
Can he be the one who turns the tide on his own merit? 25-metre penalty, that's a good way to start. Now he's got safer distance to back in for the kick. He looks like he wants to step off that right side, and he's darted it out to a teammate. Now, accuracy is the main key here. Distance not too much of a problem, as it looks like a little bit of extra rain is just coming down again. We can see it on the top of the lights. Daniel Stewart looking for his second goal of the game. Takes a set shot. It's offline, or
John, you just there, India. It looked like a lot of the players actually set back and it almost went through, but they're out the other side here very quickly, Immanuel. So, ball on the far side. Now down the wing. Surely he wouldn't take a bounce. He's got the space to do it, but just couldn't do it. And that's a long kick down the half forward. So, 2 kicks and they're on the half forward line, but now Sacred Heart 3 on to 2. Immanuel win out. It's inside 50 on the third kick. Around the corner, player just gets a toenail to it. Oh, he comes in and does his own work. That's very clever and centres the ball. Sacred Heart under pressure now. Immanuel running the wrong way away from goal. 1 handball, 2 handball. That's very hard work there and being held on to. Is that's what our young player Downs again? No, it's not Downs.
No, not Downs there. This is Tom Dermody.
Yeah, so good work by young Dermody there. Gets it just out wide. Possession football. Nice kick. That was Ethan. No, it wasn't Ethan McEnany, sorry. As that ball goes high now along the wing up to the big 50-50. Up and down it comes. Players just trying to swat the ball. Player swung around there. Gets it towards Jack Thomas. He burrows in after it. Oh, well done by the player there for Sacred Heart. Puts it inside 50, and that's a great kick. And this is Kai Reid again, who's been a real link down there on the half-forward line. Holds the ball way out in front of his body and kicks clearly, and that's a nice goal to Kai Reid. It was interesting how far out in front of his body, it was almost like he was steering the ball at the goals and then kicking it on. And great goal there to Kai Reid, and that ball came from player downfield with that nice long kick, wasn't it?
Kai Reid, it's an interesting player. He's a very skillful player, but in year 10 he snapped his femur. He had a really bad leg break, and that ruled him out for the entirety of both that season and last year. So he's just getting back into the swing of things, but he's definitely got more potential than what this looks like, and he's been great today, so it's good to see him finish there.
I wish the young man all the best because he's playing very good football. As I said, he's sort of that link man down there, across half forward, but also able to score goals. And just swatted out there. That was clever play by the big fella there. Big ruckman. He goes in after it. He's a real competitor, Jack Hutton. He's given the team advantage here, and they run on now. It looks like Pridham gets it down. A big fly up there. Unable to take it. They're under pressure again down here. Immanuel getting it out now, but it's only a hack kick down that wing. This is the man, Skip Barrow. This way, that way, taps it on and runs. He might come into play in this bit of play if it doesn't go out of bounds, and it does. Umpire out there, boundary umpire. He's a long way away from the hot dogs, the barbecue, the coffee, the drinks, the change rooms. A long way out there, so he may as well do something. And so he says, well, we'll throw the ball in as they throw it towards the centre of the ground. And Immanuel inside the 50. Good set of jukes, the man in long sleeves. This is Charlie Turnbull, one goal already. Norwood, and Cummins Ramblers originally. So, probably 45 out, so it's a fair distance. It's close to the man on the mark. Oh, a bit of a push there, was there? We saw it.
Kick the goal, Charlie West.
Charlie West it was. And another goal there to Immanuel. Well, his first. How much, just on that, because you knew straight away, how much work do you guys, if any, do on the opposition, or you just get to know them by saying, I suppose these guys are out near you guys, but how much do you see the opposition at all? Do you do any work on vision at all from the footage at Dartfish?
Not so much at the school level, but at the Glenelg level we do a lot of work on what opposition do, but more so how we want to play. But the good thing about these two teams is obviously we've all come through, or the guys that aren't boarders have all come through Plimpton, Foss, Brighton. Like, we've all been pretty close intact, the whole juniors, so we seem to know a few of them, which is always good to see a few faces you know.
Oh, well, they're closer now, 24 points. It was 32 at three-quarter time. Ball on this side grandstand wing.
Yeah, a lot of momentum was building a bit earlier, but it's back to a 4-goal margin now, and with 15 minutes remaining, no time on, has that shut the door? It'll take some lightning football now to change that. Awkward kick from Freckleton. No mark taken. The Immanuel player got first position, but not the hands to it. Lots of pressure on the kick. Hot Sharon to win now. It tumbles towards half forward. Huge tackle. It's going to be called holding the ball eventually. The call was a little later than normal, but Immanuel get the ball back. Fantastic tackle. This looks like Joel Parker. No, I reckon it might actually be Archer Van Dorn. Getting involved with it now. Crummers. Rupana. Ooh. Big kick coming out. Bounces awkwardly. Oh, tumbled along the wrong side, but Immanuel kept their composure, didn't lose their cool. Now it goes forward. Half forward, in fact. Oh, crumbing it right away. Hilliard tried to brush through a bit of traffic. He's got some teammates to use. Oh, maybe tried to be a bit too cute there, did Pridham with the overhead hand pass, because he actually passed it much further back than where the target was placed. So, yeah, it's not going to help them win this game, but what can they salvage from these remaining 12 minutes? Ooh, holding the ball there, and that'll go against Sacred Heart. It's an opportunity now, coming off of the kick of Riley Debuts. Had a pretty good game overall, not the star of the show, but a very good contributor. McKay goes out wide, finds a target, running on, taking a shot at goal. There was a deep option. He didn't need it. He made the journey on his own. Great goal from Jed Laycock. That's his first for the game, and I firmly believe that'll pretty much be the sealer at this stage.
When you look at this pattern of play, they got it across pretty much from here. You called it there. Riley Davey, one of the better players, gives it to Macklin McKay, who's my favourite today, and he gets it across there to the big fella there and pops it through. Jed Laycock for his first, and he's Central District and also Barossa District product, and nice goal by Jed Laycock just to have that finish. And well, 2 goals apiece, 2 goals, 2 to Sacred Heart. They've just need to get a wriggle on again. They got the 2 early goals, and now Immanuel have come back with 2, so a bit of ebb and flow during the game, and that's what we call a rolling ball, and the handball comes out. So the wingers on the far side have come in. The wingers on this side you can just see to the left and the right playing off each other. Ball on the ground and putting his head over the ball and getting the reward. Reggie Rapina's run out to the right there, or to the left, sorry, and not been seen. So player's going to come down the ground, and why wouldn't you? Big lead by Disbury, couldn't get it. There's a hack kick out by Elijah Luke, and that is a very courageous mark going back. And that's Macklin Mackay again. So he's having a sensational game and not afraid to go down deep in the back line to help out, and kicks to Marcus de Pizol.
Good kick out here onto the wing. De Pizol. Once again with the ball in hand. Chips it short. Takes it safe with Max Matthews. He doesn't want to play it safe. He wants to go. Thumps it forward. That was an awkward kick. It was almost marked as well by Charlie West. Can he get his second goal here? It's an empty goal square. It's bouncing wide. It stays alive temporarily. That's got to be a throw, doesn't it? Well, apparently it was thrown just shy of the boundary line, so it will be a throw in. Charlie Turnbull a little lucky there, because he either would have been caught or incorrect disposal, but the boundary line actually saved him. And I reckon at this point, I think we're in solitary agreement over who the BOG is, but that is yet to be revealed. So at this stage, Sacred Heart, what can they salvage? Some consolation prizes maybe. They fought well today. Just a couple of rough patches and easy goal concessions away from really competing in this match. Going the other way, that's a courageous flight to take a good mark there. Daniel Hilliard on his own. In uncontested position. Keeps it to the broadcasting side wing. Playing it in close quarters, Harry Hosking was hugging the boundary line a bit. Was comfortable to use it. Goes a long drop punt into the forward 50.
Good mark.
Huge defensive mark there. Not 100% sure who took that, but wow, it was courageous and really well positioned. It's what position rewards you with at the best of times.
De Pizol with ball in hand now, the ruckman. So they're going inside and outside, running across, unable to get a hand to it. But I'll tell you what, oh geez, good play again by Ethan McInerney, and that's the kick you want, that one down the ground to Gus Downs that actually hits targets, because they're the ones that can break the heart of the opposition up and down. Just a look away handball. Rapina now gets it across. Player was standing still there and had to wait was Elijah Luke. He gives it off. A couple of tired players. What I was going to say, Connor, though, was that Sacred Heart are running out the game very well. So the fitness is good with Henry McKinnon ball in hand. But yeah, tell us about the fitness and the importance mentally, I guess, of running out the game.
Yeah, so that's something we focus on, as we feel as though if we're the fitter team in moments like this, we can run over sides. So we always do a running block every Tuesday before training, and then through the pre-season we do our work. But Henry McKinnon,
so I should have asked you, did you back him?
Kicks the goal, and he is probably their best runner out on the track, actually. Ironically, he's a very quick 6:30 sort of 2K, and loves his running, so kudos to him.
Yeah, so well done, and good team play there, Sacred Heart, and that's what I'm talking about, that spirit. They've won the quarter so far, but they have that spirit of saying, we're not going to give up, we're not going to drop our heads. Normally I'll look at hands on hips or heads down, poor body language, or players behind, and Ethan McInerney with the mullet there reminds me of the lad at Port Adelaide, the young lad that came from the Eagles, playing for them at the moment, playing for Port Adelaide, the man child they call him. Can't remember his name off the top of my head, but just likes to charge, and he's outdone height-wise here on the half-back line. Player just out free, talking about, here he comes now. Had the charge at that ball. You caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. As a nice kick comes
Great
in,
kick.
well done by Immanuel. And he's really used the ball well, Riley Davey, on that left foot and picked out the big fella up front here. The socks up, have a look at him. That is Charlie West again. Might have a bit of a cult following. Oh, doesn't waste any time. Kicks it very high. And out the back, that's gone into the Brickworks Shopping Centre, I'd suggest. If anyone's out there, there's a footy coming your way. Charlie West with his second, and just seems to be Indy the settler, doesn't it? Your Sacred Heart get the couple, Immanuel get a couple, Sacred Heart go down, get a goal, and then before you know it, Immanuel come back and get a goal. So they open out that lead again. 30 points as we speak, 13-8-86, 8-8-56, and we thank Sportal for the sponsorship of the scoreboard today.
Coming back to the middle now. Ethan McInerney having a good game for Sacred Heart. He'd probably be amongst one of their best. Coming back into the middle. Just over the 18-minute mark now, so only 7 minutes remaining in our first match of a triple header afternoon and evening of football that we're bringing you from the school leagues today. We're really excited to bring you the next two games, and we're seeing out the final minutes of this one now. Good tackle applied by Blake Wilby, as it's a ball up, still in the centre square, favouring the end of Sacred Heart, but Immanuel, a lot of momentum from their on-ballers now. It's going to be hard to stop that. And out wide, McKinnon manages to evade opposition. It's a handball to a teammate.
Great
and
mark.
his kick inside 50 to the man in front position. Well rewarded there. I'd say Sacred Heart, they haven't looked too off-pace today. They know how to run out a full game. I think it's just those few moments where it's really how quickly Immanuel can get those scores. They happen in such quick fashion, and they take a more minimalistic approach to get their big scores. So they'll learn that from today, Sacred Heart, without a doubt. But this is Jack Hutton now. Switched up forward for the moment. Only gets a minor score. Takes it down to 29 points. Not much time left in this quarter.
Ethan McInerney, his clone, Lockie Jones. That's who it was I was thinking of. There you are. It had to come out. But from a distance, I don't know what the young man looks like up close. So up it goes. And Disbury, he's a big, strong competitor, isn't he? He gives your team first advantage there and charges in there. And look at him, just nonchalantly walks back, because that's just what he does. It's not a surprise to see that. Big, strong, vigorous lad.
Sort of bloke you love to have on your team and you hate to play against.
Yeah, I like that. Good analogy. There's that shallow throw in, and there's a bit of hanging on, and Disbury actually will take the free off the back of a shallow throw in there. So he's got a long kick too. There it goes, kicks to that hot spot. 2 on 1, up they fly. Immanuel, two went up, one stayed down. Player enabled to turn around and kick that. Did we see who that was? That was a bit hard and all the congestion. The big fella there, I reckon.
Ooh.
Was that Jack Hutton kicking a goal?
I reckon it was.
Fourth for the goal, so we'll have a look on the replay here. There it is.
I reckon it was Daniel Stewart, actually.
Yep,
Comes to
Daniel
ground.
Stewart.
There it is.
So 3 goals
So-
for him now.
Yeah,
Equals
very good.
Tyson Clements for leading goal kicker of the match.
So that's 4 goals, 3. So that's their best quarter. They kicked 5 goals, 6 for the whole 3 quarters, and they've kicked 4 goals, 3 in the last quarter. So very well done. As I said, that's a pretty respectable scoreboard by both teams. 21 scoring shots to 18 as the ball's out the back here. Sacred Heart player under pressure, but still use the ball. And they go backwards here on that half back line. Look, charging out. There's Finn Crouch trying to put a bit of pressure on. Ball on the ground now. Look out. Here comes Big Disbury. So the player cleverly swats that away from Immanuel. That was smart play. Kicks down the line and a charging in for a good mark there. Reckon that's William Freckleton, is it?
Yep.
He's had his moments. You know, you talk about playing your role in football, and Freckleton has done so. Nice kick and playing in front. Has to be a grab, surely. Player wheels around now. Kicks to the hot spot. And that's a nice lead coming out. This time it's Jack Hutton, is it?
It is.
Jack Hutton, yep.
Well, too bad there's no time on, because I tell you what, it'd probably give them a little bit more time if there was time on.
Well, I'm going to go down and try and hunt down our best player. So I'll leave yourself and Connor. It's great to have you in commentary, and Indy will look after you now, as normally I get to call the goal, but I'll pass it on to you, Indy.
So Jack Hutton, crucial time. He gets the goal. There's just a little bit in it all of a sudden. It's currently standing as a 17-point margin, but I tell you what, the players would probably be egging the umpires and the field umpires to get that ball back to the centre as soon as possible now. They don't want to take long breaks between goals anymore, although it's kind of out of their control at this point. They've shown a bit of fight, though, and Connor, what do you think your main notes to take from today are in terms of learning lessons so far?
I think probably just playing your role. There's been a few blokes that have just been called out of position a bit, like a few times. Immanuel have got that run onto the outer wing. And just composure going forward, because I think we've had plenty of it. We just haven't used it as well as we would have liked.
So it goes Immanuel's way, the opposite of what it needed to from a Sacred Heart perspective. Half forward, ball locked in, and I think Immanuel will be happy enough with that. It's Finn Crouch who has had a bit of tackling pressure moments like that today. We've seen him a bit. He won't be the star of the show like we said, but still a very valuable asset. Tom McDermott. Good kick to the outer side. They haven't got much time. There's 2 minutes remaining with no time on. Indecisive with the options. They just want to get it forward now. And I reckon it's going to be halted in this pack unless something supernatural happens. Van Dorn got caught with it. Immanuel, kick attempt smothered. Van Dorn getting back involved and taking a turf. I reckon that pretty much runs just about enough of the clock off for any miracle to occur. But wow, what an effort it was. And at the very least you could say that they stayed in touch. They didn't concede. No hands on hips. No fatigue. It's good consistent football, just looking for that extra level of elevation in future games, I reckon. But there's a lot to like about the Sacred Heart team, the second college team, of course. It shows how much talent they have to distribute. They look inward. They kick it to Gus Downs, who we haven't called too much of today. This could be a moment for him. They're not wasting any time. They still think they can win the game. Hosking kicks it out. No mark paid. Yes, there will be a mark paid, actually, although time will beat them. It'll go to Samuel Pridham, who's, in my opinion, been the best for Sacred Heart today. I think he's just had so much consistency through the midfield, and he's already kicked 2 goals. This for goal number 3. He slots it, and there's only about 30 seconds left to get the ball back into the middle. So an 11-point margin it reads. It'll probably stay that way. I think even the players know that it's not going to come back into the middle in time. A little too late, but still a good effort to come out through for the last quarter. And good signs. I mean, they only lost the last game they played against Prince Alfred by 5 points, so it's good to see that they were able to get back within the 11-point range now. Rain has eased off for the moment, could be coming back, and the siren goes to blow on our first of 3 games today for the Sports Association for Adelaide Schools. 13 goals, 886, 11 goals, 975. An 11-point win for a convincing Immanuel College team. Mark Bickley will be very happy with his men out there. And Connor, I think this type of performance shows that they could do a bit of damage.
Definitely. I think the scoreboard is definitely reflective of the better team. Immanuel, they deserve to win. They played harder and they played longer for 4 quarters. So well done to Immanuel. I think our boys were very resilient in the last quarter, but at the end of the day, they probably also have a little bit to work on. But Immanuel got the result that they deserved today.
So we'll reveal our best on ground once Tony Neal sniffs him out. But we'll talk about also some of the best players from both teams, because we like to share the love. Who do you think the best performers from Sacred Heart today were? Because you talked about some players being caught out of position, but you also talk about some players just playing to their role consistently. Who were some of your favourite teammates today?
Yeah, I think Ethan McInerney, he was excellent off the half-back. He took 3 or 4 good marks and used it really well. Daniel Hilliard had a very good first half. And then probably the other one that stands out is Blake Wilby, he was contested, as well as Sam Pridham. I think he was by far the best, but also Blake Wilby sort of stuck his nose out and did what he could.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with most of those mentioned. I didn't mind Jack Hutton as a ruck. I thought he did a pretty good job contributing his role, and like you said, a couple of players being caught out of position. Max Disbury had one of those almost games today, I reckon. He's almost at that next level. He had a lot of presence, but didn't kick any goals, and just needs to take a couple more clutch marks. But we also talk about some of the best players from Immanuel College, and there were quite a few to choose from, of course. Game high goals was Tyson Clements with 3 goals, was incredibly impressive today. Nash Clem with the tall presence as well. We loved his work, and there was a lot to like about the way he was playing. Of course, Charlie Turnbull had a good finish to the game. Eli Barnes had his moments. I really liked the look of Jack Thomas from time to time, and Jack Cook also had some big plays. But I'd probably say one of the best today as well, Riley Davey, the co-vice captain, and Josh Altus probably early in the game as the rain really starts to come pouring down, and just in time for Tony Neal as well, as I reckon he's fetched out our best player of the day, who we'll reveal in a bit. So we're going to go down to Tony now as he interviews our man of the match, Macklin McKay.
Well, the rain's just started pouring down, but a man that played an outstanding game in the wet and the dry, Macklin McKay from Immanuel, fantastic effort, mate. First of all, tell us about your fitness, because you seem to cover a lot of ground out there.
Oh, don't know about that, but yeah, just run and try and get to every contest sort of thing. Just have fun, I guess. Sort of what I go for, just try and get a few touches here and there.
And the conditions, as we said, raining now, and your skill, mate. Do you do a lot of work on your skill at training and away from the club as well?
I try to get a lot of kicks in and whatnot, just get touch on the ball whenever I can. Yeah, so just a lot of training here and there. So yeah.
All right, and also your courage, mate. We saw you. You covered a lot of ground. Beautiful kick on you, but we saw you running back for that courageous mark in the back line. Is that something you normally do, or you put on a bit of a show today for us?
I don't know. I sort of try not to think about it. Just watch the ball, sort of thing. Just not really think about it. I guess that's what I try and go for.
Well, you played a great team game today, mate. You brought a lot of your teammates into it. Just hold them up. You've got the Dartfish beanie, which is a bit of a cult following here in Adelaide, and also the Archie songs, mate. Enjoy them. You're an absolute champion. Great game. Really enjoyed watching you out there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you. Pleasure. Cheers.
All right, you go and get warm, and we'll take a short break.
second game of the 3 games that we'll be covering for you today, as Rostrevor has just won the toss for the second game against St. Peter's. They will be kicking to the left of screen in the first quarter. So very interesting contest coming up, and obviously we thank Connor Glewis, who was with us for that last quarter. But in the meantime, it's time to look what's in front of us. Tony and Neil and Indiana Rogers give you the best coverage of this St. Peter's and Rostrevor game. Already an early ball up.
Yeah, St. Peter's in the blue, of course, and Rostrevor in the red and black for those watching. And you can see a beautiful big rainbow in the background. We're not here for that, but it is magnificent to see here at Thebarton Oval for the old historians who love to come to the old ovals. As St. Peter's, that is a penetrating kick forward, and because we've got wet conditions for those of you welcome who have just tuned in, and a little bit of physicality there, and certainly a good size about that fella there. And number 13, we'll find out who that is a little bit later, because we haven't got that number. As ball up right in that centre forward position. Look at him dragging around there. Ball comes up now. Rostrevor, player tripped as he went to kick. Gets back up. He wasn't tripped. He tripped himself there, and that was old Thomas Griffiths. And another tight ball as we speak. Right on that half forward line there, just progressing that ball out ever so slowly here. Rostrevor, it's trapped in again. This is a very strong, vigorous game of football early stages. 1 minute in and already 4 or 5 ball ups, but the strong, aggressive tackling. Look at that. Get rid of it by foot. Patrick Higgins just tries to soccer it. Now there's a kick out, and Higgins again it is, puts it up forward. Oh, good 50-50. Ball to ground now. Players haven't get down to the ground. Rostrevor player trying to pick it up. Look at what we call the rolling maul. Bit of rugby there. It comes out the back. Quickly on the boot by St. Peter's. Player running in, gives a handball over. It misses the target. That'll be another ball up, maybe. Players come in milling around. Damon Stepic in there, number 1. Player from Athelston with the socks down, going up in ruck. Forward pocket.
A little bit like trench warfare here at the moment, just gaining inches one by one with those stoppages going St. Peter's way. They'll be kicking to the right of screen as established from the coin toss that we saw as soon as we came back on air. Trying to crumb it now, Charlie Raff. He'll be halted as well. So some congested play, and Rostrevor do like to flood the stoppages by the looks of this. They've given the early impressions of that. Big tackle. Just to give you a little bit of context around the game as well, and where these teams currently sit out on the ladder. Rostrevor 1 win, 1 loss, and St. Peter's yet to win a game themselves. So a little bit like the last game, 1-1 versus 0-2. And then the last game of the day will be against the 2 undefeated teams in the comp so far, so stay tuned for that. That should be an absolute cracker. But in the meantime, St. Peter's in the stoppage. Still trying to gain inches here. Now Rostrevor with a bit of dash. That's Cade Madigan going forward. Long kick has been marked by the man in front position. Good mark. You can hear the applause going up for Ryan Fowler. He goes forward. 1-on-1. Good mark. Very good contested mark.
It's good size Fowler as well, isn't he?
As soon as the play started to go up into the air a little bit, you can see that Charlie Raff, the one rewarded with an opportunity at goal. It was all a grind on the turf, constant stoppages. But as soon as a kick started to come out, the aerial presence of St. Peter's really came on show. But will their skill execution be up to it? Charlie Raff. The first impression comes off of his boot. And unfortunately, it's missed to the near side by the looks of things. So our first score of the game, a minor one from St. Peter's.
Yep, so as we said, it's been scrambly so far. And let's see the kick in here from Rostrevor. Lead comes short, elects to go over the top, and that's a nice little kick there into Damon Stepic. He now gives possession to his teammate down the ground, Thomas Griffiths. Half-back flank, elects to go down the wing. It was going to be a 50-50, but instead he kicks it, and he's a fair size big Ryan Fowler. He doesn't get hold of it, so it's become a little bit of kick the kick. It's take 2. This time elects to go out wide. Thomas Griffiths hits the target. They're not outside the 50, so player just elects there for Rostrevor to hold it up. Looks around. He's going to go on his left foot too. This is the execution that they're trying to do, but they're just a bomb down the wing, and we've seen this happen twice now where they've kicked straight back to the opposition. Henry Marshall playing at Sturt, of course. He now puts the Jets on. That's a penetrating kick inside the 50. It's gone through everyone. Is it a mark at the back? Was it trapped between the legs, trying to fight for it? There is Jack Kosh. Can't quite do so. And we'll see yet another ball up early times in this game, but a lot of ball ups happening already, and the two big fellas go at it. Now they're out. Rostrevor through Darcy Best. Down the ground. Another rolling maul, and we'll have yet another ball up.
Into half forward. St. Peter's dominated most of the early territory. Hit out there was from Ryan Fowler, playing a bit of ruck duties early. High tackle infringement. Gives opportunity for St. Peter's. To the half forward flank. Into the hands of Jim Kelly. He hand passes. Tyson Roberts now goes along to the goal square. It's tapped through by the Rostrevor defence. So good physicality there. Made sure no major score was conceded. But the first two scores of the game so far go to St. Peter's, and it's become a bit of an interesting deal. Jacob Newton, very nice kick out of the defence.
So Nord and Elliston districts. So he's probably a few boarders at the school at Rostrevor, and very good football factory there. Damon Stepic again with ball in hand. He's getting plenty of it. We saw a few of these teams last year, Indy, and the other one is Finn Wakeland. I'm interested to see how he's developed this year, because he was a very good player last year as well for Rostrevor. As it comes around, look at the amount of players around that ball. Just hanging off there was Fergus Lamp Brooks. He gets a kick in. Letting the ball bounce there. The big fella had to run at it, then turn around, get a flick out to Darcy Connor. Couldn't take it. So look at this ball, a congested ball again. There's been a lot of this, a nice little use of the body. Henry Marshall and the crowd do like that, and he elects to do something different, and that's centering the ball. But guess what? It's gone straight to Orlando Turner of Rostrevor.
And off he goes through the corridor. Orlando Turner, 2-on-2. St. Peter's had to set up on goal side, which is important for any defensive play. He was given plenty of opportunity to get rid of the ball there, and I reckon a little stiff on Ben Spare, because he did still have the ball in his possession and was about to hand it off, but the umpire gave him a time frame, and he did not reach the deadline for that. It's been turned over here, though. In fact, a dangerous turnover. Jacob Newton again. He's been very active early for Rostrevor, playing a good game in this early quarter. Darcy Best. Will he be the best on ground? Let's find out. Not with a kick like that, although it positions itself nicely. St. Peter's superior defense set up, though. They'll get it out of trouble for the moment. This looks like Charlie Raff. Goes wide. Tom Hill.
So Tom Hill with ball in hand, half-back flank. Just possession football as we speak. Can't quite execute it, and just dribbles out of bounds. So we're seeing a lot of this to and froing. I'd like to see a little bit of a coast-to-coast, if you like. This is Charlie Kosh with ball in hand, number 28. So he runs around a little bit there, gets a little bit of extra meterage, and that's a big high kick into the 50-50. It's not going to work. These boys have got to adjust tonight. Football, wet ball, it's dark. You see the yellow ball come in late. There's a nice high kick now. That's going to just go to the foot of the Rostrevor players, and the player just stopped and propped there, and he actually sucked the free kick out of the umpire. Very smart there, and that was Lachlan Butler, Central District player as well. Well, it goes straight between the hands of the St. Peter's player.
Are you still on me?
So up and about, and we thank our assistant Alejandro Piantadosi, who was with us last year at Dartfish and helping out in a lot of areas today, and he's come up with some numbers that we weren't aware of there, so that's very helpful. So ball just on that far side now for Rostrevor, and they go down that wing to a 50-50. Look at them contest, punch the ball. Oh, mopping up well, St. Peter's player coming through. Look at the numbers out there. I reckon that's Henry Marshall again, having a very good game, number 7. He's picked up a free. I hope he's not holding his hammy there. Looks like Marshall with the white boots. Just a kick in, and that's Patrick Higgins. Marshall's going to come around him on the outside and then point down the ground. Down the ground they go on the left boot, and that's pinpoint accuracy, and the big fella Ryan Fowler has come in now, getting plenty of possessions. I reckon that's his 3rd or 4th. Bombs it long. Kick and hope down there. And that is Harvey George by the looks of things. was number 73. He's come down a few numbers. He's now number 13, Indy. And another ball up in the forward line again.
It's actually a bit of a promotion in football when you get your number shrinked a bit. And, well, to get...
Shrunk?
When it shrinks a bit, and negative 60 is quite a substantial improvement. So he'd be happy with that for this game at least. Plenty of famous players have worn the 13. Tyson Roberts. St. Peter's find it forward. Deepest option, not a very tall one, so they haven't elected to go with the taller setup in the goal square. That one's going to be rushed over for a behind, which you're allowed to do in these leagues because the lack of any compelling score review vision really means that it's a bit more freedom and leniency with rushing behinds over, but obviously Major League will suggest that you can be penalised after you rush it deliberately over for a minor score. 2008 Grand Final would have played out very differently if that rule was implemented earlier, but Jack Michaelini just seeing the ball go over the boundary line there as field umpire set to throw it in. Rain's eased off once again for the moment, but sun pretty much well and truly gone at this stage. It's nighttime football now, and we're already 11 minutes into our first term.
It's a great showdown here, isn't it? Thebarton Oval. I know they're going to eventually get to restructuring things, the shape of the oval and training facilities and so on. But just here at the moment, the old grandstand to our right and this great oval, it is a fantastic deck out there. The lights are on here, really shining brighter because they did have night football here over the years through the Sandful and various other leagues, and fantastic spectacle down here. Great for the spectators because we got the canteen and the coffee going tonight. As that ball comes out, St. Peter's, drag the ground. Bang, go the Rostrevor. They are very physical out there. Scott Upington, the coach of Rostrevor, and geez, I'll tell you what, they are very physical. There's a nice little try there. I reckon the umpire's got a sweatband on there, Indy. That's interesting. So his own little cult following out there, and Rostrevor come very wide out by the light tower there, and that's a nice diving mark by the Rostrevor player, but has to hit a target here. And the diagonal lead, very important. Well done by that young man. Maintaining possession. Once again by the light tower, just back behind him there. It's going to be a kick down the wing. There's a lot of traffic milling around. It's a long kick in. And that's a great set of dukes by Rostrevor player there in a 50-50. Elects to go across to Thomas Griffiths, who's had a lot of it. Now they run wide off the back line. Good work, Jack Michaelini. A name synonymous with Norwood, and he too is at Norwood. I suspect he's a relation some way, shape or form to the current Crows player as well. Out it comes. There's Michaelini again, gets down. Can't quite take it. Look at that big tackle come in. 2 or 3, and both teams very physical. I know I've mentioned a couple of times, Indy, but it's great to see.
Yeah, it's a physical game early on. No goals scored yet by either team. St. Peter's dominating the majority of territory. Ryan Fowler getting caught in the midst of these ruck stoppages and doing a good job. He's standing out as the superior ruckman in these early stages. No disrespect to Matthew Brown, of course, who's been contending this one. Good tackle. In fact, a double tackle there. Darcy kind of felt like pitching in, and that's how you rack up the tackling numbers. You don't even need to be the first one to it. Come that time of night. Sun goes down. Banana cake comes out for Tony Neal. And a ball up. Left half forward flank. No, sandwich for Tony. Some things change over time. And St. Peter's trying to keep this ball alive. They do, only temporarily. That's going to be high conduct. It'll go the other way. Slow to get back up, but slow and steady for Jacob Newton.
I'll tell you what has happened, Indy. My shop ran out of banana bread. That is one of the staples of commentating, and that's a nice kick there for Jacob Newton. And speaking of nutrition, which I'm very fond of and study it and help people with it, but these lads, how would they have prepared for today being a night game starting, around 5:30ish? How they would have prepared, what they ate through the day, all of that would have changed to their normal Saturday afternoon or Wednesday evening game. So really different for a lot of the lads, and well, you get tested at times, and how you cope with those tests is a sign of your testament, if you like, as they come forward on the left foot and high kick. Took away his vision there, and Hunter Pickett from North Adelaide playing here. Nice kick in. 3-on-1. Player, interestingly, that was on his hands and knees got that ball up. Jim Kelly. Can't quite. And Rostrevor have been, I keep saying it, they've been very physical and they've got this ability to just hold that ball up. And just giving a bit back there was Tom Hill as ball on centre wing.
Important stoppage. Neither team's really been able to break the grind so far, but it's been an even contest. That's the good news. Harry Brock taken to turf by a couple of St. Peter's players there. So like we said, St. Peter's yet to get their first win of the year. Rostrevor, 1 win, 1 loss. In fact, their first win was against the winner of last match, Immanuel College. It's a 10-goal win back in the opening round of the SAAS Season 4 Div 1. Ooh, just managed to get some clean hands through there. Harry Brock again. Found a man on the outside. It was Anning. They go the 1-2 here, or should I say 1 and 3, with Brock being the one to get it back. Then it's rushed forward by Mussolino. 2-on-2, fists go up, no mark. Coming through with some premature bodywork, but no penalty. Rostrevor doing a good job here. They retain possession. Any high conduct? No. Umpire's kept his whistle in the pocket for this play. It results in Sam Higgins' tackle, forcing another ball up about 30 metres out from the Rostrevor goal. It's really starting to shape up as almost an impatient match at this weight. You feel like both of these teams are waiting to burst out, but their pressure won't let either one do so. Almost sneaking through for a goal there. So close for Jacob Newton. He's been one of the best players in this quarter so far. He gets Rostrevor on the board, but not with the intended score.
Yeah, I agree, Indy. Very neat-looking player, wasn't he? But got in front of goals and just couldn't quite as that ball out on that far side now. And I tell you what we are seeing is competitiveness out here from both teams. Very hard physical. Great to see the young supporters down here watching. He's got the footy boots on as well, so well done, young lad. Watching the Stars of tomorrow, and he might be one as well in future years to come as we get that ball down that half-back flank over that far side player, just holding up. And he was holding his arms up for a reason, because he's actually got the free kick. Kicks in now. Oh, flying high. Big pack formed. Who's on the ground? Rostrevor player's gone to ground. Put his hand on the ball to push himself up and stand up. Fowler again. He's been industrious during this game so far. Just a miss kick there from St. Peter's player in trouble on the ground. He's barrelled into. There's 3 or 4 St. Peter's players behind this pack here. So it's an interesting setup. Numbers behind the ball for St. Peter's. There's only one player in front of this. If they win the tap, which they do, that's what happens. There were 3 on to 1 in that equation. So they just need to maybe set their structures up a little bit better, because if your ruckman's going to win the tap, that'll do. A soccer off the ground. Guess what though? It comes to the Rostrevor players setting up and calling for Thomas Griffiths out here on the wing, screaming for the ball. Couldn't quite get it. Player reels around on his left for Rostrevor, kicks in. A big pack player taken out late. Umpire says play on, and guess what? It's come back again. This looks like it's Charlie Kosh. Sorry, this is Rostrevor, so that'd be Julio Mussolino. Just goes short. Drilling pass. I don't think that got above. That's Damon Stepic. I don't think that, I was going to say 6 foot, but a lot of people wouldn't know what that is. 1.85 metres. So Damon Stepic likes himself from this range. It's going to be 45 on the feet. Then gets hold of it. That's a nice looking kick right to the teeth of the goal. The hands go up. Well done there by the big player there down back for St. Peter's. I don't know that that's Fowler. I'll wait and see. He's a very athletic looking, he's a really good size for a tall. Up it goes. There he goes. Swats the ball. It was Fowler, and he immediately runs back towards the goal square. So you'll see him just go out of range here. He's a very smart footballer, that Ryan Fowler. I don't mind him, from your Radler Demons. Really good athletic size, and I tell you what, there'd be a few clubs around having a look at that lad if I was them, because he's had a lot of possessions. You see him up close. He's very athletic. He's gone back for the kick, and he's going to be up against Matthew Brown as we speak.
He's being told to take it back over to where the goal square is, in accuracy with the rules. Will Hawker. They haven't actually updated the Rostrevor scoreboard because they still don't have a point on it, but we've seen 2 minus scores at this stage, I think, for them. So hopefully they get onto that at some point. Meanwhile, Orlando Turner couldn't quite get onto it. It goes deep forward. St. Peter's was extra numbers, but there's a chance here for a compelling play. Rostrevor keep the intensity up, chase it towards the pocket. It'll probably be seen over the line. No! They left it behind. 11 and a half minutes gone. It'll be turned over anyway. So a bit of a lucky break there for Rostrevor. They look inside now. They play it safe. This would have to be a huge kick from Damon Stepik. Play for Athelston and his juniors. He stepped around the man on the mark. Almost wanted to go to full journey. He didn't need to, though. He sighted it out to a key forward target instead. Surely now we'll get the first goal of the game, because it really looks like Ned McCarthy has set up well for this one. Umpire's correcting his angle, giving him a bit more leniency than what he initially expected. He shouldn't have to snap around. It'll be enough of a generous angle to test the drop pump, but he's missed. He's missed to the far side. That'll be a minus score. Not the first one for the game, but hopefully they add those Rostrevor scores onto the scoreboard at some point. So, St. Peter's from fullback. Edward Weeks goes out wide. It didn't hit the target, lace out, and on last touch rule, it's going to go back to Rostrevor. A kick into turnover is always ugly, but even more so when you don't even hit the target to begin with. In fact, you don't hit any target, not even the opposition. Rostrevor setting up from behind the ball. Oh, risky kick into the corridor. Jackson Petty made it work. So now he kicks wider. He wanted to scout out an option, but this time St. Peter's was successful in cutting him off. Edward Weeks, kick out wide. That's also a turnover. Rostrevor with another forward 50 entry. They've gotten quite a few of the forward 50 entries in the last 5 minutes or so, but this type of defensive setup really helping to keep things taped together for St. Peter's. So I reckon it should be a tie game at this point.
Yes, you're correct. We can see the scoreboard to the left of us, the operators on the computer there, as we're up here in the sheltered box, and they try to break free here. Rostrevor, swarm of St. Peter's players out there. The blue and white bumblebees they look like out there, and ball just up and down. And another ball up on that far side. And I'll tell you what, we've seen is a lot of the ball ups early play because of the physicality of the game. A nice swat there. Really super impressed with Ryan Fowler as we speak. And that ball comes up and down. Players having to slide in. That is great courage. I'll tell you what, both coaches, of course, Josh Franco at St. Peter's, a name known to many, and Scott Upington, who's had some experience at league level, league clubs as well. So both teams really well coached, and I'll tell you what, no one player is taking a backward step, and that's a nice kick out to Jonty Thompson here, who of course is playing at Norwood but from Seduna Blues. Oh, player, not quite the Falcon, but it did go between the Dukes, and just goes across the line. We'll see a ball up right in front of the play here. That, well, I heard a siren, but it's not the game siren from here, I wouldn't have thought, because we're only 11 minutes in. Player goes around, just trying to get it out, Rostrevor, but what's there to support that player? He's trying to do it all on his own. He's gone to ground now, and look at the St. Peter's players surround him. Now he gets support and gets that bang out, but playing in front, and that's very clever and a strong mark taken by the St. Peter's player on that far side. Gives the handball across. Looks like it could have been Brad Barnes. Ball just in trouble there. Rostrevor 1-2. So they go backwards there through Harry Brock. Backwards to go forward, we say. That ball goes up. Down. They've got support now. Just a hack kick along the wing. Oh, and up high. Umpires let it go. So it's a little bit of kick to kick between the 50s as we speak. Ball on ground again. Rostrevor just a tap to himself, and very clever there by Jack Michaeloni. And that's a very good kick under pressure. And now the next kick comes to a 50-50. So use of the ball a premium, because look what happens. Opposition will pickpocket off. We're 24 and a half minutes into the quarter, so not long to go in what's been a very entertaining game of football. Have a look, it's very physical. Look at that player, just pushes that out. Rostrevor get the run on. St Peters are going to hold him up, and that could be all she wrote, as we are right on siren time. And I don't think we'll see a shot from here, so 3 points versus 3 points in a hugely physical and yet entertaining game of football so far. We will take a short break, and I can't wait for the second quarter.
Welcome back to Thebarton Oval. It was a tight, sluggish first quarter, but a competitive one. 3 behinds apiece to each of the teams, and I reckon they had their own halves of the quarter where it just seemed like they were constantly locking it into the 450, but as we can see, the St. Peter's College team up on screen there. Some standout names, the Kosh brothers, Jack Kosh and Charlie Kosh. I don't think related to the former Sunrise president, or host, I should say. Port Adelaide president, Sunrise host. Nevertheless, I don't think they're related, but there's also the Higgins brothers, Sam Higgins, Patrick Higgins. I think we've seen a lot more brothers playing in amateur league now than we ever have before, and this is one to add to the pile. And also some standout names for Rostrevor in particular. Damon Stepik played really well in the first quarter, and I really like the look of Jacob Newton as well. He was one of my personal favourites. So we have some of the more compelling names to go off of, and I also really liked what Ryan Fowler for St. Peter's was doing in the ruck. So, yeah, some names that stand out there. Jaden Evans another, and here's the form run. So Rostrevor comfortably beaten by Sacred Heart's first college team last week, but started really well with a 10-goal win over Immanuel the previous week. So, yeah, it's interesting to see the dynamic there.
Really hot and cold, wasn't it, in that graphic when we see the scores now, and we see there Scott Upington quite animated talking with the players, which is really good to see. And if we go back, just looking at that earlier graphic, I did notice St. Peter's College only lost by 6 points last week to Immanuel College, who we saw go out winners today. And in the first game, they were, 45-point loss to Prince Alfred, who we see a little bit later on today. So, yeah, not real flash in regards to where the teams are sitting on the ladder, but it's only early days. So we've got St. Peter's sitting on the bottom and Rostrevor, well, they are sitting third with that one win. And as we said, boy, oh boy, what a competitive game we have on our hands. Strap yourself in, folks, because I think it's just gone up a notch. It's a different type of game to the first game. which was a fantastic game as well. And this is what we come for, the schools footy, but a really good brand of football, representing themselves well. We spoke about the 6-6-6 rule of course, Indy. We speak about them being able to play on from the back line, the full back position. The stand rule is in vogue. And of course, for a lot of people out there in country areas, there's different rules at the moment with the last possession out of bounds, which we've introduced now all across the board in the Adelaide Footy League as well. So there's that last possession out of bounds versus just a throw in on everyone. So it can actually be quite costly. You kick towards the boundary line that bounces out, but the opposition get it back.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and, well, the two huddles looked pretty pumped up to see out the rest of this game. I saw Finn Wakeland from Rostrevor almost yelling his heart out in that huddle, so I hope he's not wasted too much energy on the group meeting itself as much as he needs to on the game, because right now it's 3 points apiece. Who's going to break the goal drought? Is it even going to be broken in this quarter? We're yet to find out. Wet weather once again, a little light at the moment. Could be coming back throughout the game though. And it's nighttime football. It's a dark sky. Lights on full blaze over Thebarton Oval.
Darcy Best and Hunter Pickett there. You just see off the ball number 16 for Rostrevor and number 18 for St Peter's already leaning against each other. There's a real tussle going on between the two of them off the ball here. And now that ball comes in. High, long kick. Up they go, down it comes. Can they clear St Peter's? Just a hack kick because that player ran out there, but there's 3 on to 1. The one player goes at it, gets bumped, and the 3 players for Rostrevor, come in. Now St Peter's get that hack kick, but it's only as far as Jacob Newton, one of the better players on the ground. Really liked his game, and watch him when he gets up there, number 5, you'll see him. Just a really well-balanced player. He's one of those players that will probably bring people through the gate in years to come. Just really well-balanced. I like the way he goes about his football as they hunt the ball. These young players, full of testosterone, they don't know any other way. They see ball, get ball, and they just hunt that ball, and it's vigorous. And big crowd up here in the right, and they're playing, representing their schools, their families, their clubs. They're doing a great job. There's the other one to keep an eye on, big Ryan Fowler, as he gets after that ball again, just as we mentioned it. And there's that physicality that we're talking about, and gets a bit of attention after the whistle. There's another one coming in. Have a look at him. Just young bulls putting a bit of attention into young Jet Hastings, who plays out at the Eagles. He's not phased. They've got 2 on 1, so obviously he's a player they're watching. Ball on the ground now. Oh, bang. Gee, that's courageous. This is as good a stand of football as you'll see. What you've got to remember, a lot of these lads, and we heard it in the earlier game, they're 17, 18 years old. If they go back to the country, they play senior football. Or if they're in Adelaide, they'd be playing senior football. Some of these lads have played reserves at SANFL level as well. So they're playing, what we're seeing is a man's game at senior 18 football as that ball comes across towards the centre. Talking about that, look at that for a grab. 50-50, and that's a great grab. Jim Kelly. He's a Norwood player as well. Dead ball. Up and down. Just a soccer off the ground. They're inside the 50 here. St Peter's College. Another ball up. Umpire says, give it to me. He's only young, that umpire, but doing a great job. Looks like he could be riding race 7, horse 3. Looks like a jockey, that young fella, but doing a great job out there. Wow, look at that. We talked about him, the big fella, out of the pack and tried to snavel a shot on goal. Big Ryan Fowler. He's having a very good game, Indy.
Yeah, I'm really liking the look of him. Early days to be calling on who's going to win the beanie, but if it's a St. Peter's player, it would very likely be him based on the way he's playing. Intercept taken here by Edward Weeks. And indecisive as where to go. That's an awkward floating ball. So awkward that it couldn't even resulted in a turnover, because I don't even think opposition players would be able to read the way that ball spam. But it has resulted in Rostrevor getting back the footy. Will Anning went long forward. Now running through, Orlando Turner. He's going to go on his own on the outside. The opening goal of the game, finally. We approached the 3-minute mark of the second quarter till we got there. But Orlando Turner, the one to do it. In fact, it was Orlando Turner, was it? Yes. He was a former Norwood and South Alice Springs player. So just a bit of background on his junior history. current history. Tony Neal doing a good job there to give me a little bit more context and insight as he's mowing down a sandwich. We've been taking turns with that in the box this quarter. We come back here. Rostrevor out of the centre. Can they follow up one score with a quick one? Not quite. St. Peter's out wide. Intercept taken. That looked like Jay Johns for Rostrevor. He hit the pack. No one came out with it. Oof. Will Anning to the outer side. It's been turned over, but the mark not paid. It must have hit the turf before it hit hands, so we have a long day of football ahead, and this is only the second of 3 games that Tony and I will be bringing you. Of course, Prince Alfred and Sacred Heart, the third and final game, which will start at 7:45, but obviously Tony and I will be really utilising our energy tanks to bring you the best coverage for all 3 of them. Rostrevor, high tackle. It'll give them a shot at goal by the looks of things. It's going to go to Jonty Thompson. Played for Norwood and the Secunda Blues in his junior days and may also be currently ongoing. Although Tony hasn't given me the tap on the shoulder yet. So he breathes down our necks for stuff like that. And well, I think the defenders will need to try some breathe down neck tactics because Noah Dorr was just let off there and no one really went with him to stop him from that mark. But it's good positioning from Rostrevor and I'm really liking the way they play. Ever since the halfway mark of the first quarter, they've been playing most of this game on their terms. And not to say St. Peter's had dropped off, but I reckon Rostrevor had kicked up an extra gear. So shot now. Noah Dorr. Played for Norwood and Hope Valley as a junior. And on his left foot, he's just hooked that one over to the far side. So it'll only register for a minor score, but it's 3 behinds to 1 goals for 10 points. So we'll take a look at the next kick in here while a special guest will be joining us and Tony Neal sorts that. Of course, he's a master of arranging things behind the scenes as Tony Neal. Lachlan Butler goes long, turns it over. Cade Madigan, opportunity here. And Tony Neal, who's just joined us in the box.
This is Ben Haynes. Is that correct? Ben Haynes, the
That's
director
right.
of the sport at St. Peter's?
Yes.
I've got that right. So welcome, Ben. And geez, I'll tell you what, very vigorous your boys out here at the moment.
Yeah, there's been a lot of pressure to start the game, and I think the boys are very excited to be playing under lights and make the most of it.
So have they done, talking about that, I know Josh Franco's the coach and very well drilled on a lot of the things, but have they done much work under lights and using yellow balls? Because it's all a little bit different to them.
No, not particularly. So this is quite new and quite fresh for the boys out there.
Yep. How many teams have you got going at the college at the moment?
We've got a lot of players, or a lot of teams across all the age groups. I think we've got 4 or 5 teams playing in the Opens.
Brilliant. Yeah, brilliant. And that's good depth, isn't it? And you get the best of the best. We see a lot of the players here are actually tied up with league clubs. You've got guys, though, from Corong, Cats, Anguston Panthers. So these are obviously some of the borders and that come down Mount Lofty, Uradla. So you've got a real good spread. Big Ryan Fowler. Tell us a little bit about Ryan from Uradla. He's the big ruckman out there. We might just call this shot on goal first with Indy, and then we'll come back to Ryan.
Certainly.
Finn Wakelin from Rostrevor, about 45 out. Not on a particular angle either.
How's the leg on him?
Very nice leg. In fact, if it was 60 out, I still reckon he would have had confidence in that. His teammates get around him as well. A moment to savour for Finn Wakelin. Also played for Stir in his juniors.
So coming back to Ryan Fowler, Ben. So Uradla Demons, he's obviously at your school playing very good football. I'll tell you what, he's just a competitor out there, but it's not just his ruck work, he does stuff around the ground. I've seen him around the ground as well.
Yeah, well, he's got a huge engine on him. Ryan's a very good rower as well, rowing our first 8 this year at a national level.
Yep.
And you can tell, those boys that row, they've got that aerobic base to allow them to get around the ground and be an impact everywhere.
And Is he connected to any league clubs? Because it just says here you rode the Demons. I tell you what, there'd be a couple of clubs wanting to have a look at him if he's not.
Yeah, no, he's not playing for a club at the moment that I'm aware of at a sample level. But yeah, I think trying to juggle both rowing and footy probably made that a bit of a challenge for him.
Yeah, fair call. And look, we'll come back to you in a moment. We'll call a bit of the footy, and I've got a couple of questions that I'll throw at you as well. So we'll just let Indy take a couple of calls here.
Yeah, Rostrevor starting to gain a lot more momentum now. St. Peter's need a breakthrough. Jet Hastings did a good job there. Hit a target, although we'll have to balance it out with all of the reinforcements that Rostrevor's defence were asking for there. They were swarming around the Sharon. So that just proves that nothing is going to come easy. His first 10 minutes have gone, though, from this game, and St. Peter's will need to find a new wave of momentum to counter what's currently unfolding in front of them. Under pressure. A hand pass out. Doesn't hit anyone. Griffiths tried to fend off a man, but was given benefit of the doubt from the umpire.
Opportunity here now for St. Peter's. See if they can do something down the forward line.
Yeah, so tackle applied very well there, and that was Harvey George, as we said, who stepped down minus 60 on his initial number jersey, which was 73, all the way down to just 13. So very nice promotion there. Oh, that kick's gone the wrong way. Jake Hill, the check side, went the wrong way. But it might come back the right way off of the boot of George Wicks. It'll fade to the far side just for a minor score.
Indy, we talk about manufacturing a goal, and surely, Ben, that wasn't a set play. They wouldn't have practiced that at training.
I haven't seen the boys out there practicing on the main oval, no.
Okay, ball just comes around. Oh, he almost took off there, young Thomas Griffiths. He's getting plenty of it. Player's going to run the boundary side of him, which opens up space inside. Oh, that player's dropped that ball for Rostrevor. Good enough to get it back. And gee, Cade Madigan, he put the Jets on there. And just a high kick which goes to St. Peter's advantage initially, but it's over the top now. Big Wakeland, I reckon that is, chasing after that ball. Might be... no, it wasn't there. That was Jaden Evans, I reckon, maybe after it. So, ball up now, and that was a quick transition to the 50 at the other end there. Big Ruckman puts his hand up, says I'm going to go up against it. Let's have a look at Fowler. Very interesting. There he goes, pushing him. There's Wakeland, does come out with it now. Around the corner, and just through for a point there to Rostrevor. So, Ben, we talk about with Ryan with rowing, and we talk about sport with Aussie rules. You've got to put a fair bit of seriousness into it, because some of these guys are playing state, they're playing sample, some are looking at being drafted, the minority, and also just their local clubs, and balancing out that with year 11, year 12 studies is very important. You've got a sports side of it, and then how do they manage the other side, which is their sport, their study, their social life. You've got to have time away from footy.
Definitely.
How are we helping with that?
Our sport's very important at St. Peter's. It's a major part of how we go about our exceptional community of learning. And so we really try to give lots of opportunity for the boys to play different sports. Obviously, we've got a football program, but we run up to 20 different co-curricular activities across the year, across both summer and winter.
Wow. Yeah.
So there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of different options for the boys depending on their interests. But as you said, that definitely comes with a time cost, and so a challenge for our students is to really learn how to manage their time through year 10, 11, 12 as the exam pressure picks up, and be able to balance sport, academics and life, and having some time to themselves.
There's a lot, isn't there? There's a lot that goes on. They've got a lot of balls in the air, so to speak, and I've worked with some players coming through systems, and disappointment of not getting drafted or not getting in an SANFL team, and they're dealing with that, just the pressures, and you'd rather have peer group support rather than peer group pressure, if that makes sense. And people like yourself, we talk about, as we see a quick snap out of the air there for another point for Australia, we talk about players defining what their circle of influence is, so they'll listen to the coach, maybe their parents and family members and people like yourself. But then in that outer circle, all your friends and your cousins and all this, you can get pulled from pillar to post. You really need to, in your up times, but also your down times, know who's close to you to go to for support.
Definitely, and it's about learning what voices to listen to out there. As you said, you can have a lot of different messages. Social media is rife. these days. So for the boys, it's a skill to learn who to listen to and who to block out.
All right, we'll just come back to, I reckon that's Jacob Newton, is it, Indy?
I reckon it is.
Yeah, just really well balanced. He just looks light on his feet when he gets around, so I'll leave you to call this through. We'll come back to you in a moment, Ben.
Jacob Newton could make a good day better if he kicks this one through. Off the left he goes. Not afraid of the drop punt from that angle. Centimetre perfect.
Oh, I've heard that before. And Jacob Newton, a very good player. He could be lining up for a beanie as we speak as they get their third. Very interested in this. We'll just watch this kick come through. We talk about the sport, yourself in your position, but then your football coaches and so on. We talk about development, Ben, and you're developing humans, you're developing young people. You're not just developing go out and play a game of footy. If we looked at a pie chart or a pizza, if you like, and said one slice of it is your on game day football stuff, then there's preparation, there's training, there's how you articulate your message. So we may have someone up for an interview or come in on the microphone, how they represent the school, themselves, their families. So very big part of it, and public speaking. So how much work is put into, I guess, the off-field development of these young people?
Look, you're spot on, and I mean, so much of what we talk about is developing good people, and people that are going to be able to go and be influential in the community.
Right.
Again, St. Peter's is not just about developing people that are going to help St. Peter's, but are going to be able to go out and interact with the wider community and make a better world, and really improve the world. And that doesn't come naturally to a lot of people. You need to work at it. So again, we look at what they learn during their academic classes, but again, sports are a perfect vehicle for learning some of those different lessons and how to talk with people, how to interact with your teammates in the appropriate way and give positive feedback.
Tell us about the old scholars. Do you have many of the old scholars come back and be like mentors to the players, or the next part of that question is, do you have some of the senior 18 are actually mentoring your year 8s and 9s coming through? Is there a little bit of that buddy system going on externally and internally?
There definitely is. And it's one of the things I love about the college. We have a lot of the old scholars that played last year that might be having different assistant coaching or coaching roles across our football program. And then, as you mentioned, some of our current 18s working as well.
All right, we'll just come back to the game. We've got a free kick in front of goal. Fantastic to hear from you, Ben, but we also have to have a look at this player. This is Noah Dorr coming in, and he's put one on the board, and they're just getting a bit of a run ahead now with Dorr with his first. So 4 different goal kickers, Jacob Newton, Orlando Turner, Finn Wakeland and Noah Dorr, all kicking goals here for Rostrevor as we speak. 4 goals, 6 on the board to 1 point this quarter to St. Peter's, and we're 16 minutes in, so we've still got about 9 minutes, and Indy will take off in a moment to get some half-time interviews, but you can stay, of course, Ben, and I'll pick your brains a little bit more and talk about these players. And I guess we talk about it at any club. We call it school football, but a lot of these lads have grown up together since they've been 5 or 6 years old, and they might be in their last or second last year of school football. It's very emotional for them. They go through a whole range of, this is great fun, but then what do I do next year? And what kind of support and discussions do you perhaps have around that? Or you just live in the moment as we speak now, and then organically at the end of the season it happens?
Look, I think there's probably a little bit of both that happens. Obviously, we really try to maximise, especially the Year 12s, their last year of playing football at St. Peter's with, as you said, a lot of boys have played together for a very long time already at the school. But that's where the old collegiate, network can start to work for them as well if they look to keep giving back or playing with former players as they move on.
So just see Rostrevor now come around. They go forward again. A lot of pushing and shoving. The ball hits the player's feet there on the way down. Almost thrown out there. St. Peter's now come away with a good old one-on-one battle here. And that's a nice grab there. Looks like Will Anning. No, that's Jay Johns. So Norwood and West Coast Hawks, so another traveller. Well done, young man. He goes for a nice long kick down the wing. St. Peter's players come up, pulled the ground there. Oh, player bumbled out of it a bit high. And that's not good to see. Hope he's okay, because he was head first in thinking that maybe, not real sure where he is. I'm thinking that might be Matthew Brown, if it is, number 14, who says here Nord and, this is number 24, Noah Dore. Well, Hope Valley, one of my old clubs. So he's got himself up, extracted the free kick, just goes short with that kick. Ball just swung away at the last minute, made it hard for both teams, and dribbles out of bounds. Players coping with not getting selected in the senior 18. We've got coach, we can all be very headstrong. How do they cope with not getting selected, and how they dealt with on the way back down and playing in the second 18, which is still representing the school and having a game of footy?
Exactly, and again, it's a challenge for any player when they don't get to play at the highest level that they potentially can, but that's where we're so lucky to have a great coach and head of football in Josh Franco.
Yep.
He's obviously got a wealth of experience at the highest level of footy, so I can have a very good, honest conversation with the boys that this doesn't mean your opportunities are over and that there's plenty of chance to come.
And that's the important bit, isn't it? It's being able to have a man-to-man talk. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of these lads are probably playing senior football in the country or at local level if they weren't playing school football or reserves, under 18s, under 16s at their sample club. So we just see a free kick right in front of goals here. As that is, little Johnny Thompson, Norwood and Sejuna Blues, representing his area quite well as he comes in. Ball on boot, nice follow through too, and I'll tell you what, they've kicked 5 for the quarter, Rostrevor, so they've really put the pedal to the metal here, and we'll let Indy just wander down and grab a couple of coaches for an interview for the next game, and we'll continue on here, Ben. I think the bigger picture here, I always say don't worry about the scoreboard. What are your traits as a footballer, no matter what the score is? Like, you still do the same thing, siren to siren, whistle to whistle, and it might be winning moments. It's not always just about winning games, but winning moments. And I think for Josh, these players need to leave at the end of the year better footballers than what they were at the start.
Exactly, and that's our overriding principle, is that we want to be improving these players throughout the year. And like you said, the scoreboard might be getting away from you, but it doesn't mean it's not an opportunity to do the little things right. And I think as long as you keep doing that throughout a game, you're going to be a better person, better player at the end of it.
We see Jake Hill just coming out. It was very vigorous first quarter. The second quarter, just Rostrevor have opened up, but just that high bomb kick puts everyone under pressure, puts the forwards under pressure, but they're flying high as we speak, and just bobbling that through. Looked like Noah Dore, I'd suggest. We'll just wait and see if he turns around for his second. We'll have a look as our replay comes up. Ball comes in. Just that deep kick, but puts everyone under pressure. Probably Ned McCarthy by the looks of it. Number 25, was it? From Glenelg and Bordertown there. Keep an eye on that, and you can see the score there, 6-6-42 to 4 goals straight.
Indy's just at the bottom with Alejandro.
Sorry folks, a little bit of technical difficulty. We're back now, and that ball out wide to St Peters down that far wing. Now we start to see a bit of passage of play, Ben, and be good to see a coast to coast. Another turnover. There's been a fair bit of the 50-50. Both teams have done it, playing between what I call the 50-metre lines. And that ball now comes back in towards the centre. They fly high. It's been a lot of Rostrevor. Just haven't seen Ryan Fowler a lot. He's in the background. Just as I mentioned him, there he is.
There he is.
He's heard the call, and that's a good playing in front, Ben. Very important. Basics.
Yep.
Big long left foot kick in now. Oh, well done.
Good grab.
That's a bit of the old Peter Hudson, for those that would remember back that far. It's protect the ball drop. That's Fowler down there, so that must have been the other big bloke, Harvey George, down further. So the ball finally gets down. I like this because being able to get the ball down there and then see it finished off rather than come straight back out. So let's have a look. Steps in. Geez, he liked it off the boot.
It's just
gone wide. So, but he's that kind of. Look at him now. It's where do I need to be next? I love that in a player who's not thinking about that last kick. He's going, where do I need to be next? And I really like the size of him. I'm surprised Josh hasn't sort of pushed him to get out and about to a league club, but I'm sure there'd be a few watching him.
And it's been quite a big development for him. Watching him play last year, I guess he was probably a bit off the pace for our first 18s, but he got a bit of time and he's just come on leaps and bounds as he's been able to spend more time around the footy environment.
Well, I'm super impressed with him, mate, and that comes from a little bit of history with SANFL and AFL recruiting and coaching and so on. So, not being a smarty poo, but I know my players, so to speak, and he can certainly play, and it's good to watch. And they're probably just keeping the ball away from him. I'm just watching him now as he's a little bit shy of this kick coming in as he steps back now. So Rostrevor have the ball here on the half-back flank, the left footer. Goes out wide. That's actually a fast-moving ball. Nice set of dukes. I reckon that was Patrick. No, that was Henry Marshall. So Henry's out at Sturt. He had a very good first half. Marshall, is it?
Henry Marshall, another rower, and a great athlete.
Yes. So how do you tell them, no, mate, you can't row, you got to play footy, or no, mate, you can't play footy, you got to row?
Look, and it's a challenge, and both sports as well are big sports at St. Peter's, and want their times with the boys. So we just try to give them a bit of time in both sports and really find enjoyment in what they're doing.
Head of the river, there is a little bit in that. So all right, we'll take a short break. 6 goals, 6:42 to 5 points, St. Peter's. So 37-point lead as we speak. Rostrevor in a big, very big second quarter. We'll be back after this break.
With our coach John Simons. John, are you getting a bit of deja vu from last year's grand final, being back here at Thebarton again?
It is. It's on again in 3 weeks' time, back at the same venue. So we haven't had a game back here since that day last year, which was a good day for us against the same opponent. So we're hoping we can repeat the dose again today, Indy.
Is there anything different about this team last year? I mean, it's difficult to improve a premiership side, as we know, but new senior players come in. Is there something different about the way structurally this year or list-wise? What's really stood out to you?
Yeah, not a lot different. No, we have a style of footy that we try and play and work with those groups coming through year 10, year 11, year 12. That's one of the benefits for me being able to coach the year 10As as well as the first 18. We can sort of get those good habits and those game plan type scenarios instilled into them through that year 10 year the way we want to play. So a lot of the guys that have come into the side this year already understand the way we want to play, and we blooded a lot of young guys last year, so we actually ended up returning with about 16 players returning back this year that had already played the year before. So it was actually a pretty young group last year, and it's swayed a little bit more this year. It's probably a little bit more experienced and a bit of a heavier year 12 group this year.
Yeah, anybody newer that's really stood out to you in particular? Of course, coaches don't play favourites, but anyone in particular new this year that's really made you learn something as a coach?
Yeah, not really. As I said, the core of the group was there. So what I've been most pleased with is the improvement, both individually and as a collective, from last year. There's been definite improvement, but not necessarily new to me, because instead of having coached these guys over 2 or 3 years, I'm pretty used to what I'm seeing from them. So I'm seeing more incremental improvement than probably significant leaps.
Well, there's always a different feeling when you're playing a night game, but in particular, you've been at the venue for a while, you're seeing these other games unfold. Normally, you play football on a Saturday, you don't see any of the other results until you check online at the end of it. Does it feel different watching the games beforehand, and does it even give you a bit of a blueprint of some of the opposition teams you'll be facing?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, I've been here since 3 o'clock, obviously, with our second 18 playing Immanuel earlier in the day, which was a good contest. So that was a great opportunity for me, because our seconds are often playing at the same time as our first 18. So it's an opportunity for me to see a lot of those players, and there's a core group in there that I imagine will be playing in our first 18 side next year. So I enjoyed that. And the game in between, it's a bit difficult to watch whilst you're trying to get ready for the game after. But I think it's a great concept SAAS have done to try and get all 6 Division 1 sides here together, playing on the same card, giving all the schools and their students an opportunity to watch all the others play. So I'm highly supportive of the concept. I think the challenge for us coming out in the conditions now at night time, it'll be a bit dewy, and those sorts of things, the ball's going to probably be on the deck a bit more, and the ability to handle the ball cleanly is going to be very important in terms of which side wins this game.
Yeah, we look forward to a potential vibes of last year's grand final potentially looming as well. Thank you very much, John, and good luck for the game ahead. We're going to take an ad break now. More school footy coming your way.
Oh, and
Welcome back to Thebarton Oval as Rostrevor make their way out with plentiful confidence following a 6-goal 6 lead with 42 points over just the 5 points for St. Peter's. They're yet to kick a major score. Didn't do so in the first half, so something will have to really change to crank up the intensity in the second half. It's been all Rostrevor this show so far, but the spectators, as you can see, really enjoying what they're seeing. And I think that's regardless of who you support. Of course, some of those spectators, probably also some Sacred Hearts fans and Prince Alfred fans preparing for the really exciting matchup, which will be the next game against the two undefeated teams on the current ladder. That's going to be an absolute cracking contest, and really excited with the interview with John Simons earlier, learning about the vibes coming from that grand final rematch. It's back at Thebarton, and even more hype built around watching games unfold prior to that. Well, Tony, the game in front of us, I think deciding on early beanie winners after the first half is very difficult, but I'm really liking the look of Jacob Newton, one of the most convincing out there on the ground right now. Easily one of my personal favourites as well.
Yeah, number 5 it is for the folks watching at home. And also, if we go down there, Thomas Griffiths at times has been really good. Jack Michaelaney's had his moments. I'll tell you what, they were instrumental that quarter though, weren't they? Finn Wakeland got involved, Noah Daw, Ned McCarthy all scoring goals. Orlando Turner, number 9, kicked that nice goal. Lad from Norwood and also South Ellis Springs. So really representing his area and his state and his family and his club very well, as a lot of them are. As we said, Noah Daw, Norwood Hope Valley lad, playing up around half forward, doing a good job. I think in the first quarter, Giulio Muzzolino, we called him a fair bit as well. Didn't see him as much that quarter, but there's a lot of them are really the little fellas, like a mosquito fleet at times. But gee, I tell you what, super impressed with how physical it is. And St. Peter's have got a bit of work ahead of them, but Rostrevor really opened up with that 6-goal 3-quarter, 39 points. And they lead by 37 because St. Peter's only kicked the 2 points. But look, you know, early times of the season, the other thing we've got to remember, Indy, I keep, I waffle on a bit about how they all grow up together and started out together and everything. But then you've got the other side. There may be some new players that come in and out of the team as well. But this season there'd be some new players, and how they gel and understanding each other's mannerisms, who's the left footer, who's the right footer, these all go into making good teams and good teamwork. So, Ryan Fowler, I talk about him, number 39 for St. Peter's. If there's any people out there doing recruiting for even just the local clubs, Sample, if not higher, this bloke has just come on a little bit this year, and gee, I'll tell you what, he's really impressed us in his game, in where he runs. He's got a great tank, and he also does a little bit of work below the knees as well. So super impressed with himself at St. Peter's. They've got a few players. Jake Hill at times. We go down, just having a look at Henry Marshall. Especially his first quarter, really good. Hunter Pickett at times, helping each other out down there. Koshers at times. And Harvey George is a good big target up forward, number 13. Umpire holds the ball loft in the middle now as we speak, and big Ryan Fowler, here he is in the ruck, wins that one again. See, he goes after that, tries to tackle him, doesn't quite. Rostrevor get the kick out. Oh, player tumbling now, hope he's okay. Doesn't matter, Rostrevor come forward. That's a very quick kick
opening up the third quarter, and they've already scored a point, Indy, in what's that, 21 seconds. It's a world record, almost.
Would have been one of the quickest goals I've seen this year, without a doubt, if that one had gone through, and probably one of the plays of the day as well. So instead, Sam Higgins, one of the betters for St. Peter's today. Can he conjure something up? Under pressure. Ooh, big tackle on the far side of the ground. Rostrevor, once again, not letting go of that intensity, and St. Peter's will pretty much have to double the intensity of their opposition to get back into this game. For those just joining and those curious, it was 3 points apiece at quarter time. It's 5 points to 43 at the moment. So since then, it's been an all Rostrevor show. So the ball nearly tumbles over the boundary line here, but Marshall keeps it alive. And he kicks it, trying to an opponent, but it's not called 15. So it's going to be play on. Will Hawker had to be really quick there. Flicked it out. It's really tight conditions now. Last line of defence was Patrick Higgins again.
He stayed out there a long time, Indy. Sorry to cut in. I was just watching him out this side of the ground. See where they've kicked it now. Gee, that's not a free kick, says the umpire. So Wakeland just picks it up and kicks around the corner. I thought that might have been a free kick there.
Wow. That wasn't a free kick. I thought that was clearly, at the very least, a bit of front-on contact. Could have been shot in the arms. Could have been high conduct. There's only 3 free kicks in this play. Look at this.
There it is.
Oh, goodness. Well,
and big Wakeland. Now, should have been the other way around. Wakeland's doing the roving and Johnny Thompson's putting in the effort there. And he was one we said to watch because we saw him playing last year as a younger player in that team. Look at the size of him. He's a great size, and out at sturdy is young Finn Wakeland, and I think he's got a pretty rosy future ahead of him. And he picks that goal up and kicks it there. He's a good size too. Ball back in the middle, and it's quick, but St. Peter's, so Patrick Higgins was the outrider. They tried to get that switch of play, so it'll be interesting to see if they do it again, if there's a mark or free kick back here. They're under pressure on that far side, but so they're running in 2s and 3s. That's a lot better. Handball over the top, that needs to hit, but brings the player, which was Darcy Connor, into the play, which then puts pressure on the ball carrier. Now they're out, Rostrevor. Oh, nice sidestep there, very clever, but high kick in, and no one on this play for Rostrevor. He's got plenty of time. Picks it up, runs in. Kick is offline, so that was disappointing. In the end, I reckon that might have been Matthew Brown, was it? Good size, if that is him. Yeah, really good size about him. Nord and GWS Academy. So this is what we're talking about. St. Peter's, they have come out this side to Jeff Hastings. Lead comes early from Patrick Higgins. Looks longer now. Hastings, a penetrating kick though. Geez, it travelled a good distance in quick time. Lachlan Butler from Central Districts couldn't quite take it. And umpire says ball up. The thing I do like, Indy, in this quarter is St. Peter's are first to the ball a lot of the times here. Once again, player taken high, but the umpire doesn't see it from far back. So we're not here to umpire. Some may say they're not either, but they are. But no, they're doing a good job. But sometimes when you're unsighted, because we've got the camera on this side of the ground, they haven't. Oh, charging through there. Well done, Darcy Connor. I like that. He ran past the pack almost, trying to receive it back. Oliver Franco putting in the heavy yards there. Oh, around the corner by the Rostrevor player to a dangerous position, 3-on-1. And Henry Marshall is playing a very good game out there as well.
Sorry, my camera
He was, but not until that kick, unfortunately. Now Jonty Thompson looks to forward line. A bit of marking infringement. It was probably just an intercept, all things considered, for Charlie Raff, who's also been good for St. Peter's. Fergus Lampbrooks trying to get on the end of it. He's taken to ground with the Sharon in hand.
Damon Stepic also having a very good game out there. So there's going to be a few to pick through when we get to that beanie and thongs, Indy.
Yeah.
Ball on that far side wing, player held, well done. First to the ball, Fergus Lampbrooks is a big lad, playing at North Adelaide, a little bit of byplay, got the red boots on. Goes outside, I'm not real sure about that, because what that does is opens up the boundary line on that far side. Oh, wow, what a fantastic mark there. That's a super mark. That looked like Jay Johns from Norwood and West Coast Hawks.
put the one hand out. Took a one-handed mark. So fantastic play by him. Just caresses that ball along the wing. Puts it to a pack, but believe it or not, to the advantage of Rostrevor. Look at him, 1, 2, 3, 4 there. I'll tell you who has done well here is St Peters through Fergus Lamb-Brooks. But the kick a little bit wayward there. Goes over the line. Scott Upington there, just working his way through some things. Probably pretty relaxed as we speak. 45-point lead on the board. Ball comes in, far side, between the two light towers. Thebarton Oval, a pitcher. Look at that over there, the old well, not the grandstand, the terracing. Imagine that, 10,000 people here. Well, we haven't got 10,000, we've got 5. But you can still imagine what it was like in its heyday. Great to see the lads out in the school colours, the Rostrevor lads. As that ball comes in. Far side. Umpire runs in. And there's, of course, one of the teams there. Could be, well, I won't guess. That could be St Peters. I'd suggest watching. Could be Sacred Heart. Could be Immanuel. There's a lot of blue out here. This way, that way, talking about a lot of blue. They go back in, though. The left footer had to come back into traffic to get that kick in, which then made it a kick. Under pressure there, Damon Stepic got the ball out when he held the hands up in the air. I don't know why I'm putting mine up because the people at home can't see me, but I'm trying to demonstrate the handball, Indy, and I'm glad you were watching because there's a good mark and some support there by the young ladies. Well done. Wildy, that may be Wilderness, I'd suggest, as ball comes across now, up and down. Oh, having to stand and wait. Will Anning, good courage. I tell you what, how good that was. He's recovered. And he's kicked that into a dangerous spot. Is that Wakeland at the front who can't? He bounds after it, flicks it up. Rostrevor player around the corner, but he's put it right into the pocket there. And this is Muzzolino, or Orlando Turner it is. Oh, he's put a bit of magic on there. Well done, young man. Kept it in. Late bump. There's a high kick around the corner. Oh, player's in trouble. Someone get it out. Gee, player dodged and weaved there. And they do release the pressure here to Jeff Hastings.
Moment to take a breath for Jake Hill. Well, he decided to sacrifice that breath to try and win back his own ball. But now he finds a handball chain. He's got a couple teammates on the end of it. Now with the kick, Sam Higgins goes further. He liked the look at the pack.
Screaming grab.
Absolutely all class there from Harvey George. He looks onward. He's indecisive. He steps off his mark. Man on the mark wasn't putting too much pressure on the kick though, so the kick should still go where it was initially intended. It does. St. Peter's player is forced to apply offensive pressure to make sure the ball doesn't go anywhere. But suddenly they've got a forward 50 entry. Can they get their first goal of the game? That's the aim now. 8.5 minutes gone. Once again, Harvey George trying to breeze through it. Snapping goal is there. Fantastic finish from Oliver Franco. North Adelaide Junior and first St. Peter's goal kicker for this game. Jim Kelly, actually.
Number 14, I reckon. Have a look on the...
It was?
It was, yep.
My mistake. Jim Kelly.
I think what happened, Indy, I was pointing with my finger and it slipped down, and number 15 is Franco, and number 14, a good player himself, but number 14 was Jim Kelly. So I'll take ownership for you there, mate.
I trusted your finger, Tony.
Yeah, well, slipped down and doesn't help anyone when we're pointing to the wrong numbers. But a great call, and they've got their first on the board, and will that open up a little bit for them? 6 goals down, 6 goals 3, and, well, is that the scoring end, we might say? Rostrevor now. Well, this will be interesting. Who gets the answer? There's a little bit of push on Brad Barnes from the Central York. Can they get another one? There he is. Geez, Ryan Fowler battling his heart out there. They go forward again. Player dumped after he kicked there was Kelly, and umpire let it go, so Rostrevor have the ball in hand. Yeah, ball hung a long time in the air, but that's at 3 or 4 metres. That's called time and space on a kick like that. Player now caressing the ball down the wing. 1, 2, 3 kicks. Players run on. A good player in front there. Gives it back to the runners. They're inside 50 again here. Nice kick in. Under pressure, St. Peter's. Oh, that ball's still in. Surely not. Oh, I'll tell you what, it could have been a Wayne Harms. Was it on the boundary? Was it over? Was it not in one of those many great grand finals many moons ago? But not to be. Umpire says, let's ball it in. Long throw, actually. So Fowler stands under it. Rostrevor player trying to get onto it. It's Jacob Newton, who's having a great game. That's what happens when you play in front, and he's having an outstanding game. Norwood and Elliston districts, this lad, and got a bit of a strut around him, and I just said he's very light on his feet as well. Really like the look of Jacob Newton down there at Norwood, but wow, what a player. Really good player. Puts his body in too, Indy. When it's your turn to go and get the ball, you have to do that, and he did that, and this will be just reward. Lining up for his second. Hope everyone over there at Elliston is watching and enjoying the game. Pops it through. Gee, just leant back on that a little bit as he kicked it through for a point. But with that build-up, that'd have to be one of the best points ever seen on Thebarton Oval, Indy. But he'll redeem himself, don't worry about that. Nice kick in. Gee, having to wait was George Wicks, Anguston Panthers.
So George Wicks with a chance now. In the back pocket. High ball. Difficult one to win in conditions like these especially. Coming goal side for St. Peter's temporarily, but then gets halted up as the garrison of reinforcements came in time for Rostrevor, and a high tackle free kick. They'll get back possession here through Brad Barnes. He kicks it far, looks to the middle, just shy of half forward. Ben Spare going forward, nice. And nice kick to Cade Madigan. That's exactly the type of build-up they needed, but they want to go one extra. They don't go one extra. Instead, they'll be forced to win the ball back, but that's a high tackle, so St. Peter's will get the ball back. Maybe they just tried to do a little bit too much then. Sometimes you've got to have the confidence and just take the set shot.
Tyson Roberts just steers that ball out to the pocket. Bit of possession football now. Player just looking, he's looking straight down the ground, he's not looking inside, and that's a good kick though. That was a bullet pass. They'll load up again. Here's St. Peter's, plenty of running around. The Rostrevor players have got back, so it goes short. Here's the Rostrevor players that were charging in on that play with ball in hand, so up and down now, anyone's ball. A little bit of that physicality's come back into it this quarter, Indy. I see St. Peter's are holding up the opposition. They just need to try and score themselves. As we see that physicality there with Rostrevor pushing it out to the front of the pack. Comes over, player out wide. He's got someone gliding by, taken high, and Jonty Thompson starting to get a fair few possessions as well from Norwood and Sejuna Blues. Nice kick on him as well. Right to the hot spot and roaring through. And that is the player, I reckon, that we're talking about. There it is, Jacob Newton. That's what he can do, and that's damaging play in the forward line as an on-baller. Running through. We'll see that here. Nice kick in too. Just that front and centre. Hit the pack running. Left foot. That is perfect by Jacob Newton, Norwood, and certainly Elliston District. So we say hello to everyone over there at Elliston, and this young man is doing a great job representing your area, representing his club and Norwood as well. So nice goal. Jacob Newton, just a really well balanced, even the way he walked, just light on his feet, and when he gets going he's a very hard man to catch. So Indy, St. Peter's up against it a little bit here.
Still, they got the goal that they needed, but well, they're going to need a lot more than a simple goal to stop the rot, as tackling pressure forces another ball up. 1 goals 5-11, 8 goals 9-57, as you see there on the scoreboard. Of course, our scoreboard sponsor Sportal allows you to track the score of our game as well as any other game across the nation, wherever on the world, anytime you need. Now Rostrevor, free kick from the centre clearance, which looks like it might have been Petty who kicked that one. It's gone a half forward. It'll be another ball up most likely, as I don't think George Wicks had any chance of getting that one out. So ball up. Half forward. Tackle forced once again. Good tackle from Oliver Franco. half forward. Rostrevor happy to play it a little slower here. They're not in a rush to form a mountain of goals at this point, as nice as it would be for the coaches and the fans. It'll be Ben Spare.
So loads up again inside 50. Oh, the lead comes. That's a great lead. Don't tell me he's gone up forward, Jacob Newton. And, geez, what a great lead that was. That was fast. Hard kick at him, and he took it first grab. Very important to do in football. He's going to line up. Let's see how he goes a little bit further out. He's had a little bit of trouble with the distance today. So a little bit run sideways, a bit crabby there. Does he get onto it? No, he doesn't. Distance against him and just rush through there. So team point, we'd say, to Rostrevor. But that was a dynamic lead as well. So we've seen some real good players out here. Ryan Fowler, as we said, and Jacob Newton really standing out. There's that penetrating kick. It has to work, and it does. I reckon this may be Jake Hill. He too does a great kick, and almost self-defence there by big Harvey George. Doesn't matter, he push and shove, get the hands free. Over the top, not quite. Players had to grab it, put a player under pressure there, and a lot of pressure too. Very physical there by Fergus Lamp-Brooks. Oh, the big fella's getting 2 possessions. He says, get out of my way, Thomas Griffiths. And Thomas Griffiths went further than the ball as that player came through, and that player's just gone off the ground now, and that's big Harvey George, who's done his work. No one behind the 2 ruckmen. If this goes behind, it's anyone's ball. It goes to the side. That was deliberate by Fowler. Comes around now. A very good player, Orlando Turner. I've liked him, playing his part for the team. Player had to stand still and wait for that ball to come, and did so. And just gliding by there, you'll see number 2, Jonty Thompson, who's going to just try and set them up a little bit down there in the forward line as well. So there is a spare back now. They're manned up. Here comes Thompson. Bang. Tries to clean someone up. Misses. Gets fresh air. Around it goes. Up and down. Oh, leading out. Players getting in way of each other. This way, that way. That was Newton. Wow, dangerous hands. Oh, wow. Unfortunate there. But how exciting. Jacob Newton and Orlando Turner just turning it on, and 5 points for the quarter now for Rostrevor, along with the 1 goal.
It's a 2-way race for the beanie between Newton and Turner, in my opinion. Not sure if anyone else is putting their hand up quite as high as those 2 players. And it looks like Rostrevor will probably be the ones to get this job done comfortably, but perhaps something a little different down the corridor from St. Peter's. They haven't been able to get into the forward half most of the quarter. They got an opportunity now, although it halts with a grindy stoppage, once again forced by a lot of mounted tacklers from both teams just flooding in to try and trap the ball. Back in the centre it is. Good tap work from Ryan Fowler. He's probably been one of the most redeeming things for St. Peter's today, and Henry Marshall going out wide, 1-on-1, no mark. Good defensive ability there as Sam Higgins trying to rush onto it. He shrugs off a man. He can go forward with an entry here. His man's got front position. Doesn't quite complete the mark. No, he has.
He's called for it. He appealed to the umpire then, I reckon, Andy.
Yeah, maybe.
Jack Kosh, Mount Lofty. Bit warmer down here than it would be up at Mount Lofty.
Oh, absolutely. Still a cold night here at Thebarton. We hope you're warm wherever you're watching from. Jack Kosh.
12 quarters of the best football you'll ever see, Indy. What's he done?
He's kicked the goal.
As you'd expect in number 26. Fantastic work. He's got their second on the board for St. Peter's. Won't say they're forging ahead, but that's enough. 2 goals straight to 1 goal 5 this quarter. Nice left-footed kick. He gave it plenty of height. I'm not sure it spun correctly, but goal's a goal. And interchange for both teams coming on and off, and big Harvey George has come back on. He's going to go down forward to be a focal point. And Harry Brock, Ironbank, Bridgewater, Cherry Gardens. That's a mouthful because the clubs have amalgamated. He's come on to the wing, which sends Brad Barnes into the centre. Lad from Central York, so a really big country contingent. Barnes runs around the outside there. Right at the back of this pack, he is number 8. Oh, thrown to the ground. You know what, as a big fella, it's a long way up. And that's Jet Hastings getting up off the ground. Barnes now tries to tackle, but they're forward again here, St. Peter's. Will they get the foray going, get 2 in a row? That's another strong tackle. Probably a sling, yeah. A little bit going on there. So, just a short kick. It held in the air a long time. Now he takes a player on the mark. Maybe just cramp, we hope. So this is Giulio Mussolini getting that ball forward and couldn't quite get it in on the wrong side there for Orlando Turner. So St. Peter's load up again into the middle.
Got a chance now. Slows up temporarily with Oliver Franco, who's been one of St. Peter's best today. So has Patrick Higgins. In fact, both the Higgins brothers been really good today, but not so much in that instance. Jackson Petty.
Henry Marshall, that was too. That's a bit of a blow for them coming off for St. Peter's, and I'm just keeping an eye on him on the bench. And I don't know that it's cramp. He just seemed to be limping around there with the calf.
Darcy Best would need his best to kick a goal from there. He decides to just hand it off and doesn't quite work to plan. Brave mark though from Jack Haddad. Sorry, that was a mark from George Wicks. My correction. Getting the teams mixed up, Tony.
You're not on your own there, Indy. No embarrassment there, mate.
Oh,
nice
turned over
grab.
once again though. Now dashing through.
Yeah,
Opportunity for Darcy Best. Kick it to the other side. Snap around has come from Noah Dorr, and the markers come down at the tip of the square. So Rostrevor, another opportunity to extend this league even further.
Jonty Thompson was involved there. Orlando, we talked about him, Orlando Turner, but that run, I reckon that was Darcy Best, was it, who took off down here, or it might have been Harry Brock. One of the two, but gee, it was quick play, wasn't it? There's Turner. Pops it through.
Ooh. Still the two-way race between Jacob Newton and Orlando Turner.
Yeah, I like Newton just playing up the ground a little bit as well. But yeah, Turner is just an opportune forward, isn't he? And playing a great game. There's a few out there. I did like that run there. I think it might have been Harry Brock, was it? See the Brett Barnes in the middle. They've got the Bulls in there. They've got Cade Madigan in the middle. Thord, Nord and Thevenard. I reckon Thevenard's out of Sejuna. So he's travelled a long way and playing some good football. Up it goes. The advance now to Rostrevor. But it's gone back a long, long way for St. Peter's to now. Hasn't been kicked properly yet. It's been socket all that way. Bumble's out of bounds. I tell you what, the lights are on in the bowl screen in the background there. They came on earlier today and they're very bright out there. So I hope they're enjoying a bit of the lawn bowls. Not sure if that's going to go when they change the ground or not. Anyway, ball out now. Rostrevor, see they line up back behind the ball very well. They get back there, round it comes. Is there going to be a grab? There is. In the forward line, all on his own. That's Big Wakeland. We've mentioned him a few times tonight, Finn Wakeland, and he just stood there, waited for that ball to come in. Showing us his wares at Sturt as well. Good sized young lad. You can see he's going to fill out and grow quite tall. So Finn Wakeland. Ball in hand. Probably going to kick from 25. Be lucky to be 30 metres. Don't pop it too high, son. Kicks through it. Straight over the goal umpire's head, and that is how you do it. Good goal to the lad at Rostrevor there, Finn Wakeland. We talk about it, Indy, and I arc up because I say if you're in the AFL and you're running around corners and trying to snap and not sure what to do and that, watch some of these lads. No fear, walk in, there's the goalpost, there's the goal umpire, get a target behind him, kick the goal.
He's looking good now with those 3 goals, Finn Wakeland.
Yep, and
leading
there's
goal kicker for the match.
Scott Upington on the bench, hidden behind the runner there, having a bit of a chat.
He'd be very pleased with the performance. He wouldn't show it, of course, because you never show that type of optimism when you're a coach. You don't want to look vulnerable, but he would be really pleased with what's going on right now. And we go into the 3-quarter time siren as the margin currently stands 2 goals 5-17 to 10 goals 11-71. The Prince Alfred players are coming out for a bit of brief training on the ground to get a taste of the Thebarton Oval action that they'll be witnessing in half an hour's time. But in the meantime, the game in front of us, it's Rostrevor by 54 points. We're going to take a quick ad break. Welcome back to Thebarton Oval. It's three-quarter time. It's a 54-point lead to Rostrevor. They have dominated the last 2 quarters of this game, and it looked like a real arm wrestle in that opening term, but everything else since then has been all Rostrevor, and you can just see them huddling up right now. The vibes would be pretty positive as far as our extent of knowledge goes. I don't think there'd be too much criticism, and for St. Peter's, I think a bit of adjustment now as you can just see them huddling up and salvaging what's left of this match.
Well, a lot of the St. Peter's guys, see them all got their arms around, they're talking as one big group, whereas Rostrevor were in their smaller groups. They're now in nice and tight, and I love this. It's a bit about the culture. It's not about the scoreboard and just being with your mates. It's the opportunity you get. Looks like the assistant coach talking down there. That's not Josh Franco there. That's Ben Haynes talking, who is the sports master. Came up and spoke with us, director of sports, so that's interesting. And Josh Franco just off to the side, and I think he's just waiting for his moment, or he may have already spoken, the nuts and bolts. But good, look at them all with their arms around each other, both teams, and a bit going on. We'd just like to take this opportunity to once again thank Paul Thompson and the SA Veterans Cricket. Paul is the coordinator of the 40s, 50s, 60s and 70s. I believe they've got a 55s and 65s as well. They're running the canteen down here, the 60s and 70s running the canteen, and that's a fundraiser for the Perth Carnival later in the year. And also the coffee shop being run by Kim Curtis down here, doing a great job. Our sponsors, of course, Filming Footy, Sports Interactive, Dartfish and Sportal for the scoreboard. And those couple of people you can see, well, that's myself and Indy. Probably not the best shot that you'll ever see. Get it back to the footy. We'd also like to thank the Australian Sports Technologies Network. Sportal are at their conference in Melbourne for the next 2 days, and our scoreboard through Sportal, which is showing you all of this on the screen at the moment, is also being beamed into Melbourne to the Australian Sports Technologies Network over the next 2 days. So that is fantastic. You can have a look on the Sportal app if you download it, which I did this morning, and you can watch all the games today. Smartphones, tablets, laptops, desktops or smart TVs. You can also watch it on SAAS TV on YouTube. So we thank you for viewing currently the second game, St. Peter's College versus
Rostrevor. And of course, after this game again, Indy, Game 3, Sacred Heart College versus Prince Alfred College, 7:45 to 9:50. And there'll be a tear in my eye when the last siren goes at the end of the day, because I'd want another quarter. 12 quarters of football, and just give us a bit more. That's what we asked for. So it's a football bonanza down here at Thebarton Oval. Have a look at him there, number 7, Patrick Higgins. And sorry, that's Cade Madigan. And he's standing Jet Hastings in the middle there. Little battle, look at him push and shove, and she's on again. Up goes the big fella. Fowler couldn't get it down, but I'll tell you what, they're out here. St Peters, have they had a roasting? Have they had a nice encouraging talk? And Fergus Lamp-Brooks takes the mark on the wing. Good to see Henry Marshall come back on, because he did limp off in that third quarter. Oh, gliding by, but getting wrapped up in the tackle. Charlie Raff. And I hope that Rostrevor lad gets up okay there. A little bit sore. Very sore, actually. And that it's like Jackson Petty. Just limping around. St Peters player, he's looking for someone to glide by. He gets it now and just runs into a really strong tackle. Oh, Cade Madigan, he lets you know you've been tackled. No worries about that.
Ball to be thrown back in. Peters, some front half territory in these early minutes, although that's all about to change as Jacob Newton has something to say about that. He bombs it long forward. All of a sudden, coming out the way of Orlando Turner. He couldn't dribble it through there from there, could he? He does. Goal of the night, if you don't mind, from Orlando Turner. His third, and that could go long ways to getting him the beanie and Archie thongs.
Yeah, just super clever, isn't he?
It's normally unwise when you're 40 metres out to go.
If you know what you're doing and you can do it, you just go ahead and let it go. So there's Josh Franco there talking to Ben Haynes, who was quite relaxed when he was up here talking to us earlier in the night, and a little bit more going on as we speak. Ball comes around, taking the ground there. Darcy Connor, umpires let it go. Yeah. Up and down Rostrevor. This is where they need to stand strong in the back line. Show us some of their best work. I'll tell you what, I've got a cult figure out here. I'll come to it in a minute. As Rostrevor players tried to handball that player. That was well taken there on the one hand. Up in the air, big Ryan Fowler it is. It's out though by Rostrevor. Penetrating kick too, down towards that 50. Player dragged the ground, mopping up now. That looks like it could have been Jacob Newton. Goes long. Through for 1 point. And my cult hero is just running around the boundary there. It's the boundary umpire who's got the sweatband on. Bit of the Hulk Hogan about him.
Also noticed the goal umpires for today just wearing the grey hoodies, no cap required. So
they're the SAAS, SAAS hoodies they are too.
Bit of a formality change there. Darcy Connor kicks on the outside. Mark taken by Hunter Pickett. He goes out wide. Not the most successful of kicks. Spaced out to Jim Kelly. He'll work with a teammate to keep this ball alive. Lachlan Butler being the asset. Helps him to get it forward, although was the ball out of bounds before the kick was made.
I'm just going to ask our SAAS representative here, Alejandro, who very well known to the team. Just the goal umpires today, Alejandro, are they SAAS officials? They've got the SAAS wind cheaters on. He's not saying a lot. He's giving me a nod and a thumbs up as we speak. So that's answered the question. As always with Alejandro, short and sharp and to the point. Wouldn't take the microphone. I can see why now. It was all sign language. So St Peter's player coming in.
Opportunity now. So it was actually a free kick down the line from earlier, my mistake. He's only gotten the minus score, so no cheers will go up. But credit to the St Peter's cheer squad. They haven't quite migrated to the right end of the oval, though, which normally the cheer squads do at each change of break. But I think this time they just felt a bit cozy where they are, whether it's because they're too cold or because they know that the ball's not going to be coming down there very often.
I think they're just meandering past the tower as we speak, Indy, but it's not a full-blown pace. 4 have left the herd. The rest are down there. Maybe they're just going to wait there
until the final sign, because that's their end, as that ball is right in front. You can see them all up there in the background with hands in pockets, and why wouldn't you, trying to stay warm? As there he is, have a look at that, the headband, got the ponytail, he's got the knee brace, a bit of Hulk Hogan and boundary umpire all in one. Oh, look at that, magnificent, good work, young man. Great work by the boundary umpires, and that's a big throw in. I often talk about that being at the back of the pack as that ball comes around, up and down. Just held on to it for a long time there. That was Sam Higgins. So here you go. Gets out. Look at the runner here. He's got plenty of jets. Jet Hastings. Geez, look at him. He's followed it up, but doesn't have to because Darcy Connor's there in support. Puts a nice kick in. Oh, player tangled himself up in that ball. Couldn't take the mark. Affected a spoil on no one, and gives it back to the opposition as the point is being waved now. Rostrevor already out to the half-back line.
Jack Sapetti with the slingshot. He's got a teammate running down the corridor, and that looked like Jaden Evans. His hand pass, not the finest, but it will get through okay. The 1-to-1 didn't quite work to plan, though. Oh, and now it's resulted in a turnover and a set shot for St. Peter's unless they decide to go one further. Well, they won't have to. It'll be a 25-metre penalty.
Geez, he sort of took off as if he was going to kick, and then he stopped and just pointed to the umpire. Made him aware, didn't he?
Yeah, probably the main reason why the free kick was ultimately given away by the end of all of it. So the finish, all that's required from, I believe this is Charlie Raff. I may be wrong. He steps in, and he steps up for the goal. 2 flags, yes. Systems go for that. 3 goals, 7-25. So at the very least, they've scored 20 points in the second half, which they got the 5 points in the first half as some spectators now on the sidelines enjoying it.
Saints, seniors. Well, 2 of the 3 are, unless that young lady's watching it on screen or doing her homework, one of the 2. But anyway, good to see the fans come down and enjoying the sport as we speak. Maybe watching a brother or relative, or just enjoying it through friendship as they come around now. Rostrevor, 1 handball, 2 handball. The player had to wait for that to come on, and gee, is he running? Cade Madigan, he's up and really got look at him go there. That's another possession again. He's really turned the Jets on. Someone better tell him you don't win the beanie and thongs off 1 quarter, but he's had a good game as well. So look at him there. He is again. He's putting his hand up for it, Indy, making a late charge at it. Oh, player dragged the ground here. They're under pressure, St. Peter's. Oh, physical out there. Look at the players going down in the background. Up high. Oh, flying high there. The Rostrevor player couldn't take it, but if you get rewarded for effort, spectacular. Anyway, it doesn't matter because St. Peter's have come out with it. Look at that. He's kicked it to fresh air. Good old 50-50 battle. That is a clever tap. Player a long way out. Goes towards goal. Point. Gee, I tell you what, that was a quick transition by St. Peter's and exciting football. Look at Rostrevor now. They're going to try and sneak out the other side, Indy.
Yeah, they're really good with the rebound game. Oh, could have been a clutch mark there, but nothing of it. Instead, a bit of dash, if you don't mind, from Thomas Griffiths. He keeps going. Eventually decides to give it off, but he might keep going and get it back. No, he won't. Noah Dorr will go one further. Didn't hit the intended target. Crummer's still lingering around the ball. Now snapping it across the body was Brad Barnes, but the snap is too wide. It'll only be a minus score. Takes the margin up to 53 points. 2 goals 8, 26, 11 goals 13, 79. So they really tweaked the scoreboard there. We're approaching the 9-minute mark of the final term as well. So can St. Peter's conjure something now off of the defensive slingshot, the way that their opposition have done against them for most of the match? Jim Kelly found a man. Then they had the one-on-one waiting in the forward line, so this is good composure. Long kick is going to make it difficult for anyone to mark. Rostrevor were more comfortable with spoiling that ball out of the defense, and now they're going to call the ball up, so interesting stuff. Oh, big tap out from Ryan Fowler. Very nicely done, although there's been a free kick rewarded here. St. Peter's will get it. It looks like kick will be going to Charlie Raff again. So he can kick his second goal for the quarter. Not too much time to waste with this shot, although any hope of reeling this game back. It's all a consolation prize now. Charlie Raff, the man to get one. Not with that kick. Misses to the near side.
Just offline a little bit there, Indy, and pretty inaccurate now. 3 goals, 9. So 12 scoring shots to 24 as that ball comes in. Nice kick straight to centre half back. Just place that ball on his boot and Darcy Connor cut in. Well, round he goes. Hit the turf gliding by. I don't mind that from the big forward. He didn't mess around, Harvey George. He knows how to kick him, and straight through for a big goal. And St. Peter's very quick answer. Very quick answer by St. Peter's there as they get the goal on the board.
It was a nice finish to a play which is one of the few times this evening that St. Peter's had actually managed to lock in the ball and then successfully rebound with the goal afterwards. They did that a bit in the first quarter but just didn't get a goal out of it, and you wonder what difference it could have been to the determination of the momentum of the game if they did play a little bit like that in the opening few minutes. So positives, a bit few and far between to take away, but they do exist for St. Peter's. This could be another one. Dashing centre clearance all the way down forward, and the mark was almost too easy there for Jack Kosh, who also has an opportunity to be a multi-goal kicker.
Could be a bit of a rush on here for goals.
Yeah, I'm liking the sound of the way St. Peter's are starting to put together some more clever plays. Where's this been all day? That left foot misses to the near side as well.
Reckon they might be out doing a little bit of training this week, Indy.
Could be. Ooh, big mark. Not a bad one either. Rostrevor just lightly traversing the ground, maybe too lightly, just a bit too generous there. Although they'll get it back through the forced turnover, so good retaliative pressure as
Darcy Best is quick, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a lot of agility. Oh, nice pick up and weave around from Cade Madigan. He weaves around another for the second time. Then to the deep one-on-one in the pocket. Kick coming out towards full forward. There's no one from Rostrevor around there. Well, only for the moment until Noah Dorr comes crashing through, but he alone can't make the difference, and he's holding on to his man too long, so he's going to concede the free kick anyway. But
almost a professional free there, Indy, because he held on and held on, but now there's a 25 metres, so that's null and void now. But yeah, he held on there for a while and let everyone get back. He was on his Pat Malone there. Fergus Lamp Brooks takes it. Oh, bang! Poor old Darcy Connor crunched into. Then the Rostrevor player gets swamped by the numbers there. And look, they're all getting a bit excited because they're right in front of the grandstand here. And here's my cult hero. Boundary umpire throws it in. Very good throw. Trots back. Trying to take that out of the air there was Harvey George. Rostrevor again load up. Players contest. Oh, tried to get a handball, missed it there. So St. Peter's trying to caress that ball, but oh, well done there. Reckon that's Darcy Best snavelled through. Don't tell me. That was very good play by young Darcy Best, I reckon, was it? We'll have a look. The red laces, so we'll soon pick that up. Little bit of fatigue taking place now in some of the players.
yeah, just the late game fatigue starting to creep in, and well, we've got another game to go, Tony.
Yeah, 10 minutes to go in this game. We have to start thinking about who our recipient of the BOG would be. I'm looking at Jacob Newton, Orlando Turner, Indy pointing to Orlando Turner, so liking what we've seen out of that young lad, and really outstanding game. And I think you're going to be doing the presentation for that one, are you, Indy? And
yeah, I look forward to it. Well, the attitude will be pretty positive, I expect.
Ask him a little bit about South Alice Springs and coming down here and enjoying the area down here. He's played a fantastic game, mate. So really opportune up forward as well, hadn't he? You know, when you get that ball down there, kick the goals as they come forward again, Rostrevor. It's not over yet for them. That's a nice kick to what we call the fat side. And here's the other player, Jacob Newton. He's going to fire for his third. He's probably heard our call and says, well, hang on, I still want to be in it. But he's played a great game too. Norwood, Elliston districts. And we keep saying it, but we love the country folk and we love the fact that you're watching across metropolitan and country, South Australia and Australia, as Jacob Newton comes in.
This will be for his third goal.
It is too. Righto,
He's on
Indy.
equal with Orlando Turner.
It's in your hands now.
I reckon whoever kicks more out of the two will be the Dartfish Beanie and Archie Dongle's winner. So,
Well, they've both got three, so I'm going to have to wait for you to get down there and just surprise us.
yeah, you'd expect it to be one of the two, but
Oh, for sure.
we're going to pay attention to these last 10 minutes because it could actually make a huge difference to the momentum of that. Just a bit of cramping on the St. Peter's bench. As you can see, Edward Weeks there, who doesn't actually have a junior club listed on his profile, so whether that's out of the best wishes of his privacy or whether or not he just hasn't played through any other junior club, and this is his sole point of intrigue for his football career. Could be one or the other. There's the throw up. Ball tried to take out by Cade Madigan, but didn't prevail. So the lights on full blaze here at Thebarton Oval, as they have been for the past couple of hours. Daylight savings still a fair way away. We'll be waiting a couple more months for it. Jake Hill with the kick going forward for St. Peter's. And a good spoil from Jack Michaelaney. Not sure what the relation there is with some of the other more famous Michaelaneys we've seen across the AFL. As Tony's just tucked in the Dartfish Beanie and Archie Thongs and gotten them all cosy and ready for their next owner.
I'll tell you what, Indy, have a look at the Rostrevor supporters down here. Just in front of us to the left, there's a really big contingency of them. We saw this last year with Sacred Heart. There was a really big group following the players and the teams around. The Rostrevor players are all down this end of the ground as we speak, waiting for that final siren. It's about 7.5 to 8 minutes away, and they're going to load up here St. Peter's. Well, a little bit of byplay going on in the forward line as that ball comes across, and that's a great set of jukes there by the young man for Rostrevor, and he gets it out that far side. A little bit hard to see numbers unless you're looking closely on the screen, but round it comes again. Oh, flying high. St. Peter's are in a hot opportunity right now. And look at the Rostrevor, look at the numbers there, the black and red. Just put themselves up and around the ball. So Ned McCarthy there, Glenelg Bordertown lad, 26 there, Daniel Dobie, Golden Grove I should say. Jack Michaelaney trying to do some work in there. Anyone's ball there in that 50-50. St. Peter's players handing it out and trying to do some hard work there. Charlie Raff in the forward line. We talk about forward line pressure. Gee, that's a great mark as well. A little bit of attention afterwards. Bit of excitement. Well done by Fergus Lamp-Brooks. Ball on the ground now. Reckon that might be Turner there on the bottom of the pack. Just extracts himself and starts to run off. He's done a mountain of work, Indy, as well. He's worked up the ground and back down again. Put himself in a dangerous position if they can get this ball forward. Out it comes. He's played well too, Jonty Thompson. I've liked him. The inside-out kick, and I tell you what, look at him put the jets on. Doesn't have to, or does he? Oh, Turner just slips over at the last moment. That could have been an opportunity for number 4. Players flung around. Umpire says, play on. And a good set of grab. Yes, good set of jukes. Well done, young man. Oh, tried for the handball, did he? That's George Wicks with ball in hand.
From halfback, St. Peter's Not too much more of this game to play out, whether they just want to play it safe or maybe even experiment, because sometimes when the game's already over, it is worth experimentation, playing a little bit riskier, which they're doing here right now with the corridor. Whistle's going to slow up play temporarily, but Darcy Connor wants to keep going. He really wants to keep going, in fact. St. Peter's all the way down to the goal square. Big spoil coming out of the pack. Was defensively done really well from Rostrevor, and they could slingshot here as well. Big thumping check side coming out of the defence. Was almost marked at the far end of the ground, picking it up. Will Anning having to do a bit of defensive stuff here. And he runs into a brick wall with a couple of other St. Peter's players just crunching down on him. So ball up. Right forward flank. For St. Peter's at least. Ooh, tackle looked a little high, but it was ultimately all fair and square. Oliver Franco been one of the better for St. Peter's College today, as we know. It's been exciting to see some of these college players and what they're potentially capable of going into their even bigger football futures. You feel like there's some superstars brewing on this ground right now.
Well, I saw Tony Bamford sniffing around the area. He came in early into the ground because he's the SA under-18 coach, and some of those players that played in those championships are playing tonight as well. And a big contingency of SAMFL junior coaches and recruiters and so on around the place. There'll be a few people around the place watching this, very interested. Look at Rostrevor. This way, that way, out they come. Player trying to stretch out the back there. That's a standing start that's going to bounce a long way. 3 on to 2, and it's tapped through, and very good work there by Orlando Turner. I reckon, Indy, I'll wait and see as you head off down. They come out now. Nice kick here. Sam Higgins it is. Geez, he goes a long kick into the centre of the ground. That's a great kick. St. Peter's, now they're outside to the runners. That's a well-manufactured play of football there. It's out the far side. Oh, well done, young man. Could we see a coast to coast? That looks like it could be Kosh. Jack Kosh, it comes in. Up, down. Bit of bullocking work there. Gee, around the corner. That is a fair effort. Better than fair. That is a huge goal. That could be goal of the night. And that looks like it was, I reckon, number 13, Harvey George. Or as a point. Well, it was a good celebration anyway. Oh, up early. It's come down. Crumbing well now. St. Peter's player couldn't quite steer that ball around, Fergus Lamp-Brooks. We could see what he was trying to do. Courage shown. Oh, boy. Courage shown by Darcy Best there, and gee, burrowing in under that was Darcy Connor. Battle of the Darcys. One spelt with an I, one spelt with a Y. He's going to have to kick this from maybe 45 out, but gee, what courage that was. So he elects now just to put it to the hot spot, out to what we call the fat side, and that's what you call standing in the hole. He also has had a great game. Harry Brock from Ironbank, Bridgewater Cherry Gardens. Try saying that. With a mouthful of marbles in one breath. Comes back in. That is a very, very dangerous kick. They've got it out here, Rostrevor. They're going to come long down the wing, trying to pinpoint it, but kicks it straight towards Jake Hill. Ball on the ground now, and this is Rostrevor tonight, just fighting hard. St. Peter's now just moved that ball around. Well done, and a diving mark here. Charlie Raff gets it on quickly. Jake Hill glides by. That is a great piece of play. Sam Higgins, one of the many Norwood players with ball in hand. Comes roaring in. Gee, very close to the man on the mark. That's a high kick though. He's given it a lot. Oh, player trying for the party tricks in the goal square. Didn't quite. And St. Peter's, 4 goals 13 they'll go to. They've kicked 2 goals 8 for the quarter to 2 goals 3. So, boy, oh boy, if that could have been 8 goals too, that might have been close. As it comes around, up they go. Big Wakeland, I reckon that is. Yep, throws the arm around. Comes inside square to players gliding by, and he's had a good game. Brad Barnes, got a good spread of players. Plays on now. That's a strong looking kick. Oh, up high. Down it comes. Orlando Turner fighting hard for his team and for the ball there. Very well done, young man. Just he threatened to take a specky then. Extracts himself out. He's had a great game. Have a look at Ryan Fowler there. Probably died off a bit in the second half because it has been all Rostrevor. But look at that. Still fighting hard, getting first the ball. Or player taken as he takes the ball. I reckon he knew what he was doing there, Jake Hill. Very clever young player. Playing out at Norwood as well. They kick it square. This player's played a great game. Fergus Lamp-Brooks, as the siren goes, he lets go with a screwy. And Rostrevor 12 goals 15, 87 to 4 goals 13, 37. So a huge 50-point win here to Rostrevor. They led by nothing at quarter time. It was all equal. Then they led by 37. So they had that big 6-goal second quarter. They led by 54 3/4 time and held on to win by 50 in what was a pretty good last quarter, with St Peter's actually kicking 2 goals 7 for the quarter. Well, it could have been more actually. 2 goals 8. So 2 goals 8 for the quarter they kicked. Boy. And 2 goals 3. 2 goals 4 that is, sorry. To Rostrevor. So they go out. Good winners, Rostrevor. Great to see the sportsmanship here. And let's have a look here, Indy. Gee, he's done well there. He's grabbed our best on ground. And it looks to be Jacob Newton. We'll see. So we'll go down to Indy on the ground for our best player.
It was a smashing performance in the end from Rostrevor College, and it took a little bit to get there. Well, Jacob Newton, you were fantastic today in setting the influence both on ball and up forward. What was the message at quarter time when the teams only had 3 points apiece?
Oh, we just got told to keep our head over the ball and keep on doing how we're doing and just up the intensity a bit. And yeah, that's the main word. Just get the intensity up a bit more, and that's it. Yeah.
Well, you found yourself playing a little bit on ball as well as up forward. Has that been something you've practiced throughout the year, and have you ever had to swing into key position?
Yeah, I've been playing up forward and in the mid throughout the whole season just to give me a break up forward from the midfield, so yeah.
Well, we won't waste too much of your time, but we do have one last question for you, because it's always a privilege to be at Thebarton Oval. Do you consider this a special occasion in the football calendar, and you're of course hoping to be back here in a couple of weeks' time when the grand finals get played?
Yeah, definitely. Like Thursday night footy under the lights, couldn't get any better than this. So yeah, it was a great night. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on the performance, Newton. And as your reward, you can pop this on, the famous Dartfish beanie as well as the Archie thongs. Won't do you too much good in winter, but savor them for the summer because they're very well built and sturdy. But congratulations on the game, and thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the year. We're going to switch to an ad break now, but there's more school footy coming your way.
Yeah, by the time Liam gets there, I'm already on KC. And then we can cut to Liam.
Welcome back to Thebarton Oval. 2 games down, 1 to go. And I think we may or may not have saved the best till last, because both of these teams coming up as we take a look at the coin toss now, the captains of each of the respective teams for today. It's the undefeated Sacred Heart's first college team versus Prince Alfred's college team. And Prince Alfred has just won the toss, courtesy of Lucas Slade, who was attending that particular centre bounce. So Tony, have we saved the best game till last?
Well, I'll tell you what, just going back through the first 2 games, we've had the first game, of course, if I can turn the page here. Well, Immanuel win by 11 points after leading by 13-19, 32, and a big fight back by Sacred Heart's second team there to just lose by 11 points. Best on ground, number 17, Macklin McKay from Immanuel. So we saw a great game there. Really good contest in daylight, and the rain came down. We get to the second game and the rain stopped, so a little bit greasy on the ground, but I just talk about the physicality. And then Rostrevor, second quarter, did they release themselves, and they led 6 goals, 6 to 5 points straight, so 37-54. Then they win by 50 points. Best on ground, Jacob Newton, in what was a very hard physical game. And now we get Sacred Heart to, top of the ladder team, used to winning. They like winning and, of course, development. And they're up against Prince Alfred College. So what a great game this is going to be as well, because John Simons, if Prince Alfred College there, we just have a look at some of the stats there. Indy, what do you got for us?
Well, the second Sacred Heart team only lost to Prince Alfred by 5 points. So if you want to go off of cheap math, you could technically say the margin of this game determines how much better the 2 Sacred Heart teams are from each other. I mean, obviously you could go off of the round 1 result, but against the reigning grand finalists, things are starting to look really competitive. It'll be a fantastic matchup to see a rematch of last year's grand final, which we saw here at Thebarton Oval too. Just take a look at some of the playing lists.
Yeah, so Zane Scripps, a very good friend of mine's son, coming through playing senior football down there this year. Bodie Ryan, of course, his cousin was drafted last year. Jacob, who was playing at Sacred Heart. So Bodie's played state football, been best on ground 2 of the games. Watch for him in the back line. Bo Simon's a great player as well on the left foot. And we go through the 2 Camporeale brothers really playing good football. Charlie McAuliffe, we saw a lot of last year, very good as well. So come across now to PAC, and don't know a lot about their players at the moment, but Code McInty you seem to be looking at there, Indy, as well.
Well, I'm just wondering, because it says his junior club is Sturt, and Jed McEntee, current Port Adelaide player, was also a Sturt player, so I'm just wondering if there is some sort of relation there. I mean, hopefully he's best on ground and then we can interview him and find out, but well, what we've really got to find out is how this game is going to shape up, because I reckon most of the fans that are peeling in for tonight would be for these 2 games. Look at the cheer squads forming at both ends. I'm hoping that there's a flag or 2 in there, because wow, at both ends, really impressive.
Spectacular, isn't it? We saw it last year because the fence went down at one point last year down to the left of us, and yeah, I tell you what, you've picked that really well there. And I tell you what, there's some tall players here for Prince's. Sacred Heart College, of course, coached by John Simons, and Prince Alfred College coached now by Craig Tasborski. I can see there, and I actually coached Craig down in Glenelg in the juniors. Both of these players have played league football at Glenelg. I'm not sure they played together at the same time. They may well have. Craig, of course, went on to be a great forward line player for Glenelg, and John Simons, well, he was an outstanding runner and athlete and played a lot on the wing down there for Glenelg and also South Adelaide. But here we are, main game, Indy, and the call is with you, my friend.
Centre bounce, attending it first, Sam Walton, doing a good job. Ned Atkinson with the early tackling pressure too. Spills outside the centre circle, it'll be called a ball up.
Big player too. Number 1 there, we'll have to get his number soon. So that ball goes around. Far side, penetrating kick in. Didn't really go the distance though, so they run away with it here. Up and down, and Prince Alfred College player taken in the back on that far wing. I'll tell you what, there's some heat in the kitchen out there. Will Thomas taking the ground very, very quickly as well. So let's have a look. That ball up on the far side. Apologies for the technical difficulties we're having. As a was Ryan there. Couldn't take it. It's out. It's rushed. Comes to Prince Alfred, or a player trying to keep his hands free, and that's a great tackle. The umpire says, holding the ball. And I tell you what, he was very remonstrative with his action. Here comes Ryan, the lad I was telling about. Couldn't quite take it. Looks like he's playing a defensive forward. Look at that smother already. Out it comes around the corner. That looks like Simon's there. It was. He's a very good kick, and he's a very solid player, Bo Simon's. A really good, strong leg on him. Normally very neat, and as we say that, of course, on the full. And they have got very small numbers. Sacred Heart, a lot of their jumpers as bigger number team in PAC. We saw that very close game, didn't we, out there last year as well. So there's a lot of rivalry between these two teams, and have a look there as Sam Waltham up against Jack Wilson in ruck.
So John Simons, reigning premiership coach as well for this school team. He's dealing with some new lads this year, but as explained in an interview, he's also retained a big core of his group. As Charlie Hillier just sees it over the boundary line there. Umpire waiting for all to be in position before throwing it back in. There's a good throw in as well, definitely reached the contest. Trying to scramble for it on the ground, Ollie Wilkin. Couldn't quite pull it out. Sam Waltham. Now Prince Alfred got some run on the outside. Locke Rawlingson goes into the middle. Didn't successfully hit the target. Temporary turnover. Oh, and that could be a 25-metre penalty. It will be, because completely bumped off the ball. Tom Corcoran just had no chance of really getting that one cleanly to start with. It was always going to be under contested conditions, but just an unnecessary push at the end of it. He's kicked it to a teammate in hand, Ben Camberelli. He goes a little further. Doesn't hit his target lace out, but it makes it there. He's got a bit to work around. Here he is again, Corcoran. Now he gets it to a teammate. Ned Atkinson snapping around the body, but it's undercooked and marked by Gabriel Lagana.
There's a couple of sons of guns out here too, the Campriali brothers, of course, I would suggest son of. Scott Campriali, of course, played in the Carlton Premiership, played for Essendon as well, been a coach at the Crows, assistant coach and so on. And a couple of very good players in their own right. We saw them last year in the schools games, and two very good players. Archer Rouvray, well, that's a name known down at Glenelg. Some kind of relative to Paul, I'd say, maybe son or nephew. Ball now going around. It's interesting, we've been given the team sheets, and Prince Alfred College, we haven't got junior clubs for them. All we've got is their sample club, and every player, just about every player, there's one or two that aren't, but just about every player is tied to a SANFL club. So we're really seeing the cream of the crop out here from both teams. We'll cover that a little bit later. He's close to the man on the mark as the kick goes down now. Flying high and playing in front. Well done by the big fella there. And that took courage by Jack Wilson. But St Peter's now put it right down in front. Two very prestigious colleges these are for the people watching. And wow, big tackle. And that's going to result in, gee, a bit of manhandling there. Player gets up, looks back and says, geez, I reckon I might be able to make that. Connor Mills, who is with Sturt. So he's just having a look. Interchange going already, so we're just on 6 minutes in. As Mills, very deliberate. So he spun that ball, I reckon 53 times then. Now he wanders in. Stutter, stutter, stutter. Long kick. Has he made it? It's over the head and just offline for a point. And have a look at the crowd back there. Wow, outstanding. Schools football doesn't get any better for these, even if you're not playing, just to come out and support your school, because the school day's over now. 5 to 8. No smoking out the back of the dormitories. It's come down here and respect your schools and get out and barrack for them. And we've got a huge contingency at each end, and it's an exciting night for all involved. Indy?
Yeah. I'm surprised there weren't too many jeers coming off of that minor score, because there were quite a few at the other end from the Prince Alfred fans when one of their scoring attempts went out of bounds on the full.
Well, of course, in the old days, when you get a crowd like that down on the goals, you normally get the footy knocked off. But I'm going back to the 70s and 80s, mate, so it's changed since then. And very well respected, these young lads out here supporting. And the young ladies, we've seen a lot of young ladies in the crowd as well supporting. So big day of football for all involved, day, evening and night, as the ball comes across the park here. And they're out the other side. It's a diagonal work, isn't it, Indy? And getting it out the space. And they're away here again, Sacred Heart.
They keep the run going, and they didn't quite hit the right target there. So instead, it'll be turned over, and that's a 27 from Prince Alfred that we don't have access to as of right now. We've got Sacred Heart back with the ball in hand from a turnover down the middle. Dangerous place to turn it over without a doubt. Just keeping the ball along the city side wing of the oval. As you can see, a bit of the city in the background if you peek out long enough. Jack Wilson seeing the ball to the turf, and the umpire happy to ball it up. There's not too many spectators over on the far side of the ground, just because they might need a fail-safe for the wet weather. And you can see the bench there for Prince Alfred. Craig Taborski active with his players, and without a doubt there would need to be some sort of response to this type of start to the game, because it's mostly been played on Sacred Heart's terms, albeit a couple of Prince Alfred Ford 50 entries. Ball taken to turf once again through tackling pressure.
We talk about the intercollegiate games and Sacred Heart and Rostrevor, but there's a real rivalry here as well in these home and away games, especially between these two very proud clubs. The Sacred Heart player comes around the corner, just watch that, and he just trotted off a little bit as he kicked that, and I think he knew that that was going to be offline.
Just wanted to mention, Tony, I could actually still see where the fence got cracked last year during the grand final.
Which team that was.
Scoreboard pocket.
Yeah.
Meantime, we've got Tom Tasker. Gets it to a teammate. They bring it to the interchange side wing. Doesn't last long there, though.
Jack
Sacred
Wilson,
Heart
yeah.
pulling it back. Ben Camberelli does a good job to get it back into the middle. This is Max Downs. He looks forward. High kick. Man with front position reigns supreme. And the mark will be taken by Cooper Bobridge.
Yeah, South Adelaide that looks like, and Brighton Bombers. Cooper Bobridge.
I'm going to stick with Bobridge. We like an occasional Bob. Unless I'm completely grammatically incorrect. Apologise for those who do know the correct pronunciation. Bit of jeering we can hear throughout the oval here, working against him. What matters is how true the kick is. Oh, I reckon that was almost online, but It's actually been touched through for a behind. Great effort from the Prince Alfred defenders there. It came down to the last line, and now it will be up to the task of Mitchell Dean to take the kick. Slots it right back into play. And slowing it up. Wanted to go down the corridor again, and maybe Sacred Heart must have known that because they smothered the ball. Now it's anyone's to win. Oh, premature tackle. Umpire said it was all fair and square. Trying to come out with it now. Prince Alfred are desperate to get it out, but a snap comes through from Sacred Heart. Not sure who's going to get the goal assist there. It was a chaotic snap, but to a vacant target. Sacred Heart with a very easy opportunity at goal now. It's Archer Rouveret taking the kick from the Glenelg Juniors. In he goes, and this is a much easier task. Sacred Heart cheer squad will get a much better view of that. And I'm actually curious as to why the cheer squads in this quarter are at the complete opposite ends of their respective goals, Tony.
Well, maybe because in the fourth quarter, that's where they're going to end up. But yeah, you are correct. So interesting, isn't it? As we see Bodie Ryan come back on, we see Sam Waltham come back on. Both players going in the midfield. I'd suggest Waltham's in the ruck, whereas Ryan's going to be the on-baller. And also number 30 coming on, Lucas Campriali also. So he's coming in, and of course the goal scorers so far, Zach Kerr and Archer Rouvray, 1 goal each. And umpire about to ball this up in the middle. Look at him go up now, contest on. Hotly contested ball. And it's going to come out Sacred Heart. I'll tell you what, it's been pretty much one-way traffic of late. Player reels around on his left. That's an interesting kick out towards the flank here. Oh, gee, the Dukes almost came over the top there. Got it back as well. There was a little bit of byplay going on. Up, down. Is that a mark? It's third man up. He's put his hands up. I reckon it came to 1, 2, 3 sets of hands. And he's given a bit around the ground too, Jack Wilson. He's going to be a very, very tall lad here. He's at Westies, Colonel Gardens. But, gee, he is, when you look at him, he's that Gary Dempsey sort of type build, type ruckman. And he's going to be a very, very tall lad. But very well coordinated as he runs in. Kicks it just out to the right. And just as we speak, so Prince Alfred to release here. But I'll tell you what, it's been a lot of one-way traffic with Sacred Heart early days. We're 12 and a half minutes in.
And that one-way traffic might end up continuing here as there's been a turnover or a free kick, one or the other down the city side wing. Going back forward to the scoreboard pocket. Players scrambling for the ball. Ollie Wilkin getting involved down there, trying to position himself out for the surprise goal and getting it. That was a fantastic effort from Ben Camberelli.
He liked it too, didn't he? Jumped up and down. There he is, young man. There's a lot of congestion. I'll tell you what happened here. Look how many go up in the pack. They all go up. And it dribbles out. Somehow it gets extracted. This way, that way. That may have been Cooper Brobridge. We'll have a look. With the hair in the band. Jumping around. Yeah, I reckon it was. Cooper Brobridge there. 54. So he's got the headband on. Jumped around and celebrating. Ball up in the middle again. Big Waltham. So he goes up and he taps it back the opposition's way, which was a set play. Ryan goes over, but extracted the handball out. It's up, it's down. Anyone's ball as it comes, pardon me, comes back the other way. And oh, he did take off that player and slung around. Banged into there by Harry Francis. But it's going to be a free kick back here. Is that Ben Campriali? It is.
25 metres?
Correct. Maybe it was him that kicked the goal. We'll have a look anyway. Because he too has the headband on. It's a fair way out. So he's a right footer. Gee, he runs in close. Gee, that again swings out the right. Look at the pack set. They're not afraid to go for their marks. That is a mark. Umpire pointed one way, then back the other. 34, is it? Zach Kerr?
Must be.
I believe.
So this would be for goal number 2.
Yep. As he wanders in very close. Oh, he's kicked that high. Quite happy about it. Keep an eye on him. Come up and they give the high fives. Comes out this side of the ground, so that means he might turn around for us. I reckon that is. Young Zach. Because he turns the other way. Now he turns. Yep. There we go. So that's his second already. Giving a bit of trouble up forward, isn't he? So what are we? 15, almost 16 minutes in. So let's just have a look at the setup here. Sacred Heart have got 2 behind the ruckman and 1 in front. That looks like it could be Harry Francis going up. So the Prince Alfred College player taps that back to the Prince Alfred team advantage. Player pulled to ground here, and another free kick yet again to Sacred Heart, all giving a little bit out too.
Can they shoot it out to 5 goals in a row to start the game? That's the objective now. Hits the pack. Oh, and
wow.
Coming out on the pack, right on top of things, in control. Zach Kerr again. Talk him up because he's having a really good first quarter, and he hits out to a target as well. Juggling 2 defenders and still coming out supreme, Bodie Ryan.
Yeah, one to keep an eye on. He's been playing back line, as I said, twice best on ground in the state game, in the back line, floating across, but can take a mark. So certainly one to keep an eye on.
Another junior from the Bays. This to make a really dominant start from the reigning premiers of the SAAS League Div 1. They don't look offbeat whatsoever right now. They look the same team and more from last year.
Up and about, young Bodie as well. I know the family very well, and he's an outstanding young man. Young Bodie, cousin, of course, to Jacob Ryan, drafted by Collingwood last year. Might be watching tonight, Jacob. Hello if you are, and if you're not, well, you should be. No, but just making his own way in football, young Bodie, and stepping up last year into the Senior 18 team, and really stamping his authority on it. I think he might have been the sample, or might have been the schools football, the most intercept marks currently. So having a very good season. Back in the middle now, a little bit of byplay going on with the players. Gee, he gets up high, Waltham. I'm impressed with him, and every time he's turned and hit, he swatted that back. So he's actually hitting it the way of Sacred Heart, where 18 minutes in the first quarter.
Pure domination. Sam Walton might have something to say about that as he gets it to Tom Tasker. They finally clear it forward. Prince Alfred hasn't gone down there too much of this quarter. Over at the far end, approaching the city side wing. They keep their balance temporarily through Kobe McEntee. Gets it to a teammate in Matt Luray, but
he's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a lot of size on him. Ball goes over the boundary line and will be thrown up on the left half forward flank for Prince Alfred here. In fact, it won't be a throw-in, it'll actually be a ball up just shy of the boundary line itself, as more tackling pressure gets enforced, and the umpire will have to separate them once again. As we approach the 19-minute mark, it's getting closer to that time. Little tap on from a few players there. There's Luray again. He gets it to a teammate. That hand pass wasn't really going anywhere though, and no one was waiting goal side for it, at least from a Prince Alfred perspective. But what's this? Will Thomas taken over the boundary line with the ball in hand. He was asking for a free kick.
He snuck in there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Got in and under the feet.
That's probably why he didn't get the free actually, because he snuck in there so late that I don't think the umpire could have expected him to be there. Nevertheless, it's going to be thrown back in. Tap down came from the efforts of Marcus Pavlich. And ball just once again seen over the boundary line there. So continuous stoppages here in the forward line for Prince Alfred. They've got to break that momentum and conjure up a score somehow. Running out of options to do that through. And as a result, Sacred Heart the ones to clear it out next. It might come back though. Had to be quick on the hands. Gabriel Lagana. Sacred Heart fans wanted a throwing infringement. Jaden Ward kicks it on the outside of the boot, but it still finds its way into the hands of Will Prescott. No relation to Dak Prescott, of course, from the NFL. Will Prescott goes on his own foot. Thumps it long. Ricochet off of a couple fists. Down towards the forward pocket. Is it going to be another stoppage? Sacred Heart keep it alive. Doing well through traffic, but also coughing it up under the pressure. Felix Katsasaros. And another ball up will ensue. Wow, stoppage after stoppage, Tony.
And what we've noticed, Indy, is the amount of players that are flying for that ball down there in the pack. Of course, being the televised game, commentated game, they're all loving it. Huge crowd. When you look around the grandstands, chockers here, you've got the crowds at both ends. It's a big crowd for Thursday night, the festival of football, we call it. And up goes Big Waltham. That is a great grab. Ryan just couldn't quite come through late there. So Waltham, as we see, this is what I'm talking about. Look how many people are around that pack. There's 8-10 sets of hands up there, all trying to fly for it. And we end up with this big rolling maul, a bit like rugby. Put the saddle on. Now we see players split. So Matt Leray, Central District, so he runs back to the goal square. Still a lot of players around this ball. Have a look at them all. That's a big pack. Who's going to get it out? Sacred Heart players have faith in their teammates because a lot of them ran forward of the ball there already. This is why, because they've got it out, working through traffic really well. That looked like Atkinson. This way, that way. So it's a turnaround now on the 50, and the big crowd down to our left yell, and Big Sam Waltham playing good game. We've seen a couple of good ruckmen today. He goes long with that ball, but it hits grass, just hits the player's boot down there, and he's after it. Still in play here. Don't give up on that ball. Bang, they go. That's a very dangerous way to attack the ball.
Almost could have been a trip.
Oh, boy. Jack Clements there, number 23, was racing in as well, and gee, there's no beg your pardons out there. Jack Wilson up in ruck now. Round it comes. They've been quite good at this, Sacred Heart. I've been impressed with how quickly they can get that ball out. Players fall to ground there. Free kick now. And they're getting plenty of it now, Prince Alfred, late in the quarter, Indy, but can't quite capitalise. Connor Mills with ball in hand. Can they set up something from here?
They're running out of time to do so, but Connor Mills, slow for the kick up, almost looked like he could have been with a set shot. That's a clever kick. It looked like it was going to hang out dry in the air too long, but he actually poised it perfectly, and it's now landed into the hands of Matt Leray.
So Matt Leray, that's the one I said earlier, he's a good forward. He runs back into the goals, and then he comes out on that strong lead, and very nice kick in, Indy.
Tough distance, tough angle, tough time of the game to be kicking your first goal when you're already 5 goals 2 down. But something that could kickstart a wave of momentum. That is a superb kick. But it's only through for a minor score. Wow. It must have just missed to either the near or far side. It can't even really tell from that angle, to be completely honest. It looked really good off the boot. Certainly a good effort, but...
That's why we have goal umpires, Indy.
Fortunately, 2 behinds. Not going to do too much good against the 5 goals and 2 behinds that Sacred Heart already have in their possession.
We've seen 3 different styles of game. The last game, as I said, was very physical. There's a little bit going on in byplay down in front of us. Last game was very physical, but this game here, just the amount of big packs that form when that ball comes in. Not many people stay down. They all want to fly for the specky. Big fella there, got a couple of big ones too. That was Mitchell Dean getting it across. He's with Sturt. Got it across there to Cove McEntee. McEntee, of course, with Sturt as well. So now they're trying to get this out, Sacred Heart. And they're out that far side quite easily for mine, but it's a high kick up. Over the pack it comes. Ryan on the left boot, very clever. Oh, just at the last minute there. Very well done by the Prince Alfred College, but they couldn't stop it as it came through.
Ben Camporelli for a second goal.
Yep. So, Ben that is it? Yep, 58. 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6. Well, I've got 1 to Ryan, 2 to Kerr, 1 to Bowbridge, 1 to Rouvray, and 1 to Camporelli. But it could be Camporelli's got the 2 and not Bowbridge. I think you're correct.
And I don't think Cooper
Bowbridge
has 1 yet.
So that's the 6th goal. And, gee, wasn't that quick football? Big contest. A little bit of byplay, as we say, going on amongst the players. The other player to watch out of was Charlie Hillier, Kybe Bolite lad, also playing at Glenelg. We saw a lot of him last year, and he's a really good player. We haven't seen a lot of him just yet, but a really good player to watch out for as well. little bit going on. So 6 goals to 38 to 2 points at quarter time. We will take a short break and be back with the second quarter shortly.
Welcome back to Thebarton Oval. A goalless quarter from last year's ladder leaders in Prince Alfred, and the grand final rematch not looking to shape up for Prince Alfred to get their revenge, at least not right now. 6 goals to. They got a bit of momentum late in that quarter, Prince Alfred, but just didn't convert it onto the scoreboard, Tony.
No, they couldn't, and Craig Tasborski's got his hands full out there, just working the board as we speak, as we see the players in their little huddles. And great to see a couple of the actual lads in their school uniform helping out, so they'd be injured players or players that haven't quite made it into this team, but all helping out. So they've got their 3 groups down there, and Big Taz is just walking around, he's handed the board to the runner now, and they're going to come together now to address them, and got his hands full, and then but quite calm. And then we see John Simons, of course, over with the huddle and lets the assistants do the work, and now he comes in to address. You can see him at the board right now, and this is great stuff. We thank our cameraman, of course, Liam and Rowett, doing a great job, and James Moody down there, who's right in the middle. Look at him, he's in the middle of that huddle. If he gets any closer, he may as well get one of the players. Look at that, we're all part of it. We're the 19th and 20th people. There's Craig Tasborski, smile on his face, so still talking to the players and quite calm about how he's addressing, and he was a great footballer himself, Craig, left footer, and played a lot of league footy down at Glenelg, and I think he moved around the Adelaide Footy League as well, and just a really nice guy as well, fantastic guy he was, so, or is, and going along his coaching merry way as we speak. Old foes, as we said, both players played at Glenelg, the coaches, so in good hands, and well, great to see the kids out there having a kick in the background. You can see that as well with a blue footy. Big crowd, we mentioned that. Huge crowd in the grandstand up here. And there's young girls come out to watch their boyfriends and friends and brothers and superstars of tomorrow. And then the school boys that are out here as well watching their teammates, and probably from the lower grades, as in year 10, year 9s and so on, watching their schools. So it's great to see, and all representing their schools, all 6 schools today in club colours, well dressed, well mannered, well behaved, all coming around and having a chat. We've had a few people in the box with us as well, Indy, and it's Well, I came along excited with the day, what it may hold, but it's actually ended up better than what you can even imagine. And the weather's held off now, which has made for some good, as I said, good football. But Gavin Pilkington out there just walking towards us now. Great help to us all in here at Sportland filming footy with producing all the player names and details about where they come from as well. So huge thank you to Gavin down there at Sacred Heart and all the helpers. But yeah, the rain has stopped and really holding on well and giving us those big packs forming in this game. We're going to see someone's going to take a specky, I'm sure of it.
Be a monumental comeback to make from here, though. It's easily the most dominant first quarter performance we've seen today, and I must admit that I'm quite impressed with what Sacred Heart have put together. They could be the team to beat once again, and sure, the second Sacred Heart team didn't quite come through with the win this year, but well, today I should say. They're 0-3 now on the ladder. I'm sure they will win this year because they actually came really close to beating this team by 5 points not too long ago. But right now, Prince Alfred, a much different challenge against Sacred Heart's first college team. The best of the best right now they're coming up against. Zane Scripps getting involved there as well as Tom Tasker.
Young Zane's out there, is he? That's good to see. Ball up and down, sorry.
Tapped out by Sam Walton. Flicked out by someone.
Ooh.
Leaning towards the Sacred Heart direction, but Prince Alfred are happy to go the backside here as long as they can escape through it because the pressure's coming on a lot faster than they would have thought. The heat's turned right up in the kitchen. It went from 0 to 100 almost straight away. And that's the type of game that we're seeing here right now.
Ball out that far side now. Prince Alfred, they've got the Jets on there. Connor Mills, he's played a good hand today. Gee, he has to squeeze that ball on the boundary line. Goes to another contest that ball doesn't stay still for very long because it's out again here. Prince Alfred handballs that outside to the player going by. He's scragged as he goes by and taken across the boundary line.
So City side wing, as we've discussed, a lot of the ball has taken place on this particular end of the ground. Ball to be thrown back into play. The rucks are waiting. There's actually a bit of holding infringement here, so Prince Alfred will get an opportunity from half back. In fact, no, it's going to be from half forward, sorry, because the end's reversed. And Sam Walton again, he's been Prince Alfred's best today. Can he conjure up something here? A quick fire goal is exactly what they need to bring this match back onto not winning terms, but at least somewhat competitive terms. It's not going to happen, not now anyway. A stoppage ensues in the scoreboard pocket. Ball thrown back up. Competing with each other once again. Oh, a bit of high infringement there. Not called by the umpire. Claims that he must have played for it, but there's a sling tackle there according to the umpire, so there will be a free kick to Sacred Heart, but not for the reasons we expected.
A lot of players have come down the ground. There are 2 players back, but the rest of the pack.
Oh.
Just seeing grab there. I just saw the players run back, but ball must have come in quite quickly. This is Matt Leray by the looks of it. Mop of blonde hair. Just coming in. Oh, geez, he kicked hard and threw it. Oh, I'll tell you what, there's a bit of a crowd here for Prince Alfred, haven't they? Erupted Matt Leray, and he's got his first. As that ball came in. And a lot of the Sacred Heart players went up to each other and just patting each other on the back after that. So they do have a lot of support for each other. And there he goes, kicks that nice goal. And Indy just taking in the fare of the day. So I'll take over the commentary as we speak. And Prince Alfred there, Craig Tasborski, just pops the ball down. I've been guilty of throwing that board, but he just pops that down quite calmly there. And well done to Craig as we see the ball up in the middle. Up they go. Geez, he gets up high, Waltham. Really impressed with his leap. Sam Waltham gives his team first opportunity. But I'll tell you what, look what happens. The moment you get that, you leaped on there. Archer Rouvray, but he's given away the free. Tom Tasker it is. good size as well. He's just stopped some props now. He takes off. That's a really low penetrating kick into the forward line. And a hack kick comes out, so it comes back towards these players in the midfield. They're getting a lot of work. Bodie Ryan up with one hand taking the ground. Gets the free kick as well. Scragged there and just waiting to get that ball back. He's going to be too far out, I reckon, young Bodie. He looks. Nice kick into the pocket. Oh, player over the back. Couldn't quite. And that was Max Downs. Max Downs then unable to take it. So this is what happens with the rule. Look at the migrating crowd over there, just wandering around in the background as that ball comes down the wing. Oh, look at that huge pack fall. No one can actually take it off, keeping it free and then just chipping it around there. Sacred Heart, and guess what? They've given it straight back to the opposition. So Prince Alfred now, player loading up, but just goes short, gives it because of that time in the air. Gee, Bodie Ryan just pushing off, kicking that ball long towards the goal. It's going to bounce. It's going to have to be rushed through here by Prince Alfred. So another point on the board to Sacred Heart as we speak. And yeah, they're just under pressure when they get it out. Oh, nice lead given here by the Prince Alfred College ruckman. Right out this side. Geez, a long way up the ground. Just keep an eye out for Felix Katsaris. He's a big, tall lad. Here he is now in this pack. Puts the hands up. Ball hits the ground. Sacred Heart go this way, that way. An inside-out handball. Now it comes back, and just punching that on was Will Thomas for Prince Alfred. And they're up against it as that ball is coming in. So it gives Sacred Heart another chance to load up. As we said, there's a lot of players around this area, even square of the ball. So the umpires are conferring, and it's going to be a throw-in because it was just tapped over the boundary line there by Will Thomas. So that was interesting. Everyone actually set up. You can see them all running in again now. I reckon that's McAuliffe just running into the back of it. Couldn't quite. Up and down. Oh, quick handball across. Oh, that player's out of bounds. And out of bounds by a long way. So they'll set up again.
Yep, they were a little uncertain of that, the players, but the umpire was definitely determined that that was in fact out of bounds. As Tony and I take turns. Umpire throws it back into play. Big clearance out there from Prince Alfred. Could go anywhere from here though. Locke Rawlingson hits the target. Connor Mills stretches the ground further. He's given a bit of a task for Kobe McEntee to run into. He weaved around the traffic perfectly and decided to play it safe with the short dart. It's gone to Felix Katsaros. Pardon my French. He's lining up for his shot, now about 45 metres out. So it's not a game high margin, but it's a 31-point margin. Too distant for comfort. Opposite of the normal terminology. But that one's been thumped out. So Sacred Heart, can they respond? No. It'll be a forward stoppage. A bit of a half win, if you will, for the Prince Alfred forwards. They get another sniff here. Approaching the 8-minute mark. Still plenty of football to be played both in this quarter and this game. Tap out was effective from Jack Wilson, but holding the ball called to be claimed? No, it'll actually be a high tackle infringement, despite the wishes of the Prince Alfred cheer squad, who have been very verbal in this game so far, to say the least. Probably the most verbal fans that we've heard all day. They hit the pack, trying to get goal side here, Sacred Heart, and after the defender fell over, it seemed like the task would be easier, but reinforcements came in hot pursuit. It's going to be locked in here and a stoppage on the far side, city side wing. So, planes flying over top, lights on full bloom over the oval. Scoreboard reads 1 goals 2, 8, 6 goals 3, 39. Another ball up. So
up it goes, far wing. Down it comes. Just players just bumbling that ball around. Well done by the Prince Alfred player there. They're sharing it around. They're going to come square here. Dangerous kick to the middle of the ground. Put the Dukes up. Well done by Lewis Callaway. Playing it Sturt as well. Now they get the switch on. Player with the pretty boots comes out this side, and it's had a lot of it is Connor Mills. Really liked his game, and they've run on well. Well, player stops and props. Could have got that back. That was Brodie Harris earlier. Nice kick, but see, it's just a kick to a pack, so they all have to stand and wait for it. Look at the traffic here. Good luck getting out of that. Goes up, goes down. Now they've got support. 1, 2, 3. Geez, put the Jets on here. I reckon that is Tom Corcoran. Gets it across to the big fella, Ben Cambriale, who's having a great game. Oh, up goes the pack. Down it comes. He actually punched it to his own advantage, then that player. Gives it out, and nice mark here.
Harry Francis?
Yes, it is too, from Glenelg and Fosscampton. That was when it comes to your hands and you still have to clunk it. And that was a great grab. Geez, I'll tell you what, he likes it from here, and he's going to have to kick this. Well, he's going to cross over the 50-metre line, so probably 45. Kick from 45 on a 45-degree angle. Gee, he must be a right footer. Look at him holding that ball right across his right hip there. He runs out to the right. That's a beautiful kick off the boot. That is a great kick, and that is a big goal. And gee, I'll tell you what, I don't like that. They give it a bit to poor old Ollie Wilkin then, but what a great kick that was. Well done to Harry France there.
Yeah, look, we're here to have a good time. Commentating these games and playing these games, it's probably not worth remonstrating. I mean, I'm of the opinion that it shouldn't be done at any level, but especially at this level, it's just not, it's not the best look.
No, but they get the score on the board. Player just doesn't look too good there, Cove McInty. Might be just having a rest after having a chat with the coach. Sitting back. A little bit going on. They race further ahead, Sacred Heart. Very strong team.
Oh, advantage paid here. Look at that. Almost looked like Kobe McAtee was back on the field, but we know that wasn't him, so it must have been Ollie Wilkin. Is there a free kick call going Prince Alfred's way? No. Opposite way for a bit of holding infringement. Crowd didn't seem to agree. But meanwhile, ball going forward towards the interchange wing. Look at the dash there from Ben Camberelli. Maybe he ran a little bit too fast for his own feet. Ball stays alive temporarily. It's not going to go towards the boundary line, but Camberelli's not going to get a chance to get it out, as just a little bit of push and shove there. Ends pretty abruptly though, and that's what we like to see. Don't waste too much of your time and energy on that stuff. Ooh, more tackling pressure coming in from Sam Cumming, who we haven't called too much today, so maybe he could be someone to start a bit of a fire and get things going. He's played a lot of time on ball, but just hasn't got a lot of possession. An opportunity now, perhaps. Will Prescott goes forward. The numbers didn't favour Prince Alfred, so they've got defensive options to work with. First off of Lucas Camberelli. Got it back for the 1-2. Goes to the city side wing. Battling in a 2-on-2 contest there. Sacred Heart spreading really well. Keeping a handball chain going. Eventually it ends with an inside 50 entry that doesn't go particularly well. And Angus Leibich, who instead tried to kick it and get a switch on. It almost looked like it could have been turned over, but instead it will actually. I almost thought that was going to be a free kick going the other way. Doesn't matter now. He stepped off the mark, Jack Wilson. He stepped off before he was ready. Probably should have just gone back and took the set shot. Sometimes when you've pulled a really nice parallel park, you probably just want to settle there instead of trying to overcorrect it, as it looks like a bit of rain has started to come back over the oval as well by the looks of things. So the wet weather has returned, hopefully for the last time tonight, and a rushed behind for Sacred Heart's college team. Scoreboard currently reads 1 goals to 8, 7 goals for 46. It's a 38-point margin, game high now. And potentially a match out of Prince Alfred's grasp, but with still half a quarter to play plus 50 extra minutes worth of a half after that. Anything could happen. Oh, very nice turnover. Didn't kick to the advantage of numbers, so that is a kick into turnover. And then Rostrevor, his kick was a little rushed under pressure, but they might still get it out here. No penalty call made, almost could have been holding the ball. Big smother on the line on Jack Wilson's kick. Prince Alfred clear out for the moment, and they might just catch a breath here. No, they won't. It almost looked like a mark to Lucas Slade, but it won't be. There will be a whistle though. He'll get a free kick. Maybe it was a late call for the mark, but I believe it must have just been a free kick for a bit of holding on afterwards. Kick goes wide. Mark not paid. Yes, paid. Just a bit of a late call to the mark there. It's a good contested one. Now through the corridor, down into the forward line. That wasn't the best forward entry. Big tackle there on Jay Polkinghorn, who we haven't called too much of today either. Rewarded with the tackle. Zane Scripps gets the free kick for holding the ball, but his kick not so good either. He's almost turned it over too. It still remains a hot share into win out there. Sacred Heart might just come out with it for the moment through Charlie Hillier. It bounces forward. Doesn't quite set up for the Sacred Heart players. Instead, the composure of Gabriel Lagana finally allows Prince Alfred to take a bit of a breath here. Sam Cumming gets it out wide to Lewis Kellaway. He turns it over. Didn't hit the intended target. Oliver Betterman was the Betterman in that instance. He goes along on the left. The intended target takes a mark. That looks like it might be Harry Francis, but we're not 100% sure. On the wide side of the oval, he contemplated a hand pass, decided to just go with the bombing forward 50 entry himself.
Nice grab.
And a huge grab, in fact, there was pivotal for Prince Alfred. So that's the type of defensive player they just need to come on board with a bit more.
I reckon that was Waltham, the ruckman. Geez, heads it back out that way. That was Bodie Ryan up there in the pack who I reckon got that ball in. Lucas Campriali having a great game, but just as you say, that gives it back to Sam Cumming again. Gee, they're trying something else as they go for that short kick, and I tell you what, that must have been very, very close to the ground. Just well, it wasn't the Ashes test. Could have been a call on it. Gee, they're trying to manufacture a way out, just gliding by. I reckon Sam Waltham was actually just going past, trying to get further down the ground. That's a nice kick into the centre. Wheeling around on their left now. Prince Alfred, into the pocket, half forward flank, sorry. Cutting through there, that was really well done, Tom Corcoran. A long kick out, but player just cramping up there as he kicked. Wow, what a great grab as well. And that is Ben Dewhurst. He goes on the left foot. Oh, players here, this way, that way, plenty of room to run around. Bodie Ryan now gives it off because he's caught. Player brought to ground. Now the kick out, not very far though. They're still under pressure here, Prince Alfred. This way, that way. Player held, and Ryan comes in from behind to tackle. Affects the turnover. Simons now gives it off. That looked like Ned Atkinson getting a kick in. Out it comes through Brodie Harris. Gee, can they get a possession? That's what we're after now. Prince Alfred, they do. They go along the wing. Unable to take it was Will Prescott. Runs back in though, and affects the pressure on play with the ball. But Matt Laray's picked up a free kick. It's on that far side. Player going with one hand. Cuts back inside. He was spun around in a 180 to the effect that he's been held on to afterwards. And a little bit of yelling and carrying on going on now from the bench. As we see the people out there with the umbrella. Maybe a bit of on-field coaching. Player comes out, goes straight over the top. That looks like Scripps, is it? Gets a kick back. And that was a mark to Matt. No, it's not Matt Laray. Just have a look. It was Scripps who turned that over, but we could see what he was trying to do.
Felix Katsaros.
Felix Katsaros, yes. Sturt. He's a big tall lad too. So let's have a look at what Felix can do. Winds up now. He's across the 50, so he's only going to kick from 40. Wanders in. Likes it off his boot. Bit of a stab. It spun a lot. which meant he kicked it right underneath the point, and he's got his first on the board, Big Felix.
Yeah, credit to the Prince Alfred fans, they still sound very passionate despite the huge deficit on the scoreboard, so it's now a 32-point margin. I reckon if Prince Alfred could just sneak in 2 or 3 more late goals, they could put some serious pressure on their opposition going into half-time, because all of a sudden the feeling of this game could be very different. And there they are on screen, all of the Prince Alfred army. They've definitely pulled up. In fact, they seem pretty unfazed by the rain as well, which has eased off a bit now. Could be coming back, you never know. Tap
nice
over the head.
Sorry, nice tap there by Jack Wilson. Sorry, Indy, as up it goes into the forward line now. Can they answer Sacred Heart? That's a sign of a good team if you can get one back. But I'll tell you what, Prince Alfred trying to force that ball out, but it goes back now to 50-50. Oh, player work to the front. Couldn't take it, but he will get a second go at it. And he'll go back. This is Bodie Ryan, as I said, normally plays in the back line. And he's going to go back, have a go at his second. Got pretty excited with his first, and why wouldn't you, because you're a backman playing up forward. Throws the grass in the air, a la Matthew Lloyd, and you can see the umpire's shirt blowing there, so there's a little bit of wind. He kicks that ball a long, long way, and that's his second, and they get around him as well, and he's having a good game as well, Bodie Ryan, and he's sort of playing up forward, a little bit of midfield. You can see him now coming back into the midfield, but he's done a couple of those marks where he just puts it to his advantage and then takes the grab. And he'll go back into the midfield. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. Players back there. So goes and stands his man. Each player has a man. Prince is playing now at the back of that pack, just coming around. Look at the big crowd down there. So I'm going to head down and get an interview with the CEO, or the executive officer, Leo Panzarino, at half-time, Indy. So probably leave you to handle the reins just for this last 4 minutes or so.
All right, well, what more is there to play out in these last 4 minutes? We're about to find out more of Sacred Heart's dominance, or some sort of response to breathe some life back into the Prince Alfred Corps. It might be the former, because in such a quick transition, Zach Kerr kicks his third goal. Sacred Heart extend the game-high margin to a whopping, huge 44 points. 8 goals it is between Prince Alfred and the lead of this game right now. Not a good way to end a quarter. We'll approach the 22-minute mark. 3 goals for Zach Kerr. He could be an early contender for the beanie, although you're just never sure what type of players can kick bags for schools, because I think when coaches experiment with positioning, it actually makes it a lot harder for them to design a structure dependent on key forwards. You usually wait to the big leagues before seeing miraculous stunts like that. In the meantime, Max Downs clears it out. There were key options looming for Sacred Heart, but this time Prince Alfred, with better positioning, had the ability to apply pressure where was needed. Sam coming at fullback with 22.5 minutes gone, so only 2.5 minutes left of this half. Brody Harris now chips it back, finds Jaden Ward. Jaden Ward indecisive, and you wouldn't want to concede another score this late. It's already a monumental task to overcome this margin as it is. It would take a miracle from here, but well, Prince Alfred were undefeated last year and still lost the grand final, so miracles are possible sometimes in the world of sport. Here's Locke Rawlingson. He starts speeding forward. What a fist that was back on the flight from Saxon Amber. That was superb. It's going to go back the other way now as a result. Here's Ben Camberelli. He's kicked 2 for the match so far. Playing far up the ground at the moment. Finds a one-on-one on the wing that he likes. It was supposed to be with Max Downs again, but his teammate nearly fell over. He managed to just get it back out to the help of Charlie McAuliffe. Then it was Ryan on the foot. And, oh, tell you what, just a bit of jeers from the fans there as Jaden Ward dropped a sitter, although that was simply one to rush over for a minor score, so the consequence not too major, but it does increase the game high margin to 45 points as we're now in the last minute of this match. It's Ollie Wilkin from the back pocket. You just get a feel that Sacred Heart will once again be one of the teams to beat this year in the school leagues. It's already evidence enough that 2 of their teams are in Division 1. And you have such a large pool of talent that it's just too much to weave into one. I believe there's going to be a free kick here for a dangerous tackle. Prince Alfred player getting up a little slowly. But he's up now. Jay Polkinghorne will get the 25-metre penalty as well. Time continuing to tick. There's no time on for these matches. Oh, big pack formed and reigning supreme. Prince Alfred once again through Felix Katsaros. Took the big mark, but this time going the reverse way. Oliver Betterman was once again the Betterman in that pack. So he'll go out to the far city side wing, but the siren will sound the end of the first half of our final game here at Thebarton Oval today. The undefeated Prince Alfred and Sacred Heart teams, one of them will come out undefeated, the other with a loss. Right now, it's 2 goals, 2-14 Prince Alfred. Sacred Heart's 9 goals, 5-59. We're going to take an ad break and bring you more football in the second half.
Well, folks, it's a great pleasure to be joined by Leo Panzarino, who is the Executive Officer of the Sports Association for Adelaide Schools. First of all, welcome, Leo.
Thank you very much, Tony.
And I can tell you, folks, it's taken us 2 years to get Leo in front of the cameras. You do so much work behind the scenes, and you help a lot of us out with the filming and, of course, all the sports coordinators and everything. And I know you're a very humble man, but to get you up in front, tell us about today and the evening and what it means to the schools and the 6 teams out here and the rest of the competition.
Well, look, in conjunction with SANFL, we got together and worked out how can we maximise exposure for our players, but also work with their SANFL clubs as well. So this opportunity came up, and thank you to the SANFL and to Brenton Phillips for helping us out with the ground itself, but also coordinating the event. So it's about as much exposure for our young players within our school systems as possible, an opportunity for everyone to come together in a sort of a carnival day. So the triple header has been quite successful.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and I'm glad you mentioned the sample there, because I know back in my days, back in the 90s coaching and that, we were at a league club, and you go back with the partnership with the colleges, and they have to play college first, and of course they're at a league club trying to make their way through as well. And we go through the team sheets, and so many of these players are not only playing for their league clubs, but they're also representing state football as well. We've got that out here, so it's a real highlight for, I guess, the SAAS as well, to see the quality of players that are coming through and very well coached.
Oh, gee, the list of coaches we've got within our system of the Division 1 and Division 2 teams is enormous, and the quality of coaching our players get is fantastic. I mean, even tonight, I think pretty much every AFL club is represented here tonight with someone watching or critiquing the playing group, which is fantastic exposure for the kids.
I'll also be watching the vision back, Leo, so you better speak it up here as well. Also, it is a successful day, afternoon and evening. We see fans at both ends of the ground. The grandstand's packed. We see young ladies down here, friends and partners of the players and everything. So there's a real huge eclectic mix. We've got the country people watching at home as well. It's a huge success for you guys, and to be congratulated. What's the future planning? I know we did the game last year. We've done today this year. Future planning?
Once again, we've got a grand final day planned here for the 19th of August. So that'll be a triple header with our Division 1, Division 2 and Year 10 games here. And we're hoping moving forward that we can expand this and make this opportunity available for our Division 1 and Division 2 competition. So again, like back-to-back nights, a night like this for our Division 1 and another night for our Division 2. So effectively, anyone that wants to see a gala effort and performance from all our players can come and have a look, and it's a great experience for everyone to be shared and broaden the opportunities for our players to play under lights and play in front of a crowd.
Yes, and we've spoken to some of the coaches about preparing for playing under lights and with yellow football, so it's all new to them. Tell us the importance of volunteers and the importance of all the helpers around, but specifically the umpires today. They've had to come out as well and do their job, and doing a great job. I've got a new cult hero, the guy in the headband as well, but tell us about your great group of umpires as well.
SAAS have worked pretty hard to build up its umpire panel, and it's led by Adnan Jafari and Akram as well. So we've got a pool of umpires that train together, work together and come out and service the SAAS competition. So we're lucky on a night like this, they can all come together, and they're really keen on nights like this because it's a special night. So it works well, and we keep trying to grow our panel and get more and more umpires into our competitions.
So a bit of recruiting there. The other one, the other one, we see the magnificent canteen. It's right next to us, and that smell come through sensational. But they've got all the barbecue and the canteen going and everything. But it's not Thebarton Oval's canteen. It's actually the cricketer, the SA veteran cricketers. So tell us a little bit about these guys, and it's a fundraiser. So what a great amalgamation.
I'm involved with Veterans Cricket SA, so yeah, another plug there. So we reached out to them and said, look, you're interested in doing the catering? They did last year's grand final, and they're doing tonight's game, and they'll do this year's grand final as well. So it's an opportunity for them to earn some money, but also provide quality catering, because the list of food on offer is extensive. It's fantastic.
And Leo, you've always been very good with us in regards to transparency and sending out information and communicating with us. How do you go with all the sports coordinators? Because it's very important that they also get the information. And how have they taken in an event such as this?
Oh, look, it's been embraced. All schools have been really enthusiastic about it. So the actual concept has been well accepted by the schools and by a lot of the students. So it's been quite a bit of enthusiasm. So look, lots of support, and hopefully it keeps growing.
Fantastic. And our final question, Intercol coming up. a very important day because a lot of rivalry there. What's planned for it, and it's also across many sports.
Look, Intercol's a really big day for the schools. It's like a massive grand final day. All the planning's in place. A lot of schools have organised their programs. They've booked their umpires. They've got everything in place. So it's a massive event across a number of sports, a number of age levels. So it's a special time for schools because I think you're looking at Rostrevor and Sacred Heart are celebrating a milestone event.
100 years, yeah.
And there's a few other schools that have celebrated benchmark events. So it's a great experience for the kids and for the schools.
Well, Leo, yourself and of course Alejandro and all the staff are to be congratulated. You're always very welcoming to us. It takes a lot of planning to get this underway, and what a fantastic event. It's a showcase really for the SAAS and all the efforts that you've done. So we'd like to congratulate you and thank you for coming on camera. It's taken us 2 years, but for spending that time with us, mate, you're a credit to everyone that you're representing, and thank you so much for coming and giving us a broader view.
Thank you. I'd just like to give a plug to SANFL for helping us out, making all this come together, to Dartfish, who have been an excellent organisation to work with. You really have embraced the competition and given it as much professional exposure as you can, which I think is fantastic for our competitions, not just in football but in other sports as well. And to all the other people, the assistants and helpers, canteen crew and everyone that's come together, the umpires, it's excellent, and all these people that come together and make it work.
Fantastic, Leo. You're an absolute champion. Thanks for spending that time with us. We'll take a short break, folks. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome back to Thebarton Oval. The teams have just run out after a quick drink and a talk with the coach and should be ready for another half of football. I know I am, but featuring with us in the box for this third quarter and hopefully the fourth as well, football director for the Prince Alfred College, Michael Higgins. Welcome, Michael.
Hey, how you going?
I'm going all right, and it's good to have you here with us. We won't talk too much about the game at hand because unfortunately I'm sure it'd be difficult to talk about from a Prince Alfred perspective, but I suppose, do you have any kind of brief synopsis or takeaway from what you saw in the first half?
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest start for the boys. The first quarter, Sacred Heart played a wonderful style of footy, and were able to get the ball forward and quick, and their tall forwards were a little too good for us up there. So hopefully we can work on that in the second half. And the second quarter was a much improved effort. So the boys will just be trying to, take something out of it, get a couple of little wins here. See if we can take out the third quarter and see what can happen from there. You never know in footy.
Well, one thing to mention is that Prince Alfred's college team has always been one of the most competitive and consistent within the school leagues, especially in the past decade or so. Do you think there was any particular internal reinvention of the brand that has allowed you to be so successful recently?
I'm not too sure. So this is my first year here at Prince Alfred College. I've been at the Sturt Footy Club for the last 6 years, so been in the sample system, which did allow me to see lots of Prince Alfred College kids. I did coach back here in 2014 as an assistant coach, and I think it's pretty similar to how it was back then, quite strong culturally, plenty of good players out there, and it's, schoolboy footy has, I don't even know how to explain it. Like there's, I guess when you go to school with your mates all the time, lots of them in the boarding house, they're together, like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's amazing what they can, produce, and just the camaraderie between them. It's something I haven't been at, like at Sturt. It's not something that we could ever quite replicate, really.
Yeah, well, obviously having that former sample experience would give you quite a bit of insight into the more advanced and expert ways to run a football club with the direction side of things, as we just quickly follow this set shot that Ned Atkinson is taking all the way from the arc. He has let that one launch for what's almost the biggest goal of the day. Oh, he's called it a goal. It's made the journey, gone over the line. Well, how about that? And back to you, Michael. Just wanted to ask, because we talk about how successful the Prince Alfred school team has been in recent years. Do you have too much involvement with the old Collegians team from the Adelaide Footy League now that you're working with the club? Has anything popped up there?
Yeah, so a little bit. I've met Jim Parkinson, so caught up with him towards the end of term 2. Just trying to work out with them how we can keep our kids going through into the old Collegians, and what's sort of been done in the past, again, as being new to the role, not across exactly how they get our players, how we can help them get through to the old Collegians. Hopefully lots of our players, go on to, Sample League, and hopefully a few get drafted over the years. But for those who don't do that, it'd be nice to keep them into the old Collegians. So yeah, got to meet them, have a bit of a meeting, work through all of that, and we do play on Park 9 occasionally, so I get to go down and see a few of the old collegiates play. But yeah, just slowly trying to continue, and for me personally, I guess, learn about that relationship.
We've just got Charlie Hillier here coming in, lad from Kybe Bowlight, lines up. He's a fair way out, but he's given it a big ride and big pack forms. And a lot of players have gone for big marks tonight. And look at Hillier, charges in again, gets a quick handball out to team advantage. 1-2, player off one step, can't quite get around, just dribbles out there in front of the Prince Alfred player there. We'll get a throw in a dangerous position as the umpire thought he'd done something there. He's just adjusting his sweat wrap on his arm there, Indy, as the umpire throws it in. Up they go, tap out the back. It's all Sacred Heart again as they come around, kick to the hot spot. Player could have been pushed there, and they come free here, Prince Alfred. And just get it as far as the half back line. That player's dropped the ball, and the umpire has set a throw. So just coming back to Michael, just tell us about Craig Tasborski. I had the pleasure of coaching Craig down at Glenelg in the 17s and 19s when he was a young bloke coming through, and he went on to play league, and
fantastic guy, Craig, and how's he mixing in with the young lads down there, and how's his coaching going?
Yeah, so he's been fantastic. So he's just the acting coach for tonight because Matt Slade, who's our normal coach, is in Ballarat with the under-15 state.
Okay.
So the SA boys over there this week. So Taz is normally our assistant coach.
That's it.
And this week gets to step up. So he's been brilliant. You know, we had a light session Monday night and Tuesday just to get the boys back. They all go and play their sample clubs and obviously all have a little bit different game styles and philosophies and all those sorts of things. So sort of got them all back together. A couple of light nights on the track. He's pretty light-hearted. Got them, really enjoying their footy. Coming back here to PAC this week and to get out here for the big clash tonight. But yeah, he's a great listener. Really wants to learn and improve his coaching. He often, I guess every 3 or 4 weeks he's hitting me up trying to see when I've got some time to go and have a coffee, discuss footy, see what he can work on and what he can do to help his players. So I've really enjoyed the 6 months I've known him for. So it's been brilliant.
He's a fantastic guy, and that's only going to help your teams as well. What happens, just talking about that, because I look at most of your list here is at a sample club as well. Do they ever dictate to you guys, we want to see a player played in a certain position, or they let them go and it's carte blanche and they walk through the gate and they're all yours for wherever you want to play them?
Yeah, it is a little bit of everything. Like no one ever really pushes anything onto you.
See that guy, kicked a nice long goal there, the lad in the orange boots. You know that is off the top of your head.
I wasn't actually watching the footy, unfortunately.
Okay, well here it is on the replay for us. We'll get the number in a moment.
Yeah, Kobe McEntee. So that is Jed McEntee from the Port Adelaide Power, his younger brother.
Indy picked it before.
There we go.
Yeah, so Jed's a good Sturt boy from where I've come from. So I coached Jed many moons ago. And been lucky enough to work with Cobes since he was in under-13s with my time at Sturt, now over here at PAC.
Does Jed still pay the occasional visit to his brother when he's playing for Prince Alfred?
I've seen him occasionally. Definitely, I saw him a lot when at Sturt games. I haven't seen him as often at Prince Alfred College because Jed actually went to Mercedes himself. But yeah, I definitely used to see Jed quite often watching Cobes when he was playing for the Sturt games. I don't think I've actually seen him this year. But Jed's probably been a bit more in the power team this year, to be fair, than the last couple of years also as well. He's been playing some really great footy for the power up there as a pressure forward.
Yeah, so just coming back to that question, how much reign do you get with them? Are you allowed to do what you like with them, or are you dictated a little bit by sample clubs?
Nah, so definitely we can do what we'd like. We do try and work with the sample clubs.
Yep.
And I certainly know when I was at Sturt as well, we came in and had meetings with PAC on occasions, just with a couple of kids. Normally it's those that are quite close to drafting.
Yep.
Sort of trying to help with that. And even with State a little bit. Again, the State don't ever dictate to us where players should be playing, but often there will be conversations, like where are you looking to play, a certain player in the State team, and if it's a role that might be slightly different to ours, we might be open to, putting them in there for a half or for a game, or, sometimes, you might be up by 10 goals at half time and you can easily change their roles a little bit to let them play that role that they are pushing for in the State side.
So we look at that PAC team now, and many of those in the State team. I know there's a couple at Sacred Heart. Are there any of your lads in there that we can speak of, or have they come through and played a bit of reserves?
Yeah, so Lucas Slade, the captain, he played in the State under-18s. He played all the games this year, and he also played a game last year as an under-17 in the State under-18s.
He's son of the coach.
And he is son of Matt, so...
good breeding there then.
Yes, and there's Nate in the year 10s for us, and he's actually away with the State under-15s with Matt this week, the younger brother. So yeah, they're quite a brilliant footballing family. Locke Rawlinson, so number 25. We've seen some great dash from in the across the half-back flank. He played all the State games again this year. And then our other two are both under-17s, bottom ages, so Louis Montgomery and Rome Burgoyne. And Monty played, I think, the last 2 games in the Carnival. But unfortunately, they're both in moon boots at the moment. Although, actually, I think Rome might have got out of his boot today, which is great news for him. He's hoping to perhaps push and be ready for Intercol, but if not, hopefully he'll be able to get out in the under-18 Sandford competition and play some finals for the Eagles.
Louis, son of Brent at all?
Yes, and Rome is the son of Peter, so...
Okay, yeah. So
yeah, they're quite good players for us when they're out in the field, but yeah, unfortunately, probably...
So who's your Intercol opponent?
Ours is St. Peter's.
Oh, okay. And how's that rivalry? I know we've got 100 years between Sacred Heart and Rostrevor. I've been to a few of those. They're huge days. We had drummers and bands and everything last year. But, yeah, how do yours go with St. Peter's?
Yeah, so we are 152 or 3. I know the 150th was a couple of years ago. When I can remember when I was at Sturt, the PAC boys at Sturt were very keen to make sure we were looking after them and getting them, making sure they were all good for the 150th game. So yeah, it's like all Intercols. It's very different. I'm from the hills. I'm from up in Mount Barker.
Yep.
And so we were always the big rivals in the HFL with Mount Barker and Harndorf.
Yeah.
And then when I came and experienced, I was an assistant coach here at PAC with the first back in 2014 or 15.
Yep.
And I thought the Mount Barker Harndorf rivalry was a big rivalry. And then when I experienced Intercol, it's something else. And I believe it's even like it's gone leaps and bounds since then. I think it's sort of.
It's unbelievable, yeah. So no, well that's good, and it's a part of the footy season, isn't it? It's just as you see the big fella here come forward. Don't tell me he's popped that right up high, and good mark on the last line of defence there. That looks like Ollie Wilkin.
Yeah, Ollie Wilkin it is.
So he's a Sturt lad.
Yeah, he's a Sturt boy.
Nice skills there.
Yeah, he kicks with both feet quite well, left and right. I was never sure in the first probably 18 months that I knew him which foot was actually his preferred foot.
So is Tom Tasker son of Sean at all?
Tom is the son of Sean. Yes, he is.
See, there's some names out there. The Camporalis are obviously
out
playing
there,
at
yes.
Sacred Heart, who we saw last year. There's a Rouvray, Scripsy's son of a great Glenelg player there. So it's a great. I often talk about this, Michael, that it's a great competition because a lot of these lads, if they were still in the country or metropolitan, they'd be playing senior football.
Yes.
So it's like watching senior football. That's the way I approach it. While some of them are still young and developing, a lot of them, what you see here is what you get as a 20 or 21-year-old as well. So it's a great brand of football. Some of the skill that's on show, sometimes you just sit here as a spectator and you go, wow, how good's that?
Yeah, there's some real high quality players out here, so it is really good to sit back and watch sometimes and just enjoy.
All right, we'll come back to the game for a moment. Brody Ryan way out in front.
Yeah, Ryan's just handed out to a teammate there in Dewhurst, and the one-on-one contest almost could have been a holding infringement. Ryan's gone back in for seconds. He snapped all the way to the pocket, and what about that? The no-look mark. Had to do that while juggling his own pace. That's really good stuff. That's exactly what you want from a lead-up forward. And it looks like the man taking the kick might be Cooper Bobridge for his second. No, it's actually Zach Kerr for his fourth. So he's leading the goal-kicking tally for the match. Goal was the simple part of what he needed to do there. The hard part already finished. So he's got 4 goals for the game, leading goal kicker for Sacred Hearts College. 3 goals, 321, 2 11 goals, 571, a 50-point game. 12 minutes gone in the third quarter.
And Michael, we talk about the, it's not about the scoreboard in some of these games. It's about, just development and developing of young men off the field. And we're talking previously with a couple of our guests, but let's talk about life skills. It's your conduct, it's the way you go about it, the way you prepare for a football game, the way you recover from a football game, because what they learn here takes them into senior football, and what they learn in regards to conduct and respect and mateship and manners also takes them into senior life.
Yeah, footy is definitely more than football. I thought it was, at Sturt again, we were, it was a big focus on making sure that we were, helping players and people become good people and good adults.
Important, yeah.
Here at PAC, it's the same thing, but we have a huge advantage. Like at Sturt, you got to see them a couple of nights a week for a couple of hours. At school, you get them all day, and it's obviously not, they're not with football all day, but the culture is not just across the footy program, it's across the whole school. So it's a huge advantage in helping these lads, grow and become wonderful people. and whether they get to exactly where they want to. Most of these kids would have dreams of getting to the AFL. Unfortunately, not everyone's going to get there. It's a tough industry to crack, but everyone leaves all these schools, not just PAC, much better people, and it's just again, I would, my 6 months that I've been here, I've been quite in awe of all those extra stuff that school can offer.
We talk about the wellness and the welfare. I've got a big background in this area, mental fitness and keeping everyone up and about. We all have down days, but the support structures that are around these guys, it might be that they're not picked in the senior 18, it might be that they're having pressure with their studies, it may be relationship, finances, career, could be lots of things going on in their life, as we just watch a clever little pickup here that just wanders out of bounds. So, there's so many aspects even that aren't schoolwork related. The pressures of life these days, and so you've got people doing some work with welfare and just making sure they're okay, and they can go to a quiet place and have a talk with someone if they would like to, mentors or whoever it may be.
Yeah, so there's lots of like counsellors and those sorts of like people in the school, and which the player they can use for football or for their schooling life. And we've also only this week we've had a athletic director start, and so I got to meet him for the first time on Tuesday, and that was a lot of the stuff. A lot of what you've just spoken about was what we sort of chatted about for for an hour and a half. We sort of sat there talking, how can we continue to grow the program at PAC for all these boys, and the boys in the future coming through. And it was interesting how he's spoken about in America at one of the big colleges, how having exams and tests actually impacted the injury rate of their players. Because he was talking about how stress, it doesn't matter whether it's stress for football, stress for life, stress for school, it actually impacts your body in exactly the same way. So the study showed that in times of exams when students were getting stressed, when they lowered their physical exertion, the players got through fine, where if they kept it up at the same level, that was actually when they were starting to see an increase in injury. So it's those tiny little things that we're hoping to, with Scott coming in, hoping to, implement for the students that, again, at school, we know when all their big times are going to be, where, at a sample club, we don't always have access to that, and they're not always the same for each school. Hopefully that little bit of extra care we can give our boys is a huge win for them, and ends up giving them an extra game or two rather than having to miss out a week or two.
Well, you're right, it's actually a chemical equation. We'll just watch this footy here for a minute around the corner. Another point here, but as you said, with the stresses, the big one is your body releases a hormone called cortisol, and if you look up what cortisol does to you, it doesn't help you relax. You're on edge, you get broken sleep, you start getting broken sleep, you get fatigue. That leads to a whole multitude of complications, and what are the tools and what are the ways through that, and how do you work through it, and how do you get back to that relaxation? And the mind drives the body, so you've got to get the mind right first, and once that's right, the body goes and follows suit. And even games like this, you talk about visualisation, going to bed at night, the alpha zone, the last 10 minutes before you go to sleep, see yourself doing good things today out there on the field, and it gets into your subconscious, and you actually believe it.
Yes,
so lots there to do on that side of things, and these guys are at the age group where they're like sponges. They understand this, and they can learn these techniques. They're not kids anymore, and they're young adults coming through, and visualisation and nutrition, all these areas we get into, but it's a very important factor. I call this an elite level football.
Yes.
The way these guys are playing, and every little advantage they can get. I talk about extra work. If you've got 2 nights a week of club training and or league and or state training, whichever way it may be, what extra work will you do? Well, that doesn't have to be physical. It can be setting goals. It can be sitting down with mum and talking about your nutrition. What is carb loading? Do I need to do it? What happens if I have a sports drink? What happens if I drink an energy drink? What's in an energy drink? Do I need to have it? No, I don't,
Yes.
So there's so many areas. How do I hydrate? 2% of dehydration leads to fatigue and mistakes.
Yeah.
Error mistakes. So there's lots there. We'll come back to the footy. I love these conversations. Arthur and Indy, we'll let you take on a bit of commentary here, mate.
Austin Davies in the back pocket. Sacred Heart's scoreboard momentum has just slowed down a little bit in this quarter. They haven't really been stomping on their opposition in the same way that's been occurring in the first half. In fact, I reckon Prince Alfred have done a really good job to defensively start to navigate around a bit more. But meanwhile, the play resumes, and they might go back in the forward 50. Prince Alfred, a handball chain. What a smother that was, though. Coming back there was Lucas Camberelli. That was a huge smother. Prince Alfred maintained possession temporarily, but that changes quickly. It's a hack kick forward. The Prince Alfred defenders need to get onto the end of this one. They do. Coming off of the boot of Lagana. There's a free kick call being made here. It's an early one favouring Sacred Heart.
Socks up. Look at that. There's a cold hero. Have a look at him.
Well, very few AFL players nowadays have their socks rolled up, so I do have admiration for anyone who does go with the more traditional look. Zane Scripps. Ooh, bit of a choppy kick there. Opportunity for Tom Tasker. Kicks towards the corridor. That's a good sight. And now Sam Cumming going forward. It's one-on-one. Sacred Heart had front position, and that's ultimately what allowed them to prevail. That's a good kick down onto the interchange side wing as well to Ned Atkinson. He goes one further. Slows up temporarily with Lucas Camberelli again. His brother was really big in the first half. I reckon he's been bigger the second half. Oh, that kick just slightly undercooked. Didn't quite hit the target. And Max Downs will have to fight for it.
Just, Michael, just tell us a little bit about Sam Waltham, if you don't mind. He's been very impressive in ruck. He's a good athlete, and just see him there putting himself in. He's here again, probably going to win a free. Yep. Very good. I'd suggest a good leader out there, but geez, giving your team plenty of drive. What can you tell us about young Sam?
Yeah, Wally Waltham. He's a real good Wally Waltham. He's a real good kid. So again, being a Sturt boy, I've known him for a few years now. And you're talking about the leadership. He has been captain for probably half the season. Luca Slade and Locke Rawlinson are our captain and vice captain, but they spent a long period in the state team, so missed quite a few games. So Wally was able to take that role on. So he's grown into quite a good leader this year. But you know, in talking about his football, he's a wonderful mark. He is very athletic, can get up quite high. And we've seen that with a lot of ruck work, not just tonight, but across the whole year, really. He's pretty tough to beat up there with his vertical jump and long arms. He feeds it down to the midfielders quite well, week in, week out.
We'll just take this shot on goal, but looks like he's got a good engine to get around. Just see him coming into screen. He was just in the background a minute ago. There he goes, the only bloke running out there as we speak, or two of them. We'll just let you call this through, Indy.
Oh, doesn't want to take the set shot. In fact, he wants to run off his line. Go himself. Kobe McEntee off the left. Misses.
Bit of a highlight reel there. Yeah, so, what's his engine like? It looks like he's certainly fit enough to get around the ground. We're deep into the third quarter here, 21 and a half minutes in.
Yeah, he's got a good engine. So, like being at school primarily a ruckman, probably plays 70% ruck and 20% forward, and then gets a little break on the bench every quarter. And at Sturt, he's certainly pretty similar. I think he might play a little bit more forward there as well. But yeah, he's got a really good engine. As we see here, he's probably a fair chance to catch this one.
Just competes, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Getting into the pack, give you a first go at it. There he is.
Yeah, and he's got wonderful footwork, both to allow him to get up in the air to find a little bit of space, but also in the ruck contest, his opponents quite often can't jump as high as him, so they try and do the body up option. But he's got quite quick little nimble feet that he can sort of get around that contact and still allow him to get up at the footy.
The other good thing with him is he's still got growth in him. He's 17 or 18. He's still got a couple of years of growing, and we often talk about the big guys don't always, they take a little bit longer to develop, but he's actually quite really well coordinated now as well. And he's got a big upside to him because he's still going to develop and get taller.
Yeah, he is. I'm certainly hopeful that he, he's only an under 17, so quite hopeful that he might be able to develop over the next 18 months and really, take the eyes of the AFL recruiters over the next 18 months and, certainly push for state selection next year and see if he can't go a little bit further than that. He is quite a talent.
Oh, what a finish that was. The mid-air soccer from Harry Francis, I reckon that was. Just hammered it through, hacked it really, but it ended up going straight through the middle. You can afford to do that when you're that far up as well. So you look at the fancy tricks here. It was actually a good attempt to keep it alive and centre it up from Cooper Bobridge, but you just look at that.
It was quick, wasn't it? Quick
Yeah.
between the ears, Indy.
Really nice stuff. So we're nearly at the end of this quarter now. We're 23.5 minutes gone. There's some fans rocking into the house there. Can't really tell what team they support. One of them's got a West Adelaide jumper. That doesn't really suggest anything one way or the other, although they all seem to be enjoying the game so far. I reckon there's a Sacred Heart Seniors shirt just in the corner there. He's pointing to the camera. He's pulling out the rock-on signal. Right now, they'd be feeling pretty stoked right now, Sacred Heart, as well as their fans. Back into the middle it goes. Whistle for a free kick. It's going to be paid advantage. So Max Downs is just going to go from the arc and maybe should have kept his eyes peeled because he's turned it over. Instead, number 27 for Prince Alfred, which I don't actually have on my
Jackie
list.
Dundon.
Jackie Dundon, thank you very much.
32, 27.
That's why we love to have the special comments. Prince Alfred in the meantime, keeping it to the interchange wing. It's a bit of a torpedo type kick. Difficult for anyone to mark that. And through a set of hands comes out of bounds. So 30 seconds left in the quarter.
And Matt Laray's given us a couple of looks today. I've actually been quite impressed with him at times when he's led towards the ball. He's a good size. He looks like he's got a bit of growth, or is it the big curly hair? I'm not sure, but no, he looks a good size about him, and looks like he's got a bit of forward craft as we see that ball just come over the boundary line.
Yeah.
So we'll take a short break. Just the scoreboard, 3 goals, 7-25. Prince Alfred, 12 goals, 5-77 to Sacred Heart. We will take a short break.
Welcome back to Thebarton Oval. 3 goals, 7-25 to 12 goals, 5-77. It's Sacred Heart leading Prince Alfred by 52 points. I believe that might be a game-high margin, but I could be wrong. So, some of the best players in this match so far, of course, Sacred Heart having the midst of them. Zach Kerr with his 4 goals. Ben Camberelli had a really good first half, and I reckon Lucas Camberelli put together a really nice third quarter. Bertie Ryan's had some good moments. Max Downs, Zane Scripps, all been in there, and I've really liked the look as well of Ben Dewhurst and Archer Rouvray. But also looking at Prince Alfred, I do actually like a couple of their contributors. I think that overall Waltham has had a really good game. Kobe McEntee has had some really nice moments too. Tom Tasker's been involved in a lot of it, and I'll tell you what, I'm having a hard time deciding the Dartfish Beanie and Archie Thongs winner, Tony.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Felix Katsaris at times up forward as well, but yeah, I've really liked Sam Waltham out there, and Tom Tasker's had a pile of the ball and, you know, using it well under pressure as well. And yeah, as you said, come across, I reckon, you know, Sacred Heart, of course, they've had probably more of the ball, but Brodie Ryan's really given them an impetus up forward, but then he goes down on ball as well, gets plenty of it, and then floats around the back line when he needs to. And Zach Keir up front with the 4 goals just tends to straighten them up as such. And yeah, a really good spread. Ned Atkinson, he really looks a good ball user, I'd say, son of.
He is
another Brownlow medal.
He is the son of
Brodie.
Yeah.
So another one as well. He's got a couple of his mannerisms. When you just look at the body language and the mannerisms, you can see Brodie in there. But of course, he's a little bit taller. Looks like he's got a little bit more height in him. So yeah, he's a good player. It's just great to see these lads coming through, whether they're the son of, or whether they're at a league club, or whether they're just a local lad that's doing well and finding their way. It's fantastic. So Taz has got them in. They do as I said, it's not about the scoreboard. It's get in and be a part of your mates, because we talked earlier, a lot of these lads may have played since they've been young.
Yeah, lots of them have played together for a long time, and those that come in, you know, like new later on, you know, get brought in pretty quickly, and yeah, it's the camaraderie between the boys is certainly something that I haven't experienced at, you know, any other of the footy clubs. Just again, with, you know, particularly with the Borders, you know, they live together and everyone just gets involved. Like you just can't replicate that anywhere, I don't think. Like it is amazing.
And they're very well behaved down the back of the goals there. Your lads, they've lined up for the final quarter, going that way. And what we will tell you, last year there was a huge contingency for Sacred Heart, and it was an accident, but they actually, the fence came down because there was a cast of thousands down there, but they've shifted. I'm not sure where they've migrated to, Indy. They're probably down here in front of us at the canteen. And the young guys, they'll
yeah, I noticed about midway through the third quarter that they'd dissipated, so
maybe the buses saying get back to Sacred Heart down by the beach, and Princes are only a hop, skip and a jump away the other side of the city. They travel down all together on a bus. Did they today, Michael, or did they?
So definitely
separately?
a few of the Boarders did. There was a bus that took some of the Boarders down, with Phil Noble from the boarding house. He was going to bring a load down, but I think quite a few have also been able to drive themselves or come with the parents to have a look.
It was one of my questions today about how many are actually driving these days. You know, so you see first the ball there, Will Thomas couldn't quite. So around the corner, Atkinson. We spoke about that. Just the amount of players that want to fly for that ball, that you can't harness them. Look at this big collision coming up, and down it goes. Players going down like 10 pins, and they're so resilient. You know, you get to the end of your footy career, you're lucky to get back up from that. These kids bounce back up, and where's the next ball? And out it goes here to the wing. Young, fit lads, no distractions. Will Thomas comes around. Well done by Scripps there, really bursting away, and he goes long out that wing. That's a great kick too to Jack Wilson, so well done by Zane Scripps there. Can they get a couple in a row? They can't, and that's a great chop off there. And just a quick kick out, so laconic there, number 27, Jack Dundon. They just do it because they can. Michael, that's the other thing. We sit here and go, "Wow, how good was that?" And they just get up and go, "Well, that's what I'm supposed to do." Bang.
Yeah, that's
Away
right.
they go.
The youth. Yeah. I miss those days when you feel like you could actually go out there and do anything you want. Now I barely get out of bed.
No, well, it's not. We're not having a truth session right now, so we won't go down that path, because I might be in trouble as well. So up it goes, down it comes. Just talking about that, play a little bit slower to get up. They got school tomorrow. That's the other thing. It'll be a late finish tonight. It'll be 10 o'clock, close to, and then first session tomorrow.
Yes.
Class.
Yeah. So they do have school tomorrow.
Cool.
So hopefully they'll all be in attendance. And our boys normally jump in the pool on a Sunday after the game, so I'd imagine they'll be doing the same thing tomorrow, getting in the pool, starting their recovery. And most of our lads, you know, have sample footy on either Tuesday or Wednesday night next week, so it's again a short turnaround for the boys, so they've got to make sure they recover well. And Sacred Heart will be the same. I think all of their players you know, are aligned to a sample club as well, so I'm sure they'll be doing the same down there.
Oh, what's that ball just bouncing around? Ooh, up and down.
Yeah, so recovery very important as the ball comes out here. It's the same for all teams, and bit of a push there, but able to take the mark. Sacred Heart now go forward through number 30 here, Lucas Campriali, having a very good game, puts that out wide. Goes to grass, so it becomes a 50-50 mopping up there, but Prince Alfred have got the numbers. An inside-out kick.
Yeah, that was Locke Rawlinson, one of the state boys, and there's Lucas Slade.
Across they go, so they're waxing here. Oh, just a little bit of magic there, holding the ball in one hand. A bit of Charlie Curnow about him there. That lady's got the big long arms there, Tom Tasker. Over the top, reaching. Now they come out, Princes, and that is Connor Mills, I reckon. He's hopefully just cramp. And nothing else, as he's really pushing to come off. Had a great game as well, young Connor Mills. You wouldn't believe it, the ball comes towards him on the bench. He's just trying to get off there, Michael. So
yeah, following him everywhere.
Yeah, so Tasker looks a really good player as well.
Yeah, he's a real big, strong body, good inside mid for us. And again, he's a bottom ager, so an under 17.
Really?
Yeah, so
wow.
Hopefully he can again put it together a nice 18 months and see if he can't put his name up for selection for, AFL and some SA footy next year.
Yeah, good future ahead of him, because some kids you can see just so well coordinated and really looks like an athlete.
Yeah,
with all due respect
he
to
is.
everyone out there, but you can just see the structure of him. I know when we were doing recruiting, we used to get told, picture that bloke in an AFL jumper in years to come, and he's the type of player, without getting too far, but you just see his structure, that he's going to grow into a good-sized lad and a real athlete, Then what do they like below their knees? What do they like overhead? What do they like with 50-50? I see young Rawlings there before. Has he got a left, Rawlinson, has he got a left foot?
Well, he kicks it quite well on the outside of his right foot. It's actually one of his strengths, is being able to use his right foot, and kick it the unnatural direction, really.
Well, I don't reckon I saw Plugger Lockett kick too many on his left foot. He had a great career, so, some players can do it. Bo Simons here, he's talking about a good kick on him. He's got plenty of distance, but just offline. A bit more than just offline, isn't he? Fair way offline, but 1 point in it. So close so far in the quarter. Not many scores as we're 5 minutes in, but it's great, isn't it? You sit here and you look at a lot of these players, you see they're on league lists, but a lot of them don't get through to league football. A lot of them don't go much further, and some that you might not think, all of a sudden they come on and blossom. So we wish them all the best, of course, but it is very hard to get through.
Yeah, yes, it definitely is. There's a lot of people out there playing our great game, and unfortunately not everyone can get through to SANFL League or the AFL for those real lucky few.
Clever by Simons there as it goes out right out wide here, and Ben Campriali, with some of these numbers are so small and very hard to see on that far side.
Yeah, coming back into the hands now of Tom Tasker. City end wing. Pushing the back free kick by the looks. It'll come back to Prince Alfred, but it will give a little bit of time for the Sacred Heart defenders to set up. The Prince Alfred cheer squad still out there, have not moved since the beginning of the game. Full credit to them. So taking this kick, I believe this is Matt Leray. He ran his full 10 metres there. Oh, big crash and bash coming from the pack. Barely being able to get it out hands, and then kicking goal side with the dribble. Just a little something for the cheer squad to get as a consolation prize for their efforts today. I reckon that was Connor Mills with the goal.
Yep, he's had a very, very good game, Connor Mills, and finishes off with a goal, well rewarded. We'll see. Here we go now. Just see him at the back of the pack here. Stayed involved and then got free. A little bit of time and space.
Also credit to Felix Katsaros, because that goal wouldn't have been possible without him. He could have just conceded a normal ball up, but he really just plucked that ball straight out of the hands of his opposition opponent. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll take a look at the next centre bounce now with 7 minutes gone. Not much time left. It's been a long day of school league football, and I reckon is it an interchange infringement here?
Yeah, 666, I think.
And you do warnings just like the Major League, don't you?
Yeah, so a warning to start with, so that's all that one was.
All right, well, back to the middle we come. Sacred Heart tacklers have been really good today. And obviously we don't have live stats, but it's interesting when you think about sometimes even the losing team can't win the tackling numbers, which about 8 times out of 10 they would, but I reckon today Sacred Heart's tackling pressure has been immense, and that's part of their recipe for success. 25-metre penalty here for Prince Alfred, though. Sam Waltham started that chain and all the way to the last line of defence, just didn't quite get it through. A couple more extra metres on that kick worth of height, and it would have. There's the mark to Bodie Ryan. They're going far here. Oh, nearly had a goal side, but the ball bounced a little awkwardly. That didn't help. Now McAuliffe has got to work for it. He manages to balance a step and kick it, but it's not going to bounce through for a score. It might be rushed through depending on how things shape out, but taking a low percentage chance at a snap and being unsuccessful in the end of it. I reckon that was, just looking at who that is on the screen, I'm not 100% sure. It might be Tom Corcoran, who we haven't called too much of since the first quarter, but I could be wrong. Comes out to the far side now. Prince Alfred actually gone out of bounds on the fall there from uncontested play, so it's going to come back into Sacred Heart's hands. They're going to dart it out to the pocket. Slips out and over the line. This time it will be a throw-in. And there's the Prince Alfred cheer squad still going. Still either leaning on the fence or leaning over it. Hopefully they don't break that pocket of the fence as well. We've already had one pocket of the fence worth broken at Thebarton Oval from the previous year.
Don't reckon the blokes at the back there or the ladies are students, so I think they're being well looked after. They're well attended. Michael, what happens from here? Do you do much revision because the Dartfish filming of the games and that? Do you get hold of some of the vision and go back over it with the players, or it's more just get to training and work through structures? Because training would have been disrupted this week with the days.
Yeah, so from this, it'll be a bit interesting this week because the boys will go back and play Sandford now Tuesday or Wednesday next week. Most of this team we probably won't actually see till training next Thursday, like in any official capacity. So the boys will have access to the vision, so they will probably go back and watch a little bit of their highlights. But really, with only having a Thursday night, quick, like short session, since they'll either have played the night before or 2 nights before next week. I think it'll be a real short session, just getting through. Not a lot of training in this block for most of the boys who'll play 4 games over 3 weeks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is virtually it here, isn't it? You're training in games, you're getting your fitness up just by playing in midweek and so on. Oh, nice high leap there. Great crumb at the front of the pack. And I'll tell you what, Connor Mills, he's a very good player, very smart. Oh, player goes this way, that way. Matt LeRae? No. Is that
Felix Katsaros sold a bit of candy there.
30. So off they go, and Bodie Ryan there just taking off through the middle, so he's trying to get forward for his team again. They're running now down forward, 2 or 3 players now. It's 1-on-1 down here in the goals. Oh, the big fella running by, and I'll tell you what, that's great skill. Oh, round the corner we go. Don't tell me. And just offline for a point. A little bit of byplay out there. So they're blazing away here, Sacred Heart. Kicked the 3 points in the quarter.
Just getting a look at an injury on that bench. The player wasn't frowning too much. He was actually smiling when we first saw the footage, although he's getting tested, so find it hard not to wince, no matter how happy you are. Yeah, a bit of a cramp there. Hopefully nothing more.
There's Ryan again with a little big tackle.
He's going to get rewarded for it.
No, Sling.
No, Sling's going the other way.
Yep. Great game, though, Bodie Ryan, and to have that energy towards the end of the game as well.
So I reckon we still got to decide on our beanie winner, Tony Neals. We'll do that under our breaths because I'm honestly a bit indecisive. It's been a team effort from Sacred Heart today. No particular players really stood out to me as the hero. Gabriel Lagana goes far. Ball hits the turf before considered a mark. They'll keep going here. Prince Alfred have got an opportunity now coming through. Will Prescott going forward. Oh, ball smothered. Crucial smother on the line. Sacred Heart might get it back. The resume play.
A few players out there getting cramped, but as we said, 3 different styles of game we've seen tonight. And Michael, we encourage all the players to go for their marks, but we've seen some huge packs tonight form, and a lot of those players going for grabs where there's 6 or 8 sets of hands going up for the grab. So it's great to have them encouraged, but you've got to have a crummer as well.
You do have to have a crummer. That's what the small men are for. We can't all fly. Wally, for us, has certainly taken a few good pack marks, and Sacred Heart took quite a few, particularly in the forward half. In the first quarter, they were really good in the air and got the jump on us there.
So get it out here to Lucas Slade. Gives it off, sharing the ball. They run on well here. Couldn't quite. That was Connor Mills again, I reckon, getting a bit of treatment a minute ago. And he just keeps going and going. And they come through the middle. A handball across now. Sacred Heart goes out wide. Players up, down. Oh, this way, that way. Looks like Charlie McCall off, is it? Gets a cross. And another goal here. Let's have a look.
Harry Francis, that was with the finishing goal.
Yeah, he's a big, tall fella, isn't he? So he's got his third, because Zach here has his 4, but they're all, he was up forward. He's almost played the impact type playing role, as we see that ball come around. Yeah, big tall lad, Harry Francis, and very well coordinated. What are we now? 13, 14 minutes in. 13 for, oh, there you go. Just rolls over as we speak. Look at the old SANFL emblem up there, and all the teams up there. So good old scoreboard there. So back in the middle now. Oh, geez, the big fella there, Jack Wilson, gives him first use of the ball. Had the Rove his own ball. He went back after that player as well. Oh, a player in trouble there. That was hard for Lucas Slade. You're running backward as fast as the guy trying to tackle you. He's running forward. So Cambriali, he's had a very good game as well. Zach Keir, Bowbridge, you name it. Down it goes. Big fly from Bodie Ryan, who's had a massive game. Out it comes around the corner here. It's like, oh boy. That was a huge leap by Bowbridge, and of course Max Downs trying to get up as well, as it's come out the far side here to Prince Alfred. Can they put a bit together? Player runs on very close to the boundary though. Kicks to a 50-50, and this is where Sacred Heart have won out. See, players just knowing where to run, what to do. Clever kick, lowers the eyes. I reckon this is Cambriali again. Gives it to the player running wide. Had a good game too, Tom Corcoran. He now goes wide again, down towards Scripps. Just takes a step, lifts it up. Nice kick, runs on to some young Scripps as well. Out to the pocket. Just the big fist coming through. Good to see from Prince Alfred. It's win the moment. It's not win the game, win the quarter. It's win the moments, and that's what you get out of it, Michael. So that passage of play by Sacred Heart, they're running on top of the ground, and Prince Alfred player not giving up.
Yeah.
Very important. Big Waltham again gets another tap to team advantage. They're out the other, so it's a little bit of circle work now.
Yeah, they're going from wing to wing. As it's been, I reckon the first half it was on the far side of the ground a lot, but I'd have to say, yeah, it has been going around in circles at this point. Most of the basic play. Mitchell Dean chips it off. 23-24. Sam Cumming. He goes long.
Oh,
lots of the advantage in numbers. Big collision there. Both players came off second best. I don't think there was a particular winner out of that contest, but thankfully neither of them look super injured, although Locke Rawlingson probably the worst of wear.
How does Tom Corcoran get up and just walk around like nothing's happening? Yeah, we hope Rawlinson's all right. I think just a big big collision. That was a huge collision actually, and he's still down there. Rawlinson's just trying to get some, I think, just get some work in that leg. He's very sore because that does hurt. And big time Locke Rawlinson. But guys just putting in that kind of effort late in the game. Austin Davies with ball in hand. Probably best to get Locke off, I'd suggest now, Michael.
Yeah, I was about to leave the commentary box to get it if no one was going to do it, but he's doing it himself, that's all right.
Yeah, because at this point of the game, he's not going to get a lot out of it. As that ball comes forward, just bounces in front of the player, Kenny, this way, that way. He still tries to get a foot to it. And that was Max Downs drilling through for a point.
Yeah, reckon so close, but just not quite there. It's getting to that stage of the game where I feel like no heroes required anymore, but I think Tony and I are starting to lean towards our decision, which you'll find out if you watch the post-game coverage, of course, which we'll be doing to summarise the results of all 3 of the games and, more importantly, follow up on the best player from this one. In the back pocket now for Prince Alfred. Just got to tick out those final 7 minutes and it will be over. This could still be a very important learning lesson. It'll be their first loss of the year, but is it better to lose now than in the grand final? Absolutely. Maybe it will encourage them to do some extra homework, and sometimes that happens with teams across all leagues, both major and minor. It's about the homework you put into each of your losses, and sometimes when you win early on and you spend all your petrol tickets early, but Sacred Heart do look really convincing as well, and they deserve to be at the top of the ladder after today, without a doubt. Some clever handwork. Just trying to get a switch on here. They slow up. Kicks out wide. Oh, bounced a little awkwardly there for the sake of Zane Scripps, so had to go back and win it. Rouveret will help him with that, but he'll also be unsuccessful. Now Prince Alfred managed to break from the pack. Takes a bounce, if you don't mind. Kobe McEntee on the left foot, didn't hit any target. Sets it up there, high tackle infringement, and Sacred Heart will just save up another moment. So ticking down to the final few minutes of this match now. I reckon it's just getting to that stage where both teams, a bit of cramping, some sore bodies. They'll look forward to the rest, and unfortunately, when you do have school tomorrow, just taking a look at the Prince Alfred cheer squad. They're doing some waves over there, Tony. Yeah, I saw them doing a couple waves, whether they're just trying to appease themselves, because you normally don't do waves in a losing performance, but find your own ways to have fun, and, well, they've earned it, to be fair. They've been out the entire night trying to root for their team. Mark taken by Ned Atkinson. We haven't called too much of him today. He's had his moments, though. Ooh, that mark's not going to be paid. So instead, ball up on the city side wing. There's the wave action again. Just seeing you get that on screen. As Tony Neal has just gotten out and given the Dartfish Beanie and Archie Thongs a good polish. Given them a bedtime story and is ready to ship them off to a new owner.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Beanie's looking all right because it was a bit cool down here. And there's another goal to Sacred Heart.
Ben Camberelli, goal number 3.
Yeah, so he's had a good game as well, young Ben. Well, both of them. I think you'll find that with Sacred Heart, as you said, trying to pick our best player, they've had a good spread of players that, you know, they all play their role as such. And look at the tiredness of the players now. They're all actually walking back. As a coach, I say run back to position and then get your rest when you're in the middle of the ground. When the ball's been brought up, you've already had your rest. Well, every player on the ground is just walking back. The umpire's got the ball in hand ready to go, and players are still walking into position. So a little learning curve there for you, Michael. Some of the players just might want to lift themselves a little bit, but no, good on them. They're 4 hard quarters, very big physical game, and a lot of running up and back both ends of the ground. I admire both teams out here, to be honest. It's a bit of tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, it's been a good fast game today.
So I'm going to leave Indy and yourself, Michael, to finish the commentary. I'm going to head down and get ready for our Best on Ground presentation. It's been a pleasure to meet yourself, Michael, and enjoy the remainder of the game. And this young lad's a star for you, Connor Mills. And Indy, I'll leave you to continue on.
See you on the other side, Tony Neal, as we talk about Connor Mills, who's had a really good game today, and obviously not the best team performance, but it's good to have those individuals who stand out because it does allow you to build better standards for your next week's result. And here's Ben Camberelli. No, sorry, that's Ben Dewhurst. He's still looking for a goal. All the way down to the tip of the square. Zane Scripps can't balance it out, but trying to rush it through for a goal. Scripps goes again. And I reckon it's just been seen for a minor score. No, in fact, the Prince Alfred defender managed to keep it completely shy of conceding any score. So now Connor Mills again. Tom Tasker. Back to Mills. Looks inside. Turns it over. Opportunity now for Ned Atkinson, and he darts it out to a good option. It's the turnover play there. So do you do any particular extra type of training throughout the weeks depending on the result of a win or loss?
No, not particularly. Try and keep it pretty similar week in, week out. No matter the result, you can. Everyone says it's a lot easier to learn from your losses, but if you can learn from your wins as well, then you can sort of keep that going through week to week. With the college footy, especially at this time of year, it's trying to with them going back to sample clubs next week, we really don't have the touch point to them until after they actually play their next game. Like, they'll have played a sample game, most of these boys, before we get them again for a Thursday night session before the Saturday game in a week and a half.
Yeah, well, there's the scoreboard as you can see it. Sacred Hearts have hit the triple-digit mark, and Zach Kerr has kicked a game-high 5 goals. He's been in some hot form. So now coming back out. Clearing at the centre. Oh, almost too easy. Just looked like McAuliffe was left all on his own. They'll chip it further, go one extra, and Ben Camporelli has a chance to line up for his 4th goal. So Kerr and Camporelli, the ones who are really reigning supreme as the goal kickers in this match. Ben Camporelli for the 4th goal. He converts it. Do you feel like playing for schools gives a lot of the players who also have a bit of affiliation with the sample a bit of a break? Because I've talked in particular with a lot of AFL women's players from the Adelaide Footy League who kind of talk about the difference between the standards there and the sample, and how the sample, it's a lot more harsh and professional and just sometimes a bit overwhelming. Do you feel like there are some boys who feel the same way and enjoy playing more for the schools because of that?
Yeah, I think there's probably just that, the games aren't always, unfortunately aren't always as tight or as hard as the sample footy. But I think it's probably almost as much that they get to play with their mates. As we saw a big flash of thunder there.
Could have been a flash of thunder indeed, and well, it won't matter now because the game is over anyway, and we've tipped over the 25-minute mark, because otherwise they would have had to actually cancel the game. But that is the full-time score. 4 goals 7, 31 to 16 goals 10, 106. Sacred Heart with a very convincing performance will come out the day as the only undefeated team in Division 1 of the Sports Association for Adelaide Schools. So credit to them. It was a very convincing performance, and also thank you very much for joining us, Michael Higgins, through the second half of this match. It's always really nice to have a guest feature in the box, but I think you spoke really fluently today and you gave us a lot of insight into the way things at the club work, which we always appreciate. And it gives a bit more storytelling time for our viewers as well, and gives more background into the game that we love a lot. So thank you very much for your time.
No worries at all. Thanks for having me.
And in the meantime, Tony Neal is just fetching our goal kicker. But what we will talk about are some of the more convincing players from the losing team as well. Connor Mills was really good. Kobe McEntee had his moments. Tom Tasker had a lot of the ball. And more importantly, we really like the look of Sam Cumming and Mitchell Dean throughout the day. Will Prescott had his moments. Sam Walton, though, was probably Prince Alfred's best, in my opinion. It's kind of that pitch-in contributing ruck and was really good at it. But when we're talking about the best players for Sacred Heart, we'll reveal our man of the match in a bit. But, of course, Zach Kerr kicked the game-high 5 goals, which obviously makes him stand out as one of the more prominent options. And it is difficult to be a key forward in school leagues because a lot of it actually depends on how fast you can grow in height and not the extra minutes that you do put into perfecting your craft. So you're almost tossed into that position whether you're ready for it or not if you're just tall by default. And it can be harsh for some people growing up sometimes to be exposed that early, but it can also be a blessing in disguise, you know. Short-term pain for long-term game, as they say, and credit to Zach Kerr. He looked every bit convincing tall forward who could play in Adelaide Footy League Div 1 at this stage. So definitely a lot of promising school kids to come through. It was a very interesting day of football, though. Of course, Immanuel had the convincing win over Sacred Heart's second college team, We also had Rostrevor comfortably beat St. Peter's and advance on the ladder, and Sacred Heart's first college team remains undefeated after today, after a convincing win over Prince Alfred. But we're going to go down and see Tony Neal in a second, because he's just preparing our man of the match, and we're on standby for that. But I mean, it was hard to pick today. There were a lot of really good contributors to the overall Sacred Heart mix, and it wasn't really a game defined by one or two heroes, but a very evenly distributed squad, and that's what makes us stand out. But let's go down to Tony Neal to find out who is the man of the match.
Well, folks, what an absolute delight. Our best on ground is Bodie Ryan from Sacred Heart. First of all, welcome, Bodie.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here.
Mate, fantastic last year, because we get you up in the commentary box. You're injured. You're out playing some great football this year. We know you're at a sample club. You're playing state football, school football low as well. Mate, we see you as a backman, but you went forward tonight, kicked 2 goals, and also midfield. What's your natural position?
Oh, no, I've just been playing a bit of back like last year and this year, so thought I'd get chucked around a bit and learn to trade up forward and through the middle. So, yeah, good fun and definitely test my fitness a bit, so it was good.
Well, you're playing in the top team as we speak, and very good to be known as a player that can play more than one position and actually get some scores on the board and in the midfield. So how do you find the midfield? Because you need a pretty good engine for that as well.
Nah, I love the mid. Haven't played it in a couple of years, so yeah, got to work on the fitness part of that. But no, it was great. It was good fun, and the boys are great in there. So yeah.
Talking about that as a whole, we did see a lot of that ball between the 250s at times. Team fitness as well, and sticking to structures was fantastic. So a lot of work done by the coach on your team fitness and structures.
Yeah. Tuesday night we just sort of trained how we want to move the ball around the ground and know when to slow it down, when to get on the handball receive and get it in there. But yeah, the forwards were awesome today, clunking everything. So no, it's great.
And just tell us, mate, you're year 12 this year, are you?
Yeah.
So year 12, so your last year of school football. We saw you come into the team and out a bit last year, and then you really come on and develop this year. And, to play with a lot of these lads through your school life and to see that teamwork tonight, what's it mean to you to have a great win like that, big crowd out here, and be part of that actual huge team? We said a lot of the players spread across, the best players,
No, I love it. Training, Tuesday, Thursdays, boys absolutely love it. So out here as well, the boys are just wrapped for, everyone gets around each other, and no stranglers behind. It's 22, not 12. So yeah, we love it.
Fantastic, Bodie. Just hold that up, show the viewers. You've got the Dartfish beanie, of course, the cult following, and the Archie songs, mate. You're a credit to your family, a credit to your local club. You're representing your school very well. You're an outstanding young man. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for this. Thanks so much. Cheers.
All right, cheers, mate.
Welcome back to Thebarton Oval, everybody, as we're just wrapping up things here. We concluded our final game with Prince Alfred taking on Sacred Heart, where the two undefeated teams clashed. The final score, 16 goals, 10, 106 to 4 goals, 7, 31. In the end of all of it, very convincing 75-point winners for the Sacred Heart's first college club, but also we had our game before that between Rostrevor and St. Peter's, and that was a very convincing performance as well. It was 4 goals, 13, 37 to 12 goals, 15, 87, so a very impressive performance by Rostrevor there too. That was the second game, and the earliest today, of course, the one we had before that, 11 goals, 9, 75 against 13 goals, 8, 86. It was Sacred Heart's second college team against Immanuel College, and that was the closest one we had today, although it was a bit more come from behind in the last quarter. All of the matches had their own points of intrigue, and we always have a lot of support and respect for the school kids that are putting in so much effort into their craft and really trying to elevate the status of their own names, as well as make a statement for their own schools, really preparing themselves for the future. This next up-and-coming generation of footballers we see on display with games like this, and it's easy to see why people get excited about them, Tony.
Yeah, well, you can see the highlights on the field. We started the day, of course, in daylight with the yellow football, but it certainly came dusk quite quick, and of course the rain came in and made game one a little bit of a scrappy affair. Game two was a totally different game. The Rostrevor St. Peter's game, that was a real battle, a real, like tractors they were at one point, just bashing into each other, very physical and so on. And then, because they kicked the 6-6 in the second quarter, Rostrevor, and that really blew St. Peter's away, blew them out of the water, and they could never recover there. So up against it, and then they kicked 4-2 in the last couple of quarters. And then the third game was really a game of skill, talent, and a lot of big packs forming throughout that third game. So a great day put on by the SAAS today. We're just having a look at something here. We've got club song will be played. That's the Sacred Heart club song. Okay, that's interesting. So we're going to bring that to our viewers as well. So that's a sensation, and it's interesting. They've all got their own little mannerisms when they come out, the teams, and certain little things that they do, the secretive stuff and the club stuff and so on, but also the crowds down behind the fence. So it was really great for a spectacle of football, and to see these young guys put on, there's that rain out there, but to put on this spectacle today was absolutely sensational. So just in conclusion, I think a success. We are going to have more of these games in years to come. Certainly so. Indy, what did you think of the whole, if we set a macro of the day, the full grandstand, crowds at each end? How did you see it?
I think it was a very nice experience to be at Thebarton, obviously. We won't see many more days like this at Thebarton before it eventually gets redeveloped, is the word we hear, of course, from a lot of the news around South Australia football. But it's nice to get an experience here. I obviously haven't been here since the school's grand final day from last year, and I think it's a very, privileged experience to be able to be at this venue. So very nice stuff.
All right. Well, we're going to go to the something very special now. We'll go into the to hear the club song. Well, an exciting group in there, and thank you so much to all the viewers out there, Australia-wide, South Australia-wide, all around the world, wherever you may be viewing. On behalf of myself, Tony Neal, and Indy Rogers, We'd like to thank SAAS themselves, Leo and the team. We'd like to thank the Sandful. Of course, Leo wrapped that up in the interview we did. We'd like to thank the supporters and the team. Our production team, of course, fantastic once again. Thank the commentators. Well, that's you and I, Andy, so how's that work? We thank each other. We'd also like to thank our magnificent sponsors, and as we said, thank you so much for viewing. We hope you've enjoyed the extravaganza of football, and we can't wait for the next games to come up. Thank you for viewing.
Oh, how many highlights can I play? There's no commentary of highlights. I'm playing highlights.